Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, where we're building a global Black business pipeline. And greetings again, family. Thanks for joining us. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment, and I'm here with my good brother, Genesis from Black African Infrastructure and Genesis Radio. And family, we're the kings of Pan-Africanism, and we're here to push a movement towards nationhood. Greetings, my good brother, Kala. How are you doing today? All right, there we go. Yes. Yes.
Good conference call today. Good conference call. I'm energetic today. I'm ready for this show and everything as always. You know, we gotta keep like they say, the show must go on. And we're gonna keep giving the knowledge and information. Thanks for everybody for joining us. And the people who listen to this in archives, we appreciate your support for this movement. It's growing stronger. And that's what it all really comes down to. People want to know, if I'm going to invest in you, I'm going to invest my time and believe in you guys, are you guys got the duration, or you guys got the fortitude to do this? And we've shown now, we've been doing shows for 2 years now. And in the last year, we were focused on Liberia. And we show that this is a strong movement. And we're going to talk about a lot of stuff tonight. It's going to fit right in with the topic of tonight. You know, it's going to fit right into the topic tonight. So we got a really good show for you tonight. You guys like what you've been hearing for the last few shows and everything, as people tell me, you're going to love what you're going to hear tonight. So get ready, and let Bomani does his intro, and I'll hold on for a second, and then I'm going to light it up.
All right, absolutely, family. So this is what we were talking about earlier. We did a conference call for our Liberia tour. So I'll be editing that one and uploading it to our videos on YouTube and putting it also in the Liberia tour preparation list. So that's what we were talking about earlier. And now we're here to talk about more in-depth subject as we try to just spread our energy and talk about many different things going on in the world, but at the same time to connect it to what we're looking to build, which is Pan-Africanism and nationhood. And, this is a real journey towards nationhood. So for those who are just caught up in a world of theory, science, and ideology, we welcome you to join us to where we can build something on that next level of practicality and just have more of our energy and foundation on the African continent. So we're talking about us making that move and restoring the energy in Liberia. So we've been organizing a lot of different presentation and documentation. So it's all here on this YouTube channel, and looking forward to seeing more people reach out to us and connect with us on the future of Liberia. All right. So let me switch over to our website and I'll share with you some of the details for our tours, and then we just get back into our main subject. And our main subject tonight is Black people are maintaining their own oppression. Is racism and white supremacy really the problem? The Afrikstan analysis. So, fam, we're going to get deep into it, and as usual, some of the things that we may say or share or present may offend or hurt people's feelings, but that's never the intention. Our goal is to educate ourselves and put ourselves in a position where we can just have critical thinking and literally just build a momentum to where we work ourselves out of our current oppression and understand that all other races and nations of people, they're doing what they need to do, and it's what it is. So we as a people should do the same, and that's why Marcus Garvey talked about Africa for the Africans, for those at home and those abroad. And I feel like he was talking about Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. So here we are, family, building on that future. So we'll be right back to get back to our main schedule, and we'll get right into it. I'm sure Genesis have some great deep analysis and information to share. And then we'll also find some relevant videos dealing with the subject and some things that may not be with the subject, but it's still talking about us connecting and building in Africa. So those who are interested in traveling and connecting with us on the African continent, this is our website, africafortheafricans.org. And this is a 17-year operation that's been showcasing us connecting to the African continent, showing the beauty, the culture, showing in-depth information about our reconnection, living, doing business, investing, and things like that. enjoying nightlife and enjoying beautiful social gathering and just enjoying the beautiful climate of the African continent. So throughout the journey, we have visited 10 journeys, 10 countries, I should say, altogether on the African continent. 8 of them have been part of our Africa Tourism Investment. And we're looking to build more energy. So the current energy that we have as far as new journeys is Liberia. And we've been putting a lot of energy into it because we really want you to embrace what me and Kala has been talking about and not just listen to us in vain. We need your support. We need your help to build this. It's one of those things where it can't be a designated and a few people show. We need all hands on deck or as many people as possible. Right. So while you're on our website, the goal is for you to look at the main menu and look at the tour information. And then whatever you have interest in, you can just reach out and we can talk about it. But all of the details as far as the tour overview with the numbers as far as the prices, what's included and what's not included is all on these links. Full tour itinerary with dates, what we're doing throughout the schedule of the specific country, and also information dealing with visa, if there's visas, preparation details, what to pack, what to bring, building your immune system, and information as that to where you're clear on it. So I recommend anyone interested in any of these journeys, click on the link, read through all the details, take notes, and reach out to me so we can talk, so we can be clear on the situation and so we can work to get you prepared and organized. And the same thing for those who are looking for consultation to repatriate to live and do business in Africa. One thing I'm always telling everyone is that if you want a certain quality of life, stay in the cities in different parts of Africa. If being in a rural area is not for everyone, and things like that, your options minimize. So you have to be clear about these things before you make these moves. And at the end of the day, if you're frustrated about anything, you have to look in the mirror and be frustrated with yourself. Africa is what it is. Now, if you want to be a part of the future, the growing energy, let's work together. Let's connect together. Let's make some moves together and change the dynamics of the situation. But beyond that, the situation is what it is, and you have to learn to adjust and adapt. But as far as tourism, you get the best of life, and it's a direct introduction. And for those who are looking to do more, as I mentioned, you literally just have to just work with us and work with other people who are organized to make sure that you know what you're clearly getting involved with as far as investment or business and things like that. So that's what we're doing. So some of the journeys talk about investment. That's us building a repatriation energy in those countries. That's Ghana and Liberia. And other journeys that talk about strictly just roots and culture tour. Nice history, culture, us enjoying great dining, nightlife, shopping, network, and so on. Yeah. So the last journey that we came back from was Ghana, May 24th to June 5th, 2023. And that was our 23rd journey to Ghana. So we've been traveling to Ghana for 17 straight years and completed 23 journeys and taken over 500 different people to that journey. So these are the things that we have set to where we're showing you this is what we do, this is what we operate, and you'll see this, what we've done over the period of time. Everything is documented, pictures, videos, and so on. And on this website, you'll see lots of our group pictures. As a matter of fact, every single last group picture of all the previous groups beyond these groups right here. The current journey that we're working on and we're getting ready to go is our Tanzania Journey of a Lifetime, November 16th to the 27th. So that is less than 3 months away. And that is our 4th journey to Tanzania. Now, we have showcased on the last 3 journeys all aspects of what we have done around Arusha, Zanzibar Island, and Dar es Salaam. And in between those 3 places, just all aspects of roots and culture. So, and Zanzibar, straight paradise. So these are the things that we have documented that way you clearly can see what we're talking about and you don't have to wonder or guess. And then when you talk with me, it's just nothing but experience that we bring to the table and organized game plan with strategies and tactics, technical and business support if you need help with anything. And then we're going to close out the year on our 2nd Journey of a Lifetime to South Africa, and that's December 24th to January 4th. And then start the year off nice and fresh in South Africa. So another wonderful itinerary. And these 2 last journeys are nice luxury journeys to where we want to make sure that you're fully accommodated. So that's the end of our 2023. And then we're going to set off 2024 for our Liberia Reconnection and Investment Tour, March 29th to April 9th, 2024. So that is our historical connection, and we're looking to make as much adjustment to make this the perfect introduction journey and get more people to buy into and connect into what we feel is a great option for people who are looking for options that's not clear on other options that they see out there because of certain situations and maybe lack of connection to what they're looking to do in Africa. So that's our energy, and I feel like based on the list of different countries, we have selected some of the best countries in Africa that we can really build, connect, and enjoy a journey to, and also just look forward to building the future. So looking forward to us going to Liberia and documenting our whole experience and sharing with more and more people and growing the brand. And our summer journey for next year is our Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour, July 11th to the 23rd. And that is our 24th journey of a lifetime to Ghana, and looking to this build energy strong. So all of these are the current journeys that we're working on. And then the last one that we're working on for our next year, unless we come up with a December journey, is the Egypt Roots and Culture Tour, November 21st to December 2nd. And that is taking us along the Nile Valley Civilization and also the Red Sea. So these are the energies that we have, and all you have to do is click on a link and just read through. And we have conference calls. We have lots of documentation consistently out there, so you're clear. And the last link I have on here is the land for sale investment at Black Star Pan-African Community for the 15 and 60 acres. So that's our community that we're building up from the ground up based on our experience working with other people who just couldn't deliver. So now we're organizing it ourselves and working with our own brothers and sisters in our organization and other people outside to really deliver an incredible Pan-African energy to where we can have a form of a headquarters or a social area where we can put more of our energy together, work with our people in the country, and also compete against a foreigner. And it's just that simple. And it takes us just working together, us doing research and figuring things out with each other. And once you scroll down, you'll see update information, whether it's conference calls or links and details, along with all of the documentation from the different social pages for pictures and videos and group page. And when you scroll down, you'll see 2006 to 2023 celebrating 17 years. And this is over 30 different group that we have all together. So it's the last one was Ghana 2023, and the first one was Ghana December 2006. So you'll see us from big groups, medium groups, to a few small groups, but usually just medium and big groups. And you scroll down, you just see the vibrant energy of all of us as brothers and sisters enjoying an experience. So this is a special design experience for you as far as us as a people connecting to Africa. And that's why the brand is called Africa for the Africans. And it's all about what we need to do as a people. So all these wonderful smiling faces, and what you see in the 2020 and in the last few years is us traveling during the COVID era. And then what you see before that is a whole bunch of bigger groups. So over the time frame, we have stand the test of time, and that's from being innovative, dedicated, and just working strategies and tactics to keep the energy and the connection from the Americas to the African continent. So family, I'm going to stop right there, and as you stroll down, these are from 2017 is when you really started seeing us doing all these multiple countries. And before that, it was one or most two journeys from 2016 to 2006, the first 10 years. So it takes a while, it takes some work to really build the brand to where you can do these things in different countries. So when you see us expand in different countries, that's because we've been able to figure things out to where we can just make these moves. So that is the legacy and our energy of Africa for the Africans, towards an investment, reconnecting you to an incredible experience on the African continent. So family, what we're going to do is we're going to get right back to our scheduled program. And for those who are ever trying to connect with me or reach out to me, that is our information scrolling out at the bottom, different countries we go to, email address, website, and phone number. You can always text me your interests, and we can just build from there. So yes, my good brother Khaled Genesis, as we waiting for the time to get to Liberia. Yes, let's talk about tonight's subject. Black people are maintaining their own oppression. Is racism and white supremacy really the problem. Because
Right.
you mentioned a few, sometimes you see some of these commentators on YouTube, and that's all they ever feed you with, and it's like every minute you got to turn around and wondering if there's a big white monkey on your back.
Right. Well, you always need a boogeyman, right, to keep the people in line, right? I call this Ode to the Dragon Slayer, right? Let's go back in history. If you're a connoisseur of books like I am, right? There was a novel, a Spanish novel called Don Quixote, the Ponte of La Mancha, right? In other words, what Don Quixote did was, right, he's an average guy, right? And he would like go on, and he had a sidekick with him, right? And he always talked about these adventures he's going to go on to conquer this person and do this person, do that, and everything like that, to get the people riled up and everything. Same thing with the Dragon Slayer, right? No one's ever seen a dragon, right? But the Dragon Slayer will come to the town, right, and say, "There's a dragon out there. Give me gold. Give me myrrh. Give me oil. Give me silver, and I'll protect. Or my magic spells will get rid of the dragon." You always got to have a boogeyman, right? It's straight out of the Wizard of Oz, right? And all this kind of stuff like this, where we believe in this mythical boogeyman that's always out there, So what you see in black people, right, is in America is nothing but black Anglo-Saxons, because that's the Anglo-Saxon culture. You look at the Anglo-Saxon culture, right? There's always some mythical figure out there that they got to overcome. There's always some unforeseen force out there to explain their hardships, to explain their losses and everything. For example, the biggest thing is when they ask them, like, who's the problem in the world? The Jews control the money system in the world, right? And you got Negroes out there. Yeah, the Jews don't know anything about money, man. You never been in a bank. You don't even have a bank account, right? But you sitting there talking about the Jews control the monetary system and everything. And then he asked a question. I asked this white supremacist one time, right? I thought you guys were so superior, so smart, so this. Then how did Jews gain control, a little tiny group of people gain control over Wall Street, the Federal Reserve, all these things, as you say they are? Oh, no, see, like this. So could it be that you guys don't know what you're doing? Could it be that sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, And sometimes that's just how fate is. Life's not fair. And sometimes you're not guaranteed to win everything. And you got to know how to pick up it like this. But you look at the Anglo-Saxon, right? He always has this thing where there's a conspiracy against him, and there's some unforeseen force. The communist bankers, the communists, the Jews, what does the Jews have to do with the communists, right? But it sounds good. The Jews and the communists, everything. So what black people have in America is an Anglo-Saxon thing, right? They'll say the black boule, as if there's some Negroes out there controlling and manipulating us. Could it be that for the most part, black people really don't got no choice? We're a minority group in America, right? And we're outgunned, outmanned, and outfought and everything. And basically, black people just doing what they can do to survive in America. And there's no real grand conspiracy, other than the fact that white people still control everything. We generate $1.4 trillion. They take 99% of that, We have taxation without representation. We don't have real representation in the government in America. We'll talk about that tonight and everything. Could it be that just factors in place? The reason why and also the biggest elephant in the room is black people don't love ourselves. We don't love ourselves. Is white supremacy the cause of the fact that black people won't work together, don't love themselves like other races of people do? Other races of people even if they don't like each other, they have a basic love for each other, which allows them to work together. You think all Chinese people in Chinatown love each other? No. But they understand for their survival, they have social clubs and everything, banks and lotteries and everything that they work together. That don't mean they love like each other all the time, but there's this basic sense of love of self that allows them to work for themselves. Black people do not have the basic love for themselves. Why do you think there's so many people? Let me give you an example. My niece came over today, right? Today's her birthday. She comes over today, right? And she's real smart, college graduate and everything like that. And she starts hitting me with this, we were already here shit, And I came down to myself. I said, look, stop. You know, well, there's no proof. She said the USS Constant, something like that, still exists, but there's no say. Oh, look. I said, look, stop with the Dane Calloway. She's like, oh, you know about Dane Calloway? Yeah, I know all about Dane Calloway. You know, you got people out there, right, who hate themselves so much, right? They're spreading self-hate, and you can't understand who you are and accept who you are and everything. So it's easy for somebody to say, you know something, this slavery thing is so painful. I'm just going to basically opt out and say we were already here and everything. That gets me through the day. That's another thing the people who talk about white supremacy say. Black America dealing with a lot of trauma and pain from slavery. We never resolved the pain and trauma through slavery. It has nothing to do with white supremacy. If you take Black people in America, right, and move them to Japan, right, if we don't have the same work out the thing, we'll be saying there's yellow supremacy. Every time where you see African Americans go, right, we always put ourselves in a position of victimhood, right? And we expect people to feel sorry for us in our victimization, of victimhood. We want to talk about that too, because a lot of people are bringing that same victim mindset to the African continent. And it's not working over there. You know, people don't see racism, white supremacy on a daily basis, right? They know white people control different things. They know white people have power and everything. But the bottom line is they don't understand why is it that you people can't do the basic thing of loving yourself, right? Believing in basically like law and order, raising families, and all the things that you could do, you know, maintaining your culture and being proud of your identity and everything. That's something racism, white supremacy can't take from you. You know, there's always this old saying that you could take my body, but you can't have my mind and my heart. You know, they can imprison your body, but you can't shackle the mind of a man. You can't break his spirit. They can kill you. But what's happening is we're giving up. And so therefore, all this toxic behavior we have right now in the Black community, right? Because we blame it on white supremacy. When we don't want to go out there and get the education that's out there, we don't want to go out there and work harder. We don't want out there raise our family, everything like that. We always have the white supremacy boogeyman as a scapegoat to get like that. People say, Carl, you sound like a Black conservative. No, I'm just telling you the truth, and that's how it is. And the reason why I'm saying this is because this sort of mentality is now affecting the Black nationalists of the Pan-African community. I have an argument with some Pan-Africanist guy, Black nationalist guy years ago. I said, we need to have a nation of our own. You know what they tell me? No matter where you go in this world, the white man's going to control it. So you might as well stay here. So that makes a lot of sense. Don't go to Africa and build a nation of your own where you can build everything from military. You really believe the white man is the enemy and everything. When you want to have a nation of your own where one day you can have nuclear weapons and you can defend yourself, or you just basically say, just stay here so you can stay on 125th Street ranting and raving about white supremacy all day. And you look up, right? And 100 years pass, right? And 100 years ago, Martha Gasol used to march down 125th Street, right? Look at 125th Street now. Crackheads and derelicts on the street. There has been no progress in the Black liberation front. Because instead of basically finding out a way how to build ourselves up with that, we have what we call conscious crack. You know, somebody will give you a book. Yeah, the white man did this. The Iceman inherited. All these books that we've read have not moved the needle one bit. Because when you start believing in white supremacy, it becomes your religion. You become dependent on that. You become lazy. You use that as an excuse to why, oh yeah, well, we were dehumanized. So was everybody else. We need white supremacy to explain why we are in the situation we're in, collectively as a group. So this is what we want to talk about tonight. You know, white supremacy, everything. You have white people who have then when somebody said, yeah, look, what about all the Black men? Oh, they're puppets of white supremacy. So everybody, the people who do this, right, will say when Black people in power, they're tools of the white supremacists, right? So therefore, they're not basically people who just basically operate on, they see the world a certain way. They're going on this white supremacy thing. So in other words, law and order is white supremacy. Paying taxes is white supremacy. Obeying the speed limit is white supremacy. You know, eating a good diet and staying in shape and everything, that's white supremacy. I've ever heard that too, that, oh yeah, the reason why so many black women are so overweight is because white supremacy and all this white supremacy and everything. We don't have diets that fit us and everything. White supremacy becomes a scapegoat, a crutch that black people use to justify why they want to stay in the stagnant situation they're in. That's what I want to open up with tonight, And I'm ready for this debate.
Yes, brother. Color Genesis on fire today, brother. Appreciate your energy from the conference call to here, lighting up and things. So, family, a good brother is here, and let me prop up your network so we can just get some people to understand that we're doing a movement, and we can't build this movement without love, energy, and support. And also for those who are listening, family, Kala is ready to challenge any of you, including Mr. IC3 Black, about the subject that we are talking about. Because a lot of times we see people like IC3 come on, and what they do is literally, run this talking point. Just like I've had a few people, more than a few people, run that same talking point. And we're not saying it's no problem and there's no issues in the system. We're just saying that don't make it a scapegoat like you talk about, because that's the main thing that you hear, right? People using it as a scapegoat to not progress.
Yeah, and you ignore progress because progress actually takes hard work. And that's the one thing. It takes accountability and responsibility. That's something black people are allergic to. Is accountability and responsibility. For example, and I'm gonna break it down right now, right? All the decisions made in the world that govern the world and everything like that. Okay, China is at the table. Japan's at the table. Okay, India's at the table. Brazil's at the table. Russia's at the table. The only group of people with almost, how many black people on the planet? 1.5 billion people on the planet, right? Have no say-so over what goes on in this world, right? Because we opted out. The only group of people that produce nothing that the world needs. We produce nothing. We make nothing. We produce nothing. We're not part of the global supply chain. We're just endless beggars, and people that basically live on the charity and the goodwill of the races. That's what you're giving to your youth. When they see people that decide how the world's monetary system is going to work, are we at the table? No. When the major deals about tariffs and everything like that, I was watching Donald Trump say that the French were going to, he told Macron, French said they were going to tax American businesses, companies, and every certain amount, right? He said, look, if you don't remove that tax, I'm going to put 100% tariffs on all your cheese and wine and stuff like that we don't like in America, right? Macron said, I can't do that, whatever like that. He said, he goes, and you got 10 minutes to decide. Macron said, guess what? Those taxes on American companies in France were gone. Show me anywhere in the world where any black man has that power. Well, who's white? Donald Trump looking out for? The business of the white corporations in America. Where's our corporations? Where's our banks? Where's our infrastructure? Where's our presidents, our heads of state that protects our interests? What are our interests? And we look at the nonsense that we have going on in West Africa right now, where we're about to do the bidding of the Europeans and all these other people to bring war on African soil to protect France, protect French interests. Is it white supremacy that's making Nigeria do that? No. There's white supremacy will become a scapegoat, because I do believe, and mark my words, put this down on your calendar, the 26th of August, right? When the fighting does happen, right? Negroes, including Pan-Africans, will say, well, there's nothing Nigeria could do. White supremacy is just too powerful. They'll say Senegal can't do nothing. White supremacy is just too powerful. That'll buy them some more time to run their stupid, fake Pan-African babble and everything, to fit their foolishness and everything, till we can say, okay, it wasn't something. No. Now is the time. There's a line in the sand drawn. These countries, Burkina Faso, Guinea, Mali, and Niger, drew the line in the sand. They said, if you want white supremacy, we'll go to war for it. But Negroes are real quiet about this right now, because they know when the war starts and everything, right? They're gonna say nothing. Just like when Mugabe was overthrown and everything, he basically was battling so-called white supremacy in Zimbabwe. Where was the so-called black people in America picketing the European Union and picketing the UN and stuff like that? We should have been rioting in the streets over those sanctions on Zimbabwe. We could have done something like that. We showed that we can do something like that back in the 80s, when we basically mobilized to bring down apartheid in South Africa. So black people have gotten too comfortable, right? Too comfortable with this blaming white supremacy, because we really do believe the white man has the answers. And these people are not that smart. The world is falling apart. You look at Ukraine, you look at all the stuff like this, the world is falling apart. The white man is not that intelligent, like you said. Let me tell you something, right? The world is basically, everything is done systemic and systematic. So in other words, basically, once you have an infrastructure in place, laws and all stuff like this in place, people who manage this stuff like that don't have to be all that intelligent. Just like a smart city. They say, why do you have a smart city? Because people are dumb. The idea of modern societies is we're going to organize this to the point where we can put an idiot in office, an idiot in power, and still run. We still look at these people as gods, like we could not do anything without their help. And that's the way we act. We believe in white supremacy so much that we do not believe that we could build black countries. We could build black areas where we live at in America. We could do all this stuff like this. We have the means to do it, but we don't want to. For example, Birmingham, Alabama. White supremacy, whatever. There's white people that want to succeed from Birmingham and build their own enclave and build their own city. The black people are stopping that. And they say, what's the reason why? Well, we fought long to integrate our schools. If the white people succeed, we're going to have all black schools again. We don't want that. You're telling them that you cannot function unless you are with them. Same thing in Atlanta right now. There's, Buckhead and other parts of Atlanta wants to secede from Atlanta, right? The black people are like, y'all ain't going nowhere. We need your tax dollars. We need your expertise. You know, we're too stupid to run Atlanta without the white community. And these people will convince you that they're about black power and black empowerment. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. The white people want to move, poor white people, when they want to, if the white man decide, you know something, man, it's getting too hot on earth, man. I think we found that we can build a colony on Mars. Negroes be right there talking about, y'all ain't leaving us, y'all ain't escaping from us. You got Negroes who follow them right to Mars on the next spaceship. This is the mentality we have. So this idea about white supremacy is a farce. The biggest thing is that black people don't want to build anything for themselves. And they really do believe that without the white man, they would starve, or they would like this. I look at the Japanese, right? When Japan was confronted with the modern world in 1853 and 1854, right? Now, there was some Japanese say, you know something? We're a backward feudal province, Rocky Island, everything. Let's all get on boats and sail to America and everything like that. Those Japanese thought about that. What do we need these islands for? And then, thank God that you had 200 years during the Tokugawa period, where the Japanese that were preparing for this day, right, said, no, what we're going to do is go outside the world, learn everything they learned, and bring it back to Japan and build ourselves. We're gonna, if you want railways, we're gonna build them here. If you want steel mills, we'll build here. If you want telegraph and wire, the new thing, technology back then was telegraphs and stuff like that. Modern this. You want a newspaper and everything like that, we're gonna build them here, and you can print them in Japanese. If you want banks, we're gonna have to build Japanese banks. If you want farms, we're gonna do modern farming in Japan. We don't have to go outside, leave Japan for all this or that. We're gonna build everything the West has, and then what happens in a couple of decades? Japan had caught up with the rest of the world. They didn't have to leave, abandon that island. They didn't have to go to Brussels. They didn't have to go to Amsterdam. They didn't have to go to London. They didn't have to flood over to the west coast of America. They took all that information and they built their own civilization. That's what people do when they're really serious about their thing. They don't have a bunch of theories and everything. They say, look, where's our land? And this is what we're going to build. And they're confident in themselves that we're going to do this. But we don't have that confidence. Why? Because we're not civilized. Let me tell you something right now, and I'm going to piss some people off right now, right? In order for you to be civilized, right, it means civil. You understand that in every civilization, there's reward and punishment. There's crime and there's punishment. You have to have a penal system. You have to have laws. You have to have the rule of law. You have to have a social contract where people understand that if I do the right thing, I could be part of the society. But every time I talk about a nation building with people, like, oh man, we need police? Yes. Will we have courts? Yes. Will we have a prison system? Yes. Or what do you think about college? What do you think about the death penalty? Yes. That's on the table too. Those are things you need to make sure that the enemy within, right, is checked. Most Black people think that all these things that they're trying to escape, laws, taxes, will there be taxes? Yes. But the taxes, the laws, everything is done to protect you. So you can have a place to live, you can have a sanctuary and everything. You could pass something on. That's what people who are civilized do. They know they need these things. They need taxes, they need hospitals, they need technology, they need schools, they need universities, they need all these things that teach the world how the world runs in their own context, in their own civilization for themselves. That's what it means to be civilized. And a lot of our brothers and sisters in Africa understand that. A lot of Black people in America still to this day don't understand that. They think the world is, oh man, I want to leave America and go to Africa because, I'm tired of working so hard. I want to quit college. I just want to live on the beach every day and have fun. Africa doesn't need you for that. They want people that can come here and help build. If you don't do that, right, guess what you see? You see 300 to 1 white people and Asians on a plane. 300 non-Black people to every 1 Black people on a plane going to the continent. Because there's an understanding that we have to build infrastructure. We have to build a thing. And everybody else is on that page except for the Black people in the West. We let the white man convince us that all this thing we see in the West is just a burden. Everything, let's forget. So I see people talking about, let's go to Africa and just live off their land and live in huts and let's do all this stuff like that. We could plant this and we could do this and all this kind of foolishness. They have this idea where they link everything science. And then these same people will tell you that, oh yeah, we invented science and STEM and everything, Imhotep and everything. Okay, if that's the case, then why is it that science and everything like that is such an impediment right now? If you claim you built the first civilization and stuff like that. Egypt was a roadmap to the nation state that we see now. The modern republic had its roots in ancient Egypt. Counties, clerks, everything like that. All these things like that came from the Egyptian state that the Greeks and later Romans borrowed. But yet now when we talk about stuff like that, people like laws, rules, and military and police, courts and all the stuff like this, taxes, all like this, that's white supremacy. You speak with a white supremacist mindset, Kala. You're talking about taxation and all stuff like this. Yeah, you need taxes. That's how a society runs, through taxation. So this is what we're talking about tonight. Black people are using white supremacy as a boogeyman because the black mind in America is nothing but a black Anglo-Saxon mind. You might as well be talking about the Wizard of Oz. You might as well talk about the boogeyman. What other thing I'm thinking about? All of the Count Dracula, whatever conspiracy that someone's that they put in popular culture, the black people believe it. So we got a video.
Yes, I was trying to find a video that that's debunk everything that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
Because when you and I are watching things online, as far as whether it's a white people perspective, it's they're selling the same thing and they're using it as as a psychological fear. So this is Al Jazeera, and just want to hear what they have to say. It's a video like 24 minutes. We can watch a few minutes of it, and then we can just see what the world is thinking as far as white supremacy. Maybe the world out there see the black people in the Americas as the victims, and maybe they feel certain things, and maybe we look at ourselves as victims. But nevertheless, family, whatever the situation is, we have to look at what other races and nations of people are doing. Are they stuck in the same situation as us? Or are they way ahead and then we're just still scrambling, trying to figure things out? And are we going to keep on operating like that? Because that's not efficient. We live in a competitive world where, we look at the African continent. I don't know how much videos that we have played, and all we show is the influence of other nations on the African continent and going around the African continent.
Check this out. There's this video, right, that I saw. I don't know if I sent it to you, right? Malcolm X, right? When someone asked him, what do you think about the Ku Klux Klan and neo-Nazis? He said, well, he goes, first of all, the neo-Nazis is such a small group, right? They don't affect anything. He goes, the people that oppress black people, right? They call themselves Democrats and Republicans.
And
They're the ones that do the housing and discrimination, and they're the ones that run the police department. He said these people, the Nazi class, they don't really have an effect on black. So white people give themselves a pat on the back when they talk about neo-Nazis and all stuff like this, right? So like this guy's gonna talk about the neo-Nazi group. They don't affect us, right? The people that's robbing black people, the people that's holding black people down, are people that come in as our friends, that come as our benefactors and everything like that. The neo-Nazis, yeah, they're a problem, but they want black people to focus on that. And the bottom line is, what we have to ask is, right, why is it that one race of people, right, the same people that enslaved us, right, why is it that they, after all these years, right, why do they still govern us? Why do they still rule us, right? If you really wanted to, I'm against white supremacy. The only way I'm going to get white supremacy is having a nation of my own. I understand America is always a white supremacy because it's a white country. It has under white supremacy. America is a white country, and black people don't want to accept that. The infrastructure and everything in America is controlled by whites. So therefore, you can call it white supremacy, white majority. White people control most of the banks. They control the corporations. They make 99% of the laws. Everything you see in America, the images, everything you see, the beauty standards, everything is about white people. And the only thing that's going to solve that, right, is you have a nation of your own. It's never going to change that in America. Now, some people don't want to part ways with America, and they're saying, so America's white supremacists, and so basically they're just going to stay in America. Yeah, America white supremacy. Okay, we understand it. We live in America. So what do? Same thing the Jews did, right? We didn't understand that France is a Catholic country. England is a Anglican country, right? And all these other countries, Russia is Catholic, whatever, like that, right? We can't be who we are. So why don't we have a place in this world where we can openly practice our religion and be who we are? You know, we understand the fact that America, whatever like that, is never going to accept us. You know, we're never going to be on top or anything like that. So we have to have our own somewhere in the world where we can rule ourselves and have the context of our reality and have peace. But you don't see that with the black people in America, right? We just say America is white. Yeah, we all understand America's white. But where's your place at in the world that represents you? You know, well, we're going to change America. And this is the whole idea that we're going to change. White people go along with this. The most dangerous white people are the ones that could try to convince black people, right, that America is somehow going to change. You know, and I had this one guy that called in Tariq Nasheed's show. I don't watch him, but it was interesting, right? He said these fake, wear these fake allies. So I listened to his show. And this white guy called in, right, and talked about, yeah, I just think that we need to work together and blah, blah, blah. When the same babble about, oh, yeah, we're all the working poor, we're the rich are out there. I said, Tariq said, nah, And one thing I agree with Tariq that about too is this. I'm sick and tired of white people coming in and they'll get stupid Negroes and be like, yeah, we got to work together and the rich. That's how they destroyed the Black Panther Party. They said white college students in there and everything. Instead of being about black power, black empowerment and everything, it became about power to the people. You know, they started dating and smoking dope with white girls and all stuff like this, you know, and it was about pushing a Marxist agenda. And the white man sitting back like, look, we know we got them. Because they know that the bottom line is this: you don't even have control over your own struggle. You co-opted somebody else's movement, the leftist Marxist movement of the white radicals, the anti-war people, and the anti-big business and everything. That's not our fight. Like I tell black people all the time, this fight against Donald Trump and the MAGA people and the white people and the liberals, that's not our fight. You know, that's not our fight. Our fight is building our own infrastructure, building our own communities, and building our families and everything back. So you want to play that video, Bomani?
But let me play this video here. All right, so here we are, Kala. Play some of this and we can analyze it. So family, this video is called "Why is White Supremacy Growing in the United States?"
Question: why is white supremacy growing in the United States? Let's get to the bottom line. This year started with a big bang, literally, when supporters of former President Donald Trump decided that they had to save America and stop the steal of last year's election. People from all over the country descended on the Capitol, and over time, it became clear that many of the rioters have ties to white nationalist and right-wing extremist groups. A couple of weeks later, Joe Biden became the first U.S. president in history to call out white supremacy as terrorism in an inauguration speech. That was historic. But what has his administration done since then to stem the tide of fear and hate that brings these groups together? What's the future of America's right-wing militias? The Boogaloo Boys, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the Three Percenters, and all the rest. And whether they're neo-fascist or they're neo-Nazi or they're anti-Muslim or anti-Jewish, KKK, neo-Confederate, or all of the above, is the network that makes up white nationalism in America getting stronger? Today, we're talking with Kathleen Belew, who teaches U.S. history at the University of Chicago and has written several books on the white power movement. Most recently, she co-edited A Field Guide to White Supremacy, which has just come out. And Wes Bellamy, former vice mayor of Charlottesville, Virginia, and co-chair of Our Black Party. He's the author of When White Supremacy Knocks, Fight Back: How White People Can Use Their Privilege and How Black People Can Use Their Power. Listen, it's so great to be with you. Kathleen, congratulations on the release of this edited volume in this book. It's very powerful essays. And let me just start with you and just ask the question, because I also know it comes packed with the issue of how we in the media should be looking at this question and defining white supremacists. What are you hoping to achieve with the release of this book? Where does white supremacy stand in this nation as you see it?
So this book is aimed at a particular problem, which is that most of our focus on racial violence treats only one part of a complex system of white supremacy. This book outlines the relationship between racial violence the ingrained legal systems that make it difficult to convict people of racial violence, and the remaining individual racist belief that still permeates our political mainstream. All of those are interrelated but distinct. So when we talk about white nationalism, that's a different thing than what we might think of as white power or white supremacy, but they're all part of the same social problem. And this book sets that out.
Well, you have a chapter in this book saying there are no lone wolves, the white power movement in war. And as you define white power, and as we had, because we do in the media, we do talk about lone wolves. What are we getting most wrong when people in my seat are trying to frame this discussion, trying to bridge to folks watching this to understand it? I'd just be interested in your insights and trying to kind of frame this for folks.
So, lone wolf is a category partially invented by the white power movement to direct our attention away from what it is, which is an organized social movement that brought together neo-Nazis, Klansmen, skinheads, militiamen, and others, beginning right after the Vietnam War and steadily building up to the present moment. This is the same thing we have been dealing with for decades, if not generations. And what we get when we think about this as a problem of lone wolves are stories about the Pittsburgh Tree of Life shooting as being about anti-Semitic violence, the Charleston shooting being about anti-Black violence, the El Paso shooting being about anti-Latino violence, Christchurch being about anti-Islamic violence. And certainly they are those things. But all of those acts were carried out by white power, ideologically driven gunmen who write the same language in their manifestos, who sometimes share social ties, and who are seeking to accomplish the same thing with their violence. When we connect those stories, we find that these coalitions can arise between these communities who have something in common, who might not have known that otherwise.
Wes Bellamy, you and I have spoken about this before. You were right there in Charlottesville. I mean, I want to remind people, and I hope you can share with them the emotion of that time. And this week, the civil trial for some of those involved with Unite the Right, this white nationalist and friends gathering in Charlottesville, the violence, the death that occurred. I'd just be interested. Charlottesville was the epicenter was one of the epicenters, but it really mattered in terms of a discussion of race and justice and inequality and history in this country. And I'd just love for our audience to understand from you. You were vice mayor. What went on then? And I'm just going to ask you bluntly, have we accomplished much since then?
Well, one, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to join you all. And I think there's a couple of things in which we have to keep in mind. America is rooted in white supremacy. There's a lot of us that like to pretend as if that is not the case. We like to pretend as if we're this grandiose country that doesn't have these fundamental values. But that's just the fact of the matter. And my grandmother would always say, you can't get to the truth of something if you're not willing to face the truth. And the truth is that our country is founded and based off of one group of people believing that they are superior to other groups of persons. And because of that, you see the manifestation of a wide variety of ideologies permeating throughout our country, substantially speaking to people trying to maintain power. So once we understand and tell the truth about that, then we can move forward. Our country has made some strides. However, we still have a long way to go. As you saw in Charlottesville, people being very articulate and very distinct and blunt with their belief that they were coming back to take what was theirs. I was the only Black person on the council at the time, and because many of them believed that I was leading this effort to remove Confederate statues and changing the fabric of what they believed to be one of the true American cities, the home of Thomas Jefferson, they wanted to come and take back what was theirs. Subsequently, since then, we've seen white people across the country truly come to face and understand that we have a lot of work to do. I hope that white people are now starting to understand the plight of Black people and people of color and other marginalized groups. When we say that these racist things, both overt and covertly, have been happening, now there's a belief and a push to believe in such. But now what we have to do is do exactly what you're doing, and as you just described as well as Ms. Kathleen, we need white people and our allies and accomplices to use their privilege and speak out about these things. And then people of color have to use our power to say that we're going to not shut up. We're not going to be quiet. We're going to use our voice, and we're going to rally with those who want to fight with us to bring forth a more equitable, not speaking specifically about equality, but from a more equitable perspective to our country, our states, our localities, and so forth.
Thank you for that. So powerful. Let me just ask you both, and Kathleen, I'll lead with you. I'm sort of interested in what models are out there, if there are any, to go to Wes's point that given the founding of this country, given where we're at, a lot of folks see a change in the framing of this country, a change in the basic understanding, or even education and history about this? I have to tell you, I did not know about the Tulsa 1921 really genocide in Tulsa, Oklahoma, even though my parents were from that area. And so we kind of look at that, and there's sort of historical realization that we have to come in, that I'm just wondering, how can we, with people who felt they weren't there, that wasn't them, why are we talking about something about the legacy and founding of this country? How can we actually get models where there is what Wes talked about, understanding, appreciation of what does matter, but yet people can still work together and move forward? Kathleen, do you have insights on that?
Absolutely. I think, the United States is not unique in its history of racial inequality and racial violence. Many nations have struggled with these problems. But the United States is quite unique in how little we have done by way of public conversation and truth and reconciliation with that history. We've had no national TRC process. We've had very little in the way of museum building and memorialization. And one thing that folks might want to remember is that when we think about the radical promise of the United States, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, that was never meant for all of us. That was laid out for white, property-owning, free men at the beginning. And only through coalition building, organization, and working together have people come together to demand the extension of that promise to more and more groups of women. First to non-property owning white men, then to people of color, then to women. This is a gradual process. It has not happened through magnanimity. It's happened because people have come together and organized for their own inclusion in that project. And they can do that again.
Wes, what are your thoughts on that? Yeah, please.
Yeah, so I think that there are specific examples across the country in which we've seen municipalities be able to move the needle forward. Specifically, when we think about what's transpired in Charlottesville, when I was on council, I wrote something called the Equity Package, which was nearly $4.5 million in resources provided to underserved communities. When you look at places like Evanston, Illinois, in which they have their reparations bill, you hear places like Asheville, North Carolina, talking about moving forward with the quote-unquote reparations package and things of that nature. We have to look at those specific models on the local level. When you have very targeted, specific budget allocations and resource reallocations to disadvantaged groups and folks who have had to wear the brunt of the malice of specifically white people and people who have led this country for so long, then that's how we move the needle forward. But in addition to that, when we develop something like Our Black Party, which isn't quote unquote a third party, it's essentially a platform to help Black folk understand that there's nothing wrong with us centering ourselves in the political landscape, just as you see the Jewish folks doing, the Irish folks doing, the Latino community doing. White people and people as a whole need to support these efforts. The mobilization of marginalized groups in order to bring forth tangible outcomes and things that we're looking for from a policy side as well as a budgetary side is what's needed in the immediate. Furthermore, when you hear Black folk or when you hear the Latino community or you hear marginalized groups speaking about their experience, we need white people to be willing to listen to them first and foremost, and then use their privilege to bring forth tangible solutions. We can't do this alone. It's going to take all of us to be able to work together, and we are doing so. So let's not just believe that nothing has transpired and that there's nothing that's happened, because nothing in this community or this country will change with that mindset. We have examples. Obviously, there's more work to be done, and I believe that we're going to do it. So let's keep getting to work.
Well, thank you. Well, Kathleen, I guess my question is, this is the United States of America. How can these groups thrive?
Airline travel these days can be.
So part of the reason that we have struggled so much to face down the white power movement, and here again, I'm talking about specifically organized, overt racist violence against the state and against people on the ground, that is partly because of lack of resources, lack of understanding at the surveillance community level, lack of legislative instruments, lack of appropriate jury instruction, and this narrative of the lone wolf that gets repeated in the media that has not directed public attention at this problem. I think that the grain of hope here is that since Charlottesville, a lot of people have been paying attention, and that's exactly what this movement does not want. So although we see this movement dramatically increasing in size and in its reach into the mainstream, as we came to grips with on January 6th, I hope, we also see a turn towards solving the problem. And I think that this is happening across many levels of our society, ranging from the amazing grassroots work and local political work that Wes was just talking about, up to things like the DHS and the FBI directing surveillance resources towards this problem, which this has never happened before in the long history of this movement. So there are reasons to be optimistic. I think that the thing that people have to understand is that this is bigger than simply a problem of individual belief systems. We might think of white supremacy as a fence, and racial violence and white power activism is one plank in the fence. And individual racism was involved in the construction of the fence, and people still come along repairing the fence and propping up the fence. But this fence is here now, and we could think of incarceration rates, maternal health outcomes are disparate by race, wealth acquisition is disparate by race, property ownership, all of these are planks in the fence. If we walk away from the fence, if nobody else is still constructing it, that fence is still standing. That's not enough. We have to take the fence down. That's a step beyond simply not believing in white supremacy anymore. People have to take action if they'd like to confront this problem. And there's no way to deal with something like attacks waged by white power activists without looking at this whole system. And I just add that in Greensboro, North Carolina, which is one great example of a local community taking on a TRC process, a Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
Right.
The reason that there was an issue there that was so big that the local community was impacted for generations has to do with not only the racial shooting that happened there, the racist shooting that happened, but the failure of our legal system multiple times to bring those people to justice. And that's because of white supremacy writ into those other systems.
Wes, you know, one of the worries that some people feel, they have this notion of white replacement theory, that if you're going to diversify things, you know, it's a zero-sum game between races. Now, I got to tell you, I've interviewed CEOs all around this country, all of whom that I've talked to are trying to basically say we need to commit to education of Black and brown communities. We need them in our corporate leadership. We need them on our board, and we need them working in our company, and we need to broaden the aperture and bring those folks in. And I have to tell you, none of them talk about it in this white replacement theory way, but people have this fear. When you go into a community, you go in to talk to them about how we get this right. How do you bring them along so that they understand that at the end of the day, we're going to be a much healthier nation with real diversity, and it's going to be everyone wins? How do you do that?
Well, initially, it's a perspective and thought that you go into this understanding that this is quote unquote a marathon. This is not a sprint. You don't change a perspective of individuals, nor do you get people to truly understand this in just a day or a week or even a couple of months for that matter. This is something that requires a great deal of patience. I truly believe that we have to be patient with people, but impatient with progress, and consistent in regards to how we continuously and consistently try to move the needle forward day by day. Some folks are going to get it faster than others, and that's okay. We just have to be consistent in the manners in which we continue to push. Showing tangible examples of how even on a local level, whether it be your school systems, whether that be with health disparities, whether that be with economic disparities, housing disparities, and so forth, how laws have benefited one particular group of persons and how they've essentially banished and derived and derailed other groups of people with tangible examples, that helps people. But again, I think within all of this, we have to be willing to use one of two things. People who are, quote unquote, in positions of power, i.e. more times than not white people, they have to be willing to use that power to bring forth tangible change. And those who are marginalized, use their privilege to bring forth tangible change. And those who are marginalized have to understand that we still have a level of power. When you look at local elections, statewide elections, federal elections for that matter, it's important for us to pay attention, elect the right people, bring forth policy and tangible policy examples with our demands, and then see to it that they're sought through. When you're educating people on how to do those things, again, it takes time. I talk about that in my book, When White Supremacy Knocks, that this is a marathon, as I alluded to. And because this is going to take so long, we need people who are willing to get in shape and do the work. And
yes, my good brother, College Genesis, they said a mouth and mouthful. It's kind of a little bit different analysis from what you explained. So just wanted to share that so we can have a great conversation, or you can just explain the different points on what you got from the video. You see, the white lady wasn't playing around, man. She was articulate, she was sharp, she was on it, and then they got a brother that's has his Black Panther shirt on. So I thought that was very interesting. Great dialogue.
Yeah, the only thing is, it's the same thing. We start off talking about white supremacy groups, right? And then they talk about social justice, social justice, right? What they don't tell you that is that a lot of Black people, right, we have a sense of agency, right? What agency means is that, okay, I have my belief system, right? I don't believe in I don't believe that two men, a law saying that defines a man as a woman, as a man's a man, a woman's a woman, and a marriage between a man and a woman is discrimination, right? What these people are basically doing is broaden the intent. And we talk about these other groups, right? She said marginalized groups, right? Other marginalized groups came here voluntarily, okay? How are they marginalized, right? They came here voluntarily. So that what they're doing, so basically what they're saying is that we're going to get all these groups together, right? And we're going to gang up on the white male. The white male. And say, Colin, you said, no, I'm just saying this is what you sound like, right? You're saying property owning white men's the thing. You're going by life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, right? They said that was for property owning white men. Okay, that's what America's promise was, right? That was 200 something years ago, right? Does that apply to us today? Are you going by what somebody wrote 200 years ago as what you basing your life on? Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, right? Are you pursuing liberty? Are you happy, right? And when you look at our community, we're not happy. Do you have liberty like you say you have? Do we have life? Do we have all these things you talk about? And so therefore what they're doing is they're conflating the two. They say white supremacy. America is a white country. Okay? The white males, right? And white females are literally a partnership. And I resent the fact that when people make it seem like, oh, it's just white males, and white females have been the biggest beneficiaries of the system. Think about it. When the Revolutionary War was fought, 100,000 people died, right? There was 60,000 people died in the Revolutionary War, right? How many white women died? Very little. In the Civil War, right, the war between the states, 600,000 men died, right? Graves at Arlington, everything like that. How many white females are in there? None. So white women basically benefited, right, from the blood sacrifice. How many people died in World War I, World War II? How many people died basically in the expansion out west, right? Women died, none. So basically, if you keep saying that America is a white country, America is about white males and everything, but every time a white male wins, right? Who is the person that's going to inherit that, right? The plantation system. You have black men slaving on plantation, right? Where were the white women? They were basically coddled. Some of them owned slaves themselves. So this idea that, it's all about women's group. Who benefit? All movement right here is these so-called allies, right? They're out for themselves. White women are making a beeline for the white male power. So this is what you have right now in America, right? Well, that's why so many white women supported Hillary Clinton. Some went against her, and a lot of them support her, right? Why? Because they feel that it's their time to have power. You listen to them talk. Why do you want Hillary? It's time for us girls to run things. Okay, really? So it's your time to run things. But how many women have put boots on the ground on the battlefield? How many women have basically done all that? So why do women get to benefit from this thing? If you really look at it, right? Look how many black men died in the Civil War, Revolutionary War, World War I, World War II, and everything like that. We're the ones that were basically didn't benefit whatsoever from the blood that we sacrificed for this country. So therefore, they're not talking about that aspect. And then they talk about other marginalized groups. Other marginalized groups weren't chattel slavery in America. Other marginalized groups were not were not sent to war. How many black men died in World War II? How many died on the battles of San Juan Hill? You know, how many black men died in the Pacific Theater? So therefore, why do you want to equate black people, right? And also, the biggest thing people don't want to take away from this, right, is this: black people have never asked to be brought here. We never asked for any of this. We didn't ask to come to America, and we didn't ask to be Americans. So our situation is different from everybody else. We were brought over here in captivity. Everybody else, the people that come over here, you're on your own. The black race was not brought to the Western Hemisphere voluntarily. We did not ask to come to America. We did not ask to be Americans. So the idea that we're just going to fix America and all stuff like this, you know, America is America what it is. It's a white majority country. Whatever benefits we achieved in America, instead of basically this guy saying Black America achieved a whole lot compared to what this country was set up for. I believe America was set up just to be for the people who are majority, corporations, well, white people in power. White people get most of their wealth, how? Inheritance. Money is passed down from generation to generation. Those are the things that black people need. Like, why not we're not doing that, right? Why is every generation of black people starting over? Because we're not building families. We're not paying off houses. We're not passing down businesses. We're not passing down wealth. We don't have trust funds. We don't have life insurance. All stuff like that we can do. That's if you talk about equality. Now, the question was white supremacy groups. Now, all of what I just said has nothing to do with the rise in white supremacy groups. See, what they did was they used white supremacy groups to scare you. And they start talking about all this other stuff that can't be fixed by white allies and white people being sympathetic. That's the stuff that black people have to fix among themselves. So that's what I want to land with.
Yes, sir. College Genesis, as usual, brother. Appreciate you breaking down the Afrikstan analysis. That was a very deep video that, you know, based on who's watching it, you can get something different from it. But I appreciate you just, working out the confusion in those videos, because you saw this white lady, she was so pro on what she was saying, and you know what I'm saying, she's pushing her agenda and everything. But then now I got IC3 Black, a person
Greetings.
who really believe that that racism and white supremacy is one of our vital issues and problems. So brother IC3 Black, if you can just explain to Kala why basically racism and white supremacy is really a problem.
Yeah, well, I came on. I came on, then I went away, then I came on again, and then Carla was speaking, and then I saw the clip where the white woman was speaking. So I was going to rewind and then play it fast forward so that I could find out what she was saying. So I thought, no, what I'll do, I'll just ask Carla to give me a quick summary.
Why don't you do that?
She was saying.
We'll play some more videos so you can have understanding what we're talking about.
Yeah, okay. I want to hear you. So what was the angle of that white woman? What was her confession? I didn't get a chance.
She was just talking about honestly racism and white supremacy, how deep the system is, and she was talking about the history of it and different problems and challenges that needs to be addressed. And
right.
And she's basically
she's telling the truth. Are you telling me that she was actually telling the truth, exposing it?
No, what she's trying to do is this. If you really want to look at it, right, racism and white supremacy is not just a right-wing thing. It's also the left wing too.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? But she doesn't do that, right?
That's why I knew there's always an angle. Whenever you see a white person do that, there's always an angle. You got to watch out what the angle is.
Anti-Trump, vote for Joe Biden video, you know?
Right. That's what she's doing. Okay.
We're supposed to be stupid enough to sit back and be like, oh yes, race and white supremacy. Let's go vote for Joe Biden. Vote for these liberals that's destroying this country. Black people saying that the borders are open, all this crime, everything, and we're saying that's what this is all about. You got criminals running the streets and whatnot. We got prosecutors who don't want to prosecute crime in America because they say the criminal justice system is racist, right? That's a threat right now in America, right? You got prosecutors who basically like Kim Foxx in Chicago, Alvin Bragg in New York, who said, I'm not going to prosecute people. So you got people getting robbed, beaten in New York, and whatnot. Uber drivers getting accosted, stuck up and everything like that. But that's what it is because They say there's too many black people in the criminal justice system. I don't give a damn. Build more prisons. You know, they don't care about the average black person. You know, so you can't walk the streets at night. You can't do anything like that because they have an agenda, right? The agenda is to make this country so ungovernable and lawless, right? That and then you can't defend yourself, right? Because these same people believe in gun control.
Right.
So if you
right.
look, I can walk out the street because I'm gonna get robbed and everything. I'm gonna carry a gun and whatnot, they'll lock you up. There was remember a couple of years ago, there was a Dominican guy, right, who basically stabbed the guy who was beating him at a shop in New York City. And the first thing Alvin Bragg did, they arrested the guy, they charged him with murder, and then after the public outcry, they let the guy out. You know, he was defending himself, right? And the guy was going to kill him, and he stabbed him, and also so this is what you have, right? These people are using all these things, racism, white supremacy, right, to basically deconstruct a law and order, right, to redefine gender. They say things like toxic masculinity and all stuff like that. They want to do all stuff like that. They have a hidden agenda behind all this stuff.
All of it, that's right.
All the stuff.
What is that hidden agenda, do you think?
The hidden agenda is basically these people believe in a new world order globalist agenda. That means that countries.
I agree.
Also, when black people, a lot of black people, and I hate to say it's my black immigrant friend, a lot of my black immigrants people love this, right? They're like, yeah, we should be borderless because instead of saying, look, let's build Africa, right?
They start running to the West. Yeah,
running to the West. So when they want to stay forever, they don't want to build anything.
Oh, man.
They don't care that their country is being robbed by stuff like this and everything.
Yeah.
So they don't care. As long as they get that green card, whatever like that, they're good. So what I'm saying, from my standpoint of view, and I'm saying that, okay, if you believe in white supremacy and stuff like this, right? Wouldn't it be the best thing to do is to build a continent up and make it? Of course. They don't care about that. They don't care about it. All they care about is running to the West. And so these white supremacy groups, neo-Nazi groups, are just a constant reminder, right? Right now, you got people in London is mostly Muslim. You know, it's not English. You know, it's not like that in Scotland and Wales and everything. But London is completely Muslim. It's like you would think you was in Bangladesh, or you would think you was in Pakistan. You know, you got Muslims basically saying like this. So you got people that basically transplanted a whole entire culture. And so this is what leads to ethnic conflict, right? You got going to countries like white countries like Sweden or whatnot, tearing down Christian statues and raising an Islamic flag. It's an invasion, you know? And so I'm saying to myself, in the New World Order, people, and Europe has no choice. Europe's population conundrum, right, is they need these people. They don't care if like another 30 years Muslim becomes a people of color, everything. They just need the numbers, you know?
To do the work, to run the place, the service, low-paid workers.
People on the bottom, like countries like Finland and Sweden and everything, you got these Muslims coming in. They thought these people would assimilate into their culture, but they're not.
Yeah.
They're not. They thought that the Syrians and you got people in Hungary, you know, and had to throw these people out because these people are coming there. And I saw a video where these Muslim guys were talking to like 12 and 13-year-old girls. They say, hey, we don't do that over here. We're not. They're like, oh, she's a beautiful woman. We don't do that in our culture. And the multicultural is saying, well, that's how they do in their culture. A girl's 13, she's a woman, or she has a period, you know?
Yeah, that's right.
And so all this stuff like this New World Order stuff. And what I'm going to land with this is the neo-Nazis and the fascists and all these other people, right, are a constant reminder that there's some white guys out there that's going to fight back, you know?
That's right.
That's what that's all about, you know? And I'm saying to myself,
they're tooled up at home. They got the guns under the bed or in their locker at home.
So I'm saying that's not my fight. My desire is not to get with your daughter. My desire is not to mix with you and everything like this. So that's not my fight, you know? I'm trying to build myself, my community up and everything like that. What can I do, you know? So trying to change America, getting with white allies and everything like that, you know? Because when you get with white allies, guess what's going to happen? You know, they're going to tell you, well, we got to protect all our marginalized brothers and sisters. Who are they? Oh, a man that decides, a 36-year-old man decides he wants to be a 20-year-old girl.
That's right. That's right.
And that's what you have right now, you know?
So what do you think of this then? Yeah, because the model you painted out there is right. So what would be interesting is to see how you see the solution. I understand your overall view of the solution is actually to build up Africa and black people, but then we get into the discussion of what is the most effective way, because we've got limited resources and we've got limited time. So what is the most effective way to counter these two forms of white supremacy? One is the liberal form of white supremacy, and then there's the hardcore white nationalists. Right? We can't trust either one of them. Either one of them is going to mess us up. So what's the way forward? You see, what's the way to deal with that double edge?
The way forward is that people have to recognize, right, that until the black race, right, gets serious like other races do and build themselves up and everything, where they're completely self-sufficient, everything, nothing's going to happen. As long as basically we're tethered to the West and all stuff like this, black people on the whole in America and in Africa have bought the left wing's ideology of this one world utopia and stuff like this. Asia has not done that, you know? The Chinese, like I've been a Chinese for 5,000 years. Well, I'm always going to be Chinese 5,000 years from now.
Yes, right.
China is what it is. Same thing in Japan, all these countries. They basically like didn't buy into all this nonsense. Only the black race had bought into this idea of color blindness and everything like that. Then when white people aren't stupid, right? They're like, yo, look, I'm white. This is white and everything. I'm proud of being white and everything like that. We have a problem with that. You know, we really have a problem with that. Why? Because that gets in our comfort zone. For example, like I remember watching Charles Barkley talking to Richard Spencer, right? And he's sitting there having a conversation, and Charles Barkley was basically depressed. He said, "Yeah, I see what you're saying, but if you have your way, then I'm." But Charles Barkley's problem is he's a grown man, and he still chases like 20-something-year-old white girls. You know, and same thing with Shaquille O'Neal. So the people that the black men that want an interracial marriage and all stuff like this and everything, of course, they're basically, when they see these white supremacy groups and everything, they feel sort of way. I don't feel anything with them. So long as they're not shooting guns at me, whatever like that, so long as they're not threatening my people, I can care less what they think. Because I know deep down inside, 99% of white men really feel like that. I know that from being around. You know, they all think like that. I don't care what they say. The bottom line is this. Even when Barack Obama was elected, they know Barack Obama is going to do their bidding. When they see their first, they see their favorite basketball player, right? It's like he owns them, right? Get on that field, run down the court, and run down the field and carry that thing. They have complete ownership over everything because they're the masters of this civilization in this world society. You know. So even if you put on their uniform, even if you in their circles, or even when they give you the Oscar award and everything, it's always something to their benefit.
Exactly, because it's their world. It's their world structure. Their
world.
system.
So all you're doing is strengthening their world. When
That's
you
right.
basically say, when Chris Rock gets up there and say, Oscar's so white, whatnot, and I was wondering why white people weren't upset over that. They're like, okay, yeah, you know, we got to change. We got to change people of color. All you're doing is giving the Oscars more legitimacy.
Exactly. That's right. That's right.
You know, you're giving them more legitimacy, you know?
Yeah.
You know, and they say people talk about race and white supremacy. How are you going to talk about that? But you can't get Negroes off that red carpet to go to the Grammys. You go to their institutions. You go everything. You always seeking their validation, everything you do.
Yes.
And we participate in white supremacy, you know, while we say we're fighting it.
Okay, so tell me I've got these 2 points. But I'll be very interested to hear your view, because I'm clashing on these 2 points. I want to see if you would agree with me on my side, or if you agree with them. These are some black people have said this. So here's the point number one. I heard that basically Russia, America, and China, basically they're trying to bring together. So there's some disagreement going on. Russia's fighting, NATO and so on. But all this confusion, what's behind it is that there's going to be kind of a new, they're trying to set up a new Berlin conference. So basically, you know, when they were carving up Africa with the Berlin conference, the new version is a economic version. So basically, they want to entrap Africa by saying, so the West, Russia, and Asia want to come together to carve up Africa amongst themselves in order to stop Africa by saying, okay, we're going to make a coalition with the Americans because the Americans are doing us better, or we're going to work with the Russians because the Russians are doing. Basically, they want to remove the ability for Africa to team up with any one of those groups. So basically, It's the Berlin Conference all over again, but an updated version. Does that make sense to what I'm saying? And do you agree with that?
Here's what I'll say about that, right? Historically, and I've studied this very, very carefully, right? The United States really directly, everything America does in Africa is through multilateral means. You know, in other words, basically, the British just sends a telegraph through the bird pigeon to the White House and say, this is what's going on in Africa, back us up. Okay. You know, because why? Because who bankrolled European expansion in Africa? Wall Street. Who bankrolled the expansion into Saigon, Southeast Asia, and everything like that? Wall Street banks, you know?
Yeah.
So therefore, America has never really had any bilateral relationship with the African continent. It's basically what Europeans says, right? And over the years, it's becoming the face of it has become very, very liberal, right? So in other words, this is what I'm saying. Africa, the American policy in Africa has been about education, population control. You know, that was the main thing. Population control. You know, civility, and all these benchmarks and democracy. In other words, basically, when you see an election, right, that's all America needs to see is that you had an election.
That's right. Democracy.
If it was rigged or whatever like that. So long as there was an election and America could say, we have a democratic thing. It doesn't have how corrupt it is. That's why when Jerry Rawlings overthrew a democratically elected government in Ghana, right, America was like, whoa, what's going on here? You know, he said the government was corrupt. America was supporting a corrupt regime, you know? And so therefore, how did America justify its support of Mobutu Sese Seko, right? They had elections, but all the political parties were versions of Mobutu, you know?
Yes, yeah.
Therefore, as long as you have elections...
I'm listening, just going to the toilet. I'm listening, yeah.
America, as long as America can say, I'm supporting democratic thing, that's all America cares about. They don't care about the nuances or whatever like that. That's what they care about. And also, as long as they're Western allies, and they would say, Belgium's a piece of shit country, right? Our Belgian allies. Belgium's a country that doesn't even have a language. It has Dutch and French as its language, you know, as a derelict country. But America, that's our ally, Belgium and the Congo and all stuff like this. So therefore, what I'm saying is America does not have any direct interest in the continent of Africa at all, you know? We think we do. This is why America's aid to Africa is lower than any other region in the world. America does not have anything. Everything America does in Africa is secondhand. Right now, because Macron and Biden are good friends, Macron's a leftist, Biden's a leftist, right? They're both pushing the LGBTQ agenda. They both are open borders and free trade and all this kind of stuff like this, right? They're against protectionism and they want the status quo and everything. America is backing France. And then they have the Congressional Black Caucus up there, Congressman Meeks, talk about we need to restore Bashir as president of Niger because he was democratically elected. And Bomani, with that, I want you to play a video I just sent you.
All right, excellent. Playing it right now.
The one I'm gonna play. I'm gonna send to you right again.
The one about Florida.
No, not that one. That's later. That's later. That's play it later. I just sent you the one again. It's about Niger. And he asked about America's thing. America, basically, all America sees is a democracy, and we're going to show you the hypocrisy of democracy in many developing countries. You don't have
Russia. Are Russia a genuine counter force to America, or do you think that the same people
I don't think
are
it's
indirectly controlling Russia?
It's an alternative. If Russia basically says that the French tries to invade or the country invade, we're going to like that. That could be a game changer, right? It does not mean that the Africans will, but they'll at least have an ally. You know, they'll have something other than just the French, and because of that, right? A lot of these ECOWAS countries are backing off. You know, so that's what that did. You know, saying, look, man, we got to deal with the Wagner Group or the Russians or whatever like that. If we invade Niger, when it's going to be bloodshed and everything.
They killed the leader. They killed the leader of the Wagner.
Yeah, but it's still, no, it doesn't matter. They're still going to go in there. You know, it doesn't matter. You know, it's Putin's policy to basically, because why? Because France, if you look at what's going on in Ukraine, it was France, the United States, when the Biden administration thing that caused so much corruption in Ukraine, right? That destabilized Ukraine, right? Which led to the Russian invasion. You know, a lot of for Burisma and stuff like that. There's stable. You cannot have an unstable country on your borders. And also, Russia accused Ukraine of being a staging ground for neo-Nazi groups in the world. And Ukraine is a world headquarters, and the president is a neo-Nazi, you know? And he's a neo-Nazi people. And not only that, Ukraine is still buying Russian gas and oil. That's tax dollars. So this is what you have right now. It's all hypocrisy. And so what I'm saying is this country, Niger, is saying, we're ready for war. They got people, while Ukraine was fleeing, right? They were getting on trains and everything like that. Their recruiters were coming around. They were running. These people in Niger are signing up left and right to defend their country.
Yeah, I know. I noticed.
So the bottom line is this. So if like I said, I don't know if I'll see this in my life. If Niger wins, right, it's going to be hell to pay geopolitically. That means France lost West Africa. Yeah, France loses West Africa, right?
Oh my, yeah, and it's like France can't afford that. I mean, that France is finished, because then if France loses, everybody else will start saying, "Oh no, if they're free from France, they're going to start saying we want to be free from America, free from Britain, free from
Unlike other countries in the world, right, where they diversified, the United States basically produces its own gas, was self-sufficient under the Trump administration with gas. Well, America does not need. I mean, America is a country, $24 trillion. It doesn't really need Africa and everything like that. America actually has an African Growth and Opportunities Act where you can export goods to America duty free. So America is not really. All America does is it has these points. Like Obama basically believed in the UK should stay in the European Union, right? And so therefore it did a favor to the UK by extending sanctions on Zimbabwe, and they still Boris Johnson still withdrew from the European Union, and so therefore America has this thing where they believe in the European Union, they believe in these quasi-democratic states. America believe in human rights, which now the face of human rights is the LGBTQ movement and everything.
Yeah.
America's a real mess, but America, as far as like its energy and everything like that, it's taken care of. But as foreign policy, right, in America is really nascent. You know, as far as Africa, so it's very nascent. The only thing Africa has to really do is show that it is committed to democracy. It doesn't matter how corrupt that democratic government is. It doesn't matter if the government doesn't work and everything. All you have to do is produce elections, and America will stay out of your affairs.
That's right. That's their God. That's the name of God.
Yeah, that's all America cares about is this thing called democracy, you know? And America itself is not a democracy.
Yeah.
It's a plutocracy, and it's a constitutional republic, right?
Yeah.
You know, what the thing is, what they do is they get the majority of people right in line, right?
That's right.
Participate in an electoral process that legitimizes a power structure that's entrenched, called a deep state.
100%.
So America, so we keep saying we got democracy. America is not a democracy. America is an oligarchy and a plutocracy. You know, with the elections legitimizes that, right? Why?
Yeah.
Because they give you all the talking points to talk about every election cycle. You know, nothing that really means that's going to change anything, right? You're never going to see politicians, Democrat, Republican, go against some of the main core things. You know.
Okay, I got a second question to ask you, but I don't know if you want to play the video first.
Right,
What do you want to do? The video first?
Let me play the video real quick. It's only 1 minute.
Yeah, okay.
This is why the West and African governors of imperialism This is why the West and African governors of imperialism are eager to restore.
All right, this video seems to have no audio.
I can hear it. I can hear it.
I can hear it.
This is why the West and African governors of imperialism are eager to restore Niger's ousted President Bazoum to power. They claim to support democracy, but in reality, they fear losing their lucrative deals in the region like in Mali. For instance, Senegal's President Macky Sall was forced to back down for running again for a third term after public protest, but he made sure to eliminate his main rival, Ousmane Sonko, from the race. Now we can choose a successor who will safeguard the West, but mainly French interest in the region. A similar scenario happened in Niger, where the former president, Mahamadou Issoufou, removed his opponents from the race and then appointed Bazoum as his successor. Listen, the coup in Niger is not a threat to democracy, but to imperialist agenda of the West and its African governors in the region.
Wait, Nini?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, so here's the question. I'll see if I can frame it. So I don't know if you've heard of Robin Walker. Robin Walker's a famous black historian, and there was a reparations conference this week, and I was there. And just before the conference, Robin Walker and I we went for something to eat and to discuss the cutting edge of things, and we disagreed on something. So I'd like to present that disagreement to you and see what side you stand on. So basically, the short version is, I said to Robin Walker that the solution is we have to unite Black Africa, the Black African diaspora, and the mixed Black diaspora through economics, and that requires the establishment of a central bank, an international black bank, a central bank, not a partner, not a community. Yeah, so an entity has to be created, like the World Bank, but a Black World Bank, and then that would enable Black people, Black Africa, to unite without clashing over tribe and race and all these also tribe and clan and all these kind of things. So the Black people, yeah, I think you got that point. So that's the solution is central bank. And then he said no, he disagrees. He says the solution is to use all the banks. There's no need for a Black central bank, he said. No need. We must use the banking system that's already in place throughout the world, because he says it's possible. So he's basically saying that the market and the banking system have no racial bias. So because you can do business internationally with people through the blockchain and so on, you don't. It doesn't matter whether the person's Black or white, because you can't tell who you're doing business with from a racial perspective. Therefore, all it requires is black people to get organized, and they can hide their transactions. Nobody will know that it's black people, and we can use the current banking system. So that's where we clashed. So I'm up against him on that now over the coming few months to see who's going to win. Did you see the two sides?
Yeah, the bottom line is this, first of all, banks are chartered by a republic, a nation state. You don't have just a bank. Now, blockchain, stuff like that are non-nation state specific and stuff like that and everything. So
yeah,
what he's saying is somebody's going to pay out reparations to blockchains and I'm just like, when we start talking about these issues, right, it just gets so far-fetched, because I know for a fact that the matter is that white people, Europeans, and Americans, like that, are never going to give black people anything. That's just my personal opinion, right? And then if you do that, right, it'll be something like the World Bank or the IMF, where the money sits in their banks, right? Sits in their banks, and they'll basically fund it through your banks, right? And your bank has to pay that back, or it still has to be underwritten and stuff like that. And a lot of black people, businesses and everything. Now, if you talk about reparations as in economic development, or you talk about reparations as in giving individuals cash payments?
Economic development. I don't see. So that's why I say a black central bank. So the construction of a black nation, or basically like what you're doing, the BAIO, what you're doing, you have to construct an international entity, Black African entity, to receive, or I say, when I say reparations, I'm not using the word like the normal most people use it. I'm using reparations has to be extracted. Yeah, it's not going to be given, right? You have to have the power and the leverage to serve yourself justice, to serve black people. Black African people have to serve themselves reparations, serve themselves justice through power, through the extraction of what they see is necessary.
Well, how about this? Wouldn't it be the first thing to do is the fact that, like Jughead always says, he says Nigeria is just a country propped up by Shell and BP gas and all that stuff like this. Wouldn't the first thing to do would be to nationalize all these industries that France, or just recently there was a billionaire in France who got convicted, I think he's convicted, whatever, that basically had a logistics company, right? Corporation, right? Billionaire, right? And basically he controlled most of the ports in West Africa, railways, airport, trips like that, logistics,
That's right. That's right.
He had no big contracts and stuff like this, right? Wouldn't be the first thing to do because when you talk about reparations, as you said, right, force, you're actually talking about war.
Exactly.
And
that's right.
And stuff like that is an first stage of act of war. Embargoes, sanctions, and stuff like that on war. Not
exactly.
Now the country of Niger took the first steps, right? They're telling the French to get the hell out. French don't want to leave. They're telling the French to get out. Mali getting told Americans they got a week to get out of the country.
Yeah.
Those are the first steps. What I see is somebody taking somebody seriously, that they really want to take their country back, right?
Yeah.
And like, we're going to take the gold mines back. We're going to take all the stuff back and everything like this, right?
Yeah.
Then if you bring France and all these countries in need, you're not going to really affect the United States. That's not going to happen. America doesn't have any interest in Africa like that, right? But you could go to France and be like this. You guys do the franc, what's it called? The French monetary zone and everything like that. French has the second largest gold reserves in the world, right? France monetizes West Africa's cocoa, right? All these things like that, and also France has most of its money comes from West Africa, the African continent. France basically controls the oil of Gabon, you know, and so therefore, if you say, look, you're going to lose everything, right? If you don't start paying so many $1 billion a year back to us through this so-called central bank and everything, but that has to be the first step, you know. And whether African countries have the strength to do that, I think most African countries is focusing on their own individuals. Like right now, Niger has a legitimate thing. This is our country. These are borders. We want you out. That's legitimate, right?
Right.
Mali says these are our brothers. We're going to protect that. That's legitimate, right?
Right. Right.
Or like,
and you know reparations are going to come after that, because once they say, right, now we have ourselves, now we have control of ourselves, now we're sovereign, right, now we're going to deal with, we're going to serve justice. You know, that's the second thing after that. If Niger gets free, yes, you know what they're going to do. The second move is that, right, now we want to get payback.
Yeah, we're going to say this is what we want back. Whatever like that. If you want these uranium mines back.
Exactly. Yeah. So it always comes back to reparations.
Yeah.
You know, first of all, you got to get hold of yourself. Then then the next move is serve yourself justice.
Yeah. You could say, hey, look, we want this amount of money back in reparations for the years where France came. We played a video.
Of course, they're going to do that.
Into West Africa and kill like a few people. And then
exactly.
We played the video last was it Tuesday night, Bomani? Tuesday night was really horrible, you know, and they've never gotten justice for that. You know, France went in there, sent the worst of the worst in there and just slaughtered people. They said there was so much carnage that even French soldiers were embarrassed. You know, they just went there and slaughtered that beautiful land, the Sahel. You know,
yes, we're talking about the conquest of the French and
French, you know,
Indian lady. One say her name is Paukisha was doing a presentation on that. So that was a nice breakdown, and you know, France is that's all they got, man. All they got left. I mean, they have almost nothing really in the Caribbean islands anymore, or in South America. They may have 1 or 2 countries. That's about it. So
yeah. So when I say
these people are not gonna give up, but let me make sure. I have a question I want to post on here for you and Kala, and also just want to share this. I appreciate you, Tay Brown, showing us some love. And let me just read this is your comment right here. Kala, when you get yourself up from behind the computer screen in Virginia, go to Compton or any other black neighborhood and tell them how degenerate they are. I promise I'll move to Africa.
Well, I mean, my whole thing is, hey, look, when you got Compton, you got the Mexican. You don't have to tell them that. You got the Mexicans are moving to black people out of Compton, you know, and Inglewood, when that's all Mexicans now, you know. Compton was once a nice suburb, right? They turned that suburb into a killing field. You look at the black homes in the late 60s and 70s in Compton, it looked like Virginia Beach, you know, people had nice homes and everything. And then what happened was in 1984, they said there was someone got killed, right, in a house, right? Somebody went in the house, shot, right? And they waited days for the police to make an arrest and everything, and nothing happened. That was deliberately done. And so people were like, man, there was no relative. Black people started off in every situation in America as law-abiding, good people. And then people were like, wait a minute here. There were people coming into our community from other parts of America, settling here, and they're shooting people, they're robbing people, they're doing all stuff. So what happened was people started forming themselves. Even those gangs were already there in LA and South Central, right? But then they start coming out to Compton and start setting up their own Crip and Blood sets and everything for protection. And the violence starts spiraling out of control. Because once you kill somebody, right, then guess what? You got to avenge that person. Your cousin's going to shoot him. Your cousin will shoot him. And then what you had was a whole community breakdown. You know, a breakdown of the thing. You cannot, but once you start the killing and the murder and there's no justice, there's no coming back from that. I think I was watching this one thing where they was talking to some former Crips and Bloods and everything. And these brothers was like, yeah, man, but we got to kill our enemies. And I said, also, why are these brothers so much hate? They'll say, yo, look, I lost my daddy, I lost this, like that. I'm on payback. So you cannot basically stop it. Yeah. So what happens is in any civilization, right? What they do is this: when somebody commits that first murder, they clear their desk off, right? And we're gonna solve this shit. Why? Because it lets you know that the system works. They deliberately ignored black crime in black areas, right? So black people, a lot of black men took arms against each other just for protection. That's why they formed gangs and everything. That's like anything else. When people, we had the 5 Points gang in New York. Why did people join these gangs like the Dead Rabbits and the Bowery Boys and everything? Protection, right? Why? Because you got jumped and everything. People just hang out in gangs. And the same, it can happen anything. Look, you could build the perfect civilization. Tell black people this right there. If you don't have the rule of law and people understanding that, like in Asia, right? Asia.
Yeah, before you go on to Asia, because you're going off, I'm trying to get you to focus on his question and what he's mentioning, and then you start going into the hood.
Okay, I'm gonna get to that, right? If people don't expect that knock on the door, okay, you're under arrest, whatever like that, and people know that happens, this is what you're gonna happen. So he said, when you get your ass behind the computer screen, go to Compton and black neighborhood. I tell people all the time, we are a bunch of degenerates, we do it all the time, man. I have to go no place. People know they're degenerates.
He's not gonna tell it to them. But while we have a comment up, let me just have one or two more. I just wanna scroll through them real quick, and you could just give quick answers. And IC3, if you want to share also. All right, so family, show some super chat love so we can read these comments off to you. And if you want to join us, join us. This is some of the other comments. A woman almost never participate in the front line of warfare, Kala. What the is you talking about? I think you mentioned that they don't participate because we're talking about war and things like that. And you mentioned that they're the ones that's usually saved.
Well, I think he is. I think he's watching too much Wakanda Forever.
All right, let's skip to the next one. And Kala, are you a Pan-Africanist or part of Manosphere?
I'm not part of Manosphere whatsoever. I'm just saying that when you ask the question, right? How many people? 600 people, men died in the Civil War, right? How many women died on the battlefield? None.
Very small percentage. Probably none. Unless they were. Well, I don't even know how the war worked that, but
some people got killed. Yeah,
for the most part, during most wars, women are not the ones out there getting shot up and blasted up and blown up and things like that.
You ever see the D-Day? The Normandy D-Day?
Normandy.
World War II.
I'm sure I've seen a few movies and also seen the documentary. Because
remember the Battle of Okinawa? I know you've seen that one, right?
Okinawa.
That was the most vicious. There were some Japanese women that were fighting from the rocks, shooting and whatnot.
For real.
I see some Japanese women, right? There were no American women. They were nurses, and they helped. Women basically stepped in the wartime and worked in factories and stuff like that, and helped out the war effort right there. So they were definitely a part of it. But when it comes down to shedding blood and stuff like that, it's going to be men that's going to shed blood in wars for the most part.
Yeah, and I like the last question there. He said, "Bank backed by what currency?"
Yeah, that was the last thing that you guys were talking about.
That exactly. So that brings us back to the big geoeconomics and geopolitical rather than local. Because the problem is international, it's global. So I like to stay in that level of conversation, because the solution is going to come from that angle. So I was saying the solution is the construction of an international Black African and its diaspora, a central. Well, actually, here's the best title, because this was given suggested by an African finance person, because I had the same discussion. He says the title for this entity should be called the Central Bank of Black African Origin. Central Bank of Black African Origin. And I like that. I like that title here. The Central Bank of Black African Origin. So to have a central bank, then the central bank, there has to be a nation, or there has to be a state that has a bank. So you have England or Britain, then you have the Bank of England. So a state and a nation has to be constructed. And then, so what comes first? The nation, the state, or the bank? What comes, or do they come at the same time? So that's a discussion we can have. But the solution, one way or other, is the construction of a central bank of Black African origin. And
bottom line, if you don't have a state, you have nothing. You have nothing, because that's how treasuries are formed. Like back in the days, when countries like you ever read Adams Smith's The Wealth of Nations? You know, Adams Smith's Wealth of Nations. You know, a nation state is where wealth can be stored. Why do you think you have? It's like this: you could basically kill somebody and get less time than you would by printing counterfeit currency, or trying to rob the gold in Fort Knox, or something like that. You don't mess with a nation's monetary system. That's its whole base of existence. You know? And so you have to have a state. The state's job is to collect and maintain wealth. You know, wealth. If you it don't have to be a nation. It could be a geopolitical entity like the Vatican. The Vatican is a geopolitical entity. The Vatican has gold reserves and everything, you know? And it has banks. It has all these things that it operates at in its own territory.
Right. Sovereign, real sovereign.
Well, it's not even sovereign. It's limited. You can have limited sovereignty, like autonomy, you know? But you have to have something as a geopolitical entity, a municipality that's recognized by the sovereign, you know? So in other words, basically, you can have a situation where you have a sovereign country, right, that basically cedes some of its sovereignty to a geopolitical entity, you know, and African countries, for the most part, have not been willing to do that. I don't know if it's because African countries are still under the behest of the Europeans. I don't know why African countries have never basically ceded territory to the diaspora to build geopolitical entities, right, like what Africa said, to accumulate wealth and stuff like that. Now the African countries want Black people in the diaspora to put money in Africa, but what are you doing? You're putting money basically. You might as well send the money to Europe. You know, you might as well send.
That's right. Yeah. Right. So therefore, based on what you just said there, maybe Africa hasn't done it. What you said, they haven't done it because nobody's actually started to present a plan. That plan. You see.
Well, I'm like I said, after this latest thing with ECOWAS, I'm actually literally in shock. Right. I was hoping I was wrong. Right. About African governments being nothing but vessels of Europeans. I've always said that, I always believed that, and everything like that. And I was always hoping I was wrong, you know. But after hearing Tinubu and Adu and Ruku and all these other people just talking, so we got to restore this guy back to power in Niger and all stuff like this. I'm saying everything I believe. They don't even care what the wider Black world thinks. They don't even care.
Exactly. Yes.
They don't even care. They can basically don't even care. Do you think in a million years that would happen in the Muslim world? No. What would happen if in the Muslim world some Muslim head of state did that at the behest of what would happen? You know
what? Jihad.
Blown up. You know, assassinated. They'd be dead. They don't care. Africans worry so much about looking democratic and looking civilized, while the countries are living in filth and people have no running water, no anything like that, but they want to look a certain way to the West.
Yeah.
That's all psychological, you know? We want to look like we're civilized, you know?
Yeah.
But instead of
And so I said all that to say, to address the question that was asked about what currency is it going to be based on, or what currency. So therefore, once you have a central bank prints money, it prints currency. and then you can then do you have leverage to negotiate the exchange rate. Yeah. So the central bank, once you've got that state, they've got that sovereign entity, and then it has its own central bank. Central banks print money. So just like they have the European Union, they have the euro. Well, once you have the central bank of Black African origin, right, then that entity can produce a new currency and bring that onto into the market.
Or you could create two currencies, like South Africa had one for local use and one for international use. You know, you always pay international use higher than local use. You know, like the local use one rate, and the one you trade, like South Africa had a dual rand system, right? So it made it hard for people to take money out of the country. It was easy for you to make money in the country, so long as you kept it. But when you basically try to take it out, they devalued it, you know?
Yes, that's right. So therefore, having a central bank of Black African origin, right? All the states within Africa, so Nigeria, Ghana, all those countries within Africa, they can keep their own currency, but then there's another entity which is an international currency, based on what you just said there, and the central bank would be the one to bring that into existence.
Yeah, so there's a lot to this. I want to see this video. All right, let's see what's this Ramaphosa. Oh Lord, you know, I don't know what to say when I see him. Sometimes he sounds all right, sometimes he sounds.
Hey, Ramaphosa been holding it down, and they've been trying to overthrow him and get him out of government. It hasn't worked. I
don't like the fact that he shut down his coal mines. You know. With Joe Biden, this is stupid. South Africa now has electric grid problems.
That's it right there, family. So this video is 11 BRICS members GDP and population ranking from poorest to richest. So originally, BRICS only had 5 members, so they just added 6, and the 5 original members are right there: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. So now that they have added a few different nation state members, I don't think they're going to change the terminology. I think it's still going to be called BRICS, because those are the 5 founding members.
And is BRICS good for Africa? You know, what does that do with Africa? I
want you to analyze that, especially when we finish here and things like that, because a lot of your Indian, I'm sure your Indian brothers are excited, because as a matter of fact, I see them taking over what is known as United Kingdom soon. So you're gonna have BRICS members taking over all kind of stuff, because they have the population, they have the emergent energy, and we're gonna hear more about it.
The Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to become full members of BRICS.
In the aftermath of BRICS heads of state agreeing to admit Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Argentina as new BRICS members, in their quest to actualize the much talked about BRICS expansion, following the 15th BRICS summit that was held in South Africa from August 22 to August 24, 2023, we have brought to you an analysis of what the new members are bringing on the table, and the latest economic rankings of those 11 members. According to IMF statistics, the new BRICS members have a combined GDP of $30.75 trillion, which translates to 29.12% of the world's GDP. That stands at $105.568 trillion. They also have a combined population of 3.696 billion people, which is around 45.88% of the world's total population of 8.056. That is according to United Nations statistics. So without saying much, the following is the ranking of those 11 BRICS members, based on their GDPs. Number 11, Ethiopia. With a GDP of $156.083 billion, and ranking at number 59 globally, Ethiopia is the poorest country in the new BRICS economic bloc, but among the fast-rising economies in Africa. The country has a population of 126.527 million people, making it the 11th most populous nation on the planet and 5th most populous BRICS member. Number 10, Iran. With a GDP that is more than double that of Ethiopia, that is $367.97 billion, Iran is the 10th richest BRICS member, which also stands at number 43 as per the global GDP ranking of 2023. Iran has a population of 89.172 million people, making it the 7th most populous BRICS member and world's 17th most populous country. Number 9, Egypt. As it joins BRICS, Egypt is bringing with it a GDP of $378.11 billion, making it the 9th richest member in the bloc and 41st richest country in the world. Egypt also comes with a market of 112.716 million people, making it the 6th most populous BRICS member and 14th most populous country in the world. Number 8, South Africa. South Africa was Africa's first country to join BRICS, and it's the second biggest economy on the continent, which has a GDP of $399.015 billion that makes it the 8th richest BRICS member and 39th richest country in the world. The country has a population of 60.414 million people, again making it the 8th most populous BRICS member and 24th most populous country in the world. Number 7, United Arab Emirates. Despite being the least populated BRICS member and 96th most populated country in the world, with a population of 9.916 million people as of today, the United Arab Emirates is quite a rich country whose GDP of $498.978 billion puts it at position 7 in BRICS ranking and position 33 in global ranking. Number 6, Argentina. Argentina is the second largest economy in South America, and with its GDP of $641.102 billion, it's the 6th richest BRICS member and world's 23rd richest country. There are 45.773 million people in Argentina, making it the 33rd most populous country in the world and 9th most populous BRICS member. Number 5, Saudi Arabia. Being a new entrant just like Argentina, Saudi Arabia will be bringing quite a lot into the bloc since it's known to be the world's oil kingdom. Saudi Arabia has a GDP of $1.061 trillion, making it the 18th richest country in the world and 5th richest BRICS member. However, its relatively small population of 36.947 million people puts it at number 40 as per global population ranking, and second last within BRICS. Number 4, Brazil. Being the largest economy in South America, whose GDP stands at $2.081 trillion, Brazil's economy ranks at number 4 within BRICS, and number 11 globally. Then, with a population of 216.422 million people, Brazil is the 7th most populous country in the world, and 3rd biggest market within BRICS. Number 3, Russia. Russia is a country that is endowed with enormous minerals, fertile lands and natural resources, particularly oil and natural gas. It has a GDP of $2.102 billion, making it the 3rd biggest economy within BRICS, and 9th largest economy in the world. Then, with a population of 144 million people, Russia is the 4th most populous BRICS member and world's 9th most populous country. Number 2, India. India is the most populous country in the world, and its population of 1.428 billion people makes it home to 17.76% of the world's population. It's also quite a wealthy country, boasting a GDP of $3.737 trillion, or rather close to 4% of world's GDP. Number 1, China. I bet it didn't come to you as a surprise that China is the richest BRICS member, considering its presence in many parts of the world and vast products that are in every country. China is characterized as an upper-middle income developing mixed socialist market economy, but with its GDP of $19.373 trillion, it's the 2nd biggest economy in the world, and richest BRICS member by far. In fact, China's GDP surpasses the other BRICS members' combined GDPs by $7.9 trillion, making it the godfather of the bloc. Then, with a population of 1.425 billion people, China has the world's second biggest internal market and is also home to 17.72% of the world's population. Do you believe BRICS will guarantee fair, equitable, and collective growth and development for its members, or do you think there will be some members who will at one point bully others or take advantage of the bloc's agreements to perpetuate unfair competition and exploit the weak ones? Leave your thoughts on this in the comments below and don't forget to subscribe before leaving.
President Ramaphosa, colleagues, friends from the press, I am pleased to join you here.
I figure you guys knew how to translate in a Mandarin, but the translation was important.
Ramaphosa needs to sit his ass down. I think he, like I said, he's overplaying his hand. Dude, with your $399 billion GDP, sit your ass down.
Brother, you got to get them credit, man. They the one that they were like the founding organized operation on there, and in South Africa, it's still one of the heavyweights on the continent, like top three.
Right, yeah,
they got a little pull to work with and things, and the fact that they can organize the two most popular country and the second biggest economy, you're talking about China, and incredible.
Yeah, that's incredible, but I still worry about the fact that most of South Africa's wealth is in the hands of whites,
Exactly.
That's
the race issue ahead. The people just all you need to do is keep thinking about race, and you can see that it's everything, the whole world, because the world is a construct. I'm not saying the planet, the world is a construct, and it's a construct built on the abuse of people classified as black.
Yeah,
so they'll do all different angles, all different ways, but they got to keep the black man and woman down.
I'm saying like this. Notice how when they say Egypt, right? They didn't mention South Africa was the first country. They didn't mention Egypt as an African country.
Exactly, because African is black.
Yeah, Africa is black. Yeah. So when it comes to wealth and power, suddenly that African goes away. Oh, Egypt's black. No, when it comes to wealth and power, Egypt is an Arab country.
Yeah.
I watch all that stuff.
And South Africa is the anomaly. So they have to hide the fact of white power because of the mere fact that South Africa is South Africa, and Africa is associated with blackness.
Not only that, a lot of the business in South Africa is still tethered to the UK,
of course,
the British Empire, Australia,
the
United States, and everything like that. So multinational.
It's white, but because it's got the word Africa in its name.
That's what I'm saying. There's a whole right now. I'm looking at my Facebook page, right, and they got Negroes putting up brick. I'm not saying, Colin, you're a hater. Look, I wish it all the best, right? But I don't see Africa is going to play a role in this, right? You still got the majority of African continent still not even thought of, right? Think all this wealth. Argentina, right? What does Argentina got? Why has it got such a high GDP?
Exactly. And where are the black people in Argentina? I heard that they killed them all off.
Yeah, Argentina, Brazil, all these countries. Brazil got a side of black, but the black people are a permanent underclass in Brazil.
Exactly. So it's still blatant racism. All it is a modern version of the carving up of Africa, but economically, geoeconomically.
China, $14 trillion economy. That's like I said, I'm not trying to sit here and get depressed or nothing like that. I see all this stuff when and the black race can't get a crumb. We can't get a crumb. Like damn. You got all these GDP and all this stuff like this. But yet they come to Africa and they penny pinch when it comes to investment and stuff like that. They nickel and dime Africa to death. With substandard development and unfair trade and everything. And I don't see.
Let's stay in solution mode. Okay, so this BRICS thing or whatever, it's still problem mode. If we're focused on solution, let's talk solutions, right? By having the central bank of Black African origin that then can produce a currency, then once you move into that realm, right, you can move the exchange rates. It's all about the exchange rates, because if you can devalue a currency, you devalue the people, you devalue the gold, you devalue the oil, you devalue all the resources and the people, all in one move. In one move. Devaluing the currency of a nation, you devalue everything. That is why, because I was having this discussion with the Nigerians, that the Nigerian people, because including the resources of the mind. So all the doctors and nurses are leaving Nigeria to come to the West. Why? It's because of the exchange rate. It's all to do with currency and banks. In the old days, it could do with ships and guns and cannons, but they just use currency. Tweak the numbers, and then you got all the people running, jumping on boats, flying on planes to come and work in the West. Why? There's nothing in the West that they want. The food, the weather, there's nothing. They're only here for the currency. So therefore, go on.
And that's enough to bring them here, you know?
And just talking about currency, I got some comments about currency.
What's this? 3.6.
This is the first one right here. Now read it. I'll put up the next one.
Okay, what government would you advocate to recognize your currency as legitimate? What
Excellent.
government would you
right,
beautiful question, excellent question. What government would you advocate to recognize your currency as legitimate? Okay, so now we're moving into good conversation. We're moving in solution mode. We understand that the solution is going to be in banking and finance and currency. So now we're going to move into how do you construct this black central bank, and how you. So here's my suggestion. So we agree on the solution. So how do we go about bringing about the solution, building the solution? What I'm doing right now with other people is pushing the idea of a central bank of Black African origin. And by pushing the idea and having debates and discussion on the solution, then people are asking questions and criticizing and testing the plan. So the plan is to construct the central bank of Black African origin. That is the plan. So we're in the process of constructing that, and we're having discussions. So now you have to. So here's the angle. To create a state, right? To create a state, you have to create an entity and then get that entity to be recognized by a real state. So just like the state of Israel, there was a Zionist movement. It's just a movement, yes? And then the Zionist movement got to critical mass as a movement, where a representative of the Zionist movement then spoke to the British government and said, we'd like you to recognize our intent to set up a homeland for the Jews. So then the British government wrote the Balfour Declaration, and then the Zionist movement went with that piece of paper. It's just a declaration. It's just declaration. So the Zionists have got this piece of paper now with the declaration, and then they can now start to act on the piece of paper, and they move in to Israel, right, and start doing things. And then if anybody starts to move against them, they'll run back to the people who gave them the paper and say, look, they're trying to push us out. That means if they're against us, they're against you. And they're making your declaration worth nothing. So why did I say all that? So we can use the same model. So all of you who are interested in the unification of Black Africa and the Black African Diaspora, you can see yourselves combined as a movement with an intent to set up a state, with an intent to set up a central bank, right? Then we go to Nigeria and we say to Nigeria, look at what we're trying to do. We would like the Nigerian government to make a declaration that the Nigerian government views with favor. Yeah, because we have to send them representatives to go and speak to the Nigerian. We'd like a document to say that the Nigerian government views with favor the establishment of a international Black entity or state with a Black central bank, basically a Black nation.
In Afrikstan.
Exactly. So, yeah, but we want you need a declaration so that the movement becomes an entity. So you need a state to recognize the movement as a state. Then Afrikstan becomes a state, and then Afrikstan can then have a central bank. You see, and then representatives from Afrikstan then go over and speak to the Jamaican or the Sierra Leonean government and say, could you write a document, a declaration that you view with favor the establishment of Afrikstan. Then you go to Liberia. So you got to get the documents. You've got to get the declaration from states that already exist to bring your state into existence. And then when your state comes into existence, then you can have your central bank. That's the model. So I'm open to criticism of that model. That's the plan. What do you think of that plan? Any criticism? What would you say? What's that?
Yeah.
But why?
Well, you
Black
broke.
California residents so broke. No, don't talk about California. Look, California is just one place, part of America. We have to think globally here.
No, I was answering Tate's question because he's like California's GDP is higher than Argentina's. Yeah, okay, that's true.
It's higher than India. It was India.
Okay, yeah. India has how many people?
And definitely Argentina.
30 million people. And no, India has like what, 1 billion people? California has
India and China has a billion point for number 1 and 2 population country in the world.
Right. So
populous country in the world.
So California, okay, California is rich, but what does that translate to the Black people? I wouldn't even say nothing.
Exactly.
How does Black people talk about, oh, you're the richest state in America, right? California's GDP is like 4 times as high as the African continent, But yet you got people in California talking about they're gang banging, they're doing all this kind of stupid stuff. You should have thriving Black community with that much wealth in California. There should be, and also people understand something. The middle central part of California, the valley part, that's where a lot of the wealth is, And you got Northern California, and you got Southern California, and everything like that. We have never really benefited from California's wealth, because we went to the cities, went to Oakland, we went to these places like that. These places are hellholes. Oakland's a hell on earth. Los Angeles, we lost that and everything. So I wouldn't brag about California's GDP. Because Black people are this areas in California where white people live very, very well. They got hidden neighborhoods of millionaires and billionaires. and everything like that. And for us, we're like, oh, look at the gang problem. They don't see no gangs. They don't see no homeless. They may have homeless, whatever, but they're not seeing that. All they're going to the nice areas and everything. So there's two Californias. There's Californias that people are struggling in. It's Californias that people are living a life that most people in the world. California traditionally has the world's highest standard of living. You know, the only people that matched out. This is another thing about the BRICS, right? Do you know the only group of people in the world that had the highest standard of living in California were the white South Africans during apartheid? And if white people kept most of that wealth and everything standard of living, that means white people in South Africa still have that one of the highest standards of living in the world. It said white South Africans have the highest standard of living in the world on par with California. The two places on the earth where the standard of living, the quality of life was the highest was white apartheid South Africa and California in the 70s.
But listen to the things you're saying there. It's like that's why I've stopped talking like what is California? You know, if it's like it's not worth talking about. You know, I want to know how are the black people doing wherever they are, and wherever they are in the world. You know, how are they doing?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not relevant. I don't care about California. California is part of the white supremacist, racist world. Yeah. So trying to improve California, whatever's not, you've got to help the black people. You've got to set up, as you're saying, Afrikstan.
Yeah, so was South Africa. South Africa, you might as well just say the Indians, the whites, the coloreds.
Exactly.
Some black people, you know. But the masses of black people in South Africa living off the grid, struggling, and everything.
Exactly. So everything is so that's why the world is a white supremacist. The world itself. The world is a construct. There's a planet and there's a world constructed. Institutions, banks, so on. That world is a white supremacist, racist world. Black people, that world feeds. It has to eat. Yeah. So it eats black people.
Right.
It's built on the curse of Ham. The whole world is.
While you're on that point, let me say this. That's the point of the show tonight, right? We're saying that unlike you and a lot of what you just said, right? A lot of times when people talk about white supremacists, they never mention the fact that we need to build our own infrastructure, our own banks, sovereignty, and stuff like that as a solution to it. They just keep talking like we watched a video. You know, we will watch the guys talk about this. We need to get with our white allies and all this kind of stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Bomani, now you understand where I'm coming from? You know? Now you understand where I'm coming from? The same old. We got to get with the white ally. Those white people, even that white lady, you know, she is not, you know, she probably feels guilty. That's white guilt that she has.
Yes, right.
Like, that's all that's about. And bless her little heart, you know?
For real, man, Kyle, I thought she was very passionate, bro. I thought she was like really like,
but you
know, that's the game. That's also the game, brother. They sell us, bro.
Yeah, they mean well, but the bottom line is it's out of hand. That's another thing. You know what it is? You know what it is? You know she must be
ultimately, before you continue, they're not gonna give up their white privilege and the things that they have access to just to make black people feel even with them.
Yeah, and also it's like this: a lot of white people, millennials like herself, right? They have this idea that they want to be superheroes. You know?
Yeah.
They want to be superheroes, right? There's this big bad Thanos out there, you know, and I'm gonna come in like she's Captain Marvel. You know, I guess
that's right.
Or whatever like that. Wanda,
white
like
savior.
White savior complex. And bless her heart, man, because like I said, I'd rather have white people out there doing that. They think they mean well. My problem is when we black people get caught up in that. I'm like, hey, I'll sit there with some whites talk like that. Yeah, more power to you, brother. Yeah, let's fight for the people. Yeah, you'll go right ahead. In my mind, I'm thinking, you know, I know what I got to do. I have conversations with whites all the time, right?
Yeah,
you know, I'm thinking that. Yeah, you just keep fighting racism. Yeah, one guy was racist, whatnot. Yeah, you tell it to him, stick it to him. Like this. Hey, I'm all for that, right? I play the game.
Yeah. Because fundamentally, what it is, that white woman, what she's doing, there's the white world, right? The white world has to be maintained at all costs.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be. They're trying to keep it stable, and they're saying, okay, you are a black person. You are black people in our world.
Yeah.
We want you to stay within our world. If you're so it's like saying you're in our house, and if you feel that you're being if you're not, it's like you have a guests in the house. They say to you, we want you to feel at home.
Yeah. You never go
and we do anything to make you feel at home. Anything you want. You want to drink? Do you want some more food? What would you like? You want some music? We want you to feel at home. Yeah, because we don't want you to leave. Because if you leave, then you're going to start constructing your own house.
Right. It's like somebody invites you to the house, and after a while, you're like, you're gonna be like, hey, look, I need. Oh, you're so good here. You're happy here. Like, you're in a job with a boss where like, aren't you happy with that? Yeah, but you're thinking about, I need to I want to start my own business. I could do this. I'm sorry.
Exactly. Do your own business. That's right. But they say, listen, we'll pay. That's right. You said it there, Color Genesis. It happened to me so many times, ever since I left school, working all these things. And they say, well, you're really talented. We'll offer you more money to stay. Because they don't want you to leave. Yeah. So they try and make life but you want freedom. You want to be sovereign. You want to set up your own business.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, like I said, when they start talking about white supremacy and everything, I never hear people talking about, well, it's a global construct, and the only way to counter that is that must be embarrassing, right? There's no real black countries in that list of the BRIC nations that they're inviting in.
Exactly.
That say, we got South Africa. You can't count South Africa as this. Even okay,
well, what about India? What about India and Ethiopia?
Ethiopia, okay.
Ethiopia is the nearest, but it's at the bottom. Ethiopia is the nearest, but they put it right. It's right at the bottom.
It's only 300-something billion GDP with 144 million people. That's poverty.
Yeah.
So it's just it's the bottom line is this, man. We don't make cars. We don't make semiconductors. We're not part of the global supply chain. We're not like this. We played a video the other night where Africans in Ghana and Ivory Coast are still talking about cocoa, and everything. They're not getting paid for their cocoa. While Chinese and Vietnamese are learning how to make wiring, robotics, and stuff like this to put on the market, we're talking about cocoa still. It's like we have to be a change and a change in mentality. We can't.
Okay, so what do you think of this, Color Genesis? So for Afrikanistan, so why don't we work together to I mean, maybe we can just leave that name as it is, but a representative. You have a series of a number of representatives who are looking to get a declaration, just like what the Zionists did. Because I don't think the Afghanistan movement has representatives going to the embassies. So you got to. I'm suggesting that we have to come together and set up. Go on.
First thing we have to do is, like we're doing now with Ghana and Liberia, is start settling on territory, right? Because let's say we go to Angola and stuff like that, and we settle and start building communities, right? But we're going to widen those communities in a radius, right? Because look, Singapore is only 300 square miles. Again, Singapore is only there as a geopolitical entity. It don't take that much for us to build communities and whatnot. And next thing you know, you got 305. New York City is only 500 square miles.
Okay, watch this. Okay, good. I got the point. So let me and you go back and forward. You're coming from the ground. Correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying, okay, let's build up a small community on the ground. And when that community gets to critical mass, it can then make a presentation to the government and get declared as a sovereign entity.
Or autonomous.
Autonomous entity. All right, as an autonomous entity. Okay.
But when you were sort of like sovereignty, Yeah, we got careful with your words. Say self-sufficient municipality or autonomy, something like the Vatican. The Vatican, they never say
Okay.
what's sovereign. They say it's autonomous territory.
Entity.
You know, same thing with Dubai. Dubai is an autonomous territory in the United Arab Emirates. You know, to play on words. You know, sovereignty means we're sovereign. No, say we can operate within a framework of a nation state, but these are things that.
Yeah. Okay, I use the word autonomous. Okay, an autonomous entity. Yeah?
Yeah.
A black autonomous entity. Is that right?
Yeah, that's a better word, because I learned over the years by talking to people and everything. Soon as you say that word sovereign, man, you know, you can have a country like countries, and only country that I've talked to people and the word sovereignty that didn't get upset was Angola. But any other country in Africa, you can't have that, right? Some of them you saying they ain't want you having not even autonomous. They ain't want you having breathing room. You can't have anything. They ain't want you having like a square block and whatnot. You know, they don't want you having anything.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. All right, I'm gonna change my language then. Okay, autonomous entity, a black African.
So much land in Africa, right? So much land in Africa that they don't even see. You know, it's like that territory there. No people for hundreds of thousands of miles and whatnot. And what do you care about if somebody's going to build
a little? Yeah. Okay. So here's my view coming from in contrast to yours. I'm saying that in order to achieve that goal of an autonomous entity with our limited resources and time, or time is a resource, the quickest way to achieve it is to focus on getting declarations from states. And the declaration saying, so basically we go to the states, you go to Liberia, go to the Liberian government, you go to the Sierra Leonean government, you go to the Haitian government, go to the Jamaican government, even go to the British government, and you say, we write out the document, basically, and we want them to sign the document to say that they view, I'm using the same language from the Balfour Declaration, for them to sign to say, we view with favor the establishment of a black autonomous entity. We're not saying where the entity will be, but we view with favor the establishment of a black autonomous entity to serve justice, reparations, and for black betterment. That's it. We want you to sign this to say that you, as a state, view with favor the establishment of an autonomous entity for black betterment internationally. For black betterment. So black betterment will include reparations, black betterment will include business. It covers everything. Black betterment internationally. All we want, we're not asking you for money. All we're asking you is to sign this document to say that you as a state view with favor the establishment of a black autonomous entity for black betterment.
Yeah. Like I said, that would be great if you can get people, and the people that you're going to basically have the most problem with, the so-called Pan-Africanists, right? Who basically think just sitting here complaining on YouTube about racism, white supremacy is the answer, and that's right there. You know, that's the first step of that. What that would do is that would create all the people that's in the diaspora, with slave descendants and everything, a place at the table globally. You know?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, right now we have no place at the table.
Right. Right.
whatsoever.
So
You know,
maybe we can work together on drafting this document so that nobody really has to think about it. They'll just read it and criticize it. But all they have to do is sign. All they have to do is sign.
Get yes or no saying that all you have to do is get them on record. You oppose it or not. If not,
Exactly. That's right. That's right. So that piece of paper, once you have that piece of paper signed, could just imagine if you have a piece of paper like that and it's signed by the Sierra Leonean government. What? I mean, that is money. That is literal currency. That is the beginning. That's the first printed note. Because once you got the Liberian government to sign to say, yeah, we view with favor the establishment of a black autonomous entity for black betterment. Once you've got that piece of document signed.
Later, one thing you have to say is later we will have decided where this territory is going to be. It hasn't been
exactly. So nobody's panicking. Nobody's going to panic. Say, "Oh, you want to take that Tarka?" No, we're not. We haven't discussed where the land will be, but we want you to view with favor the establishment of such an entity. Right now, once you go around, we have one from Liberia. We've got the same document from Sierra Leone. We've got the same document from Haiti, and we've got a whole pile of all these documents. That actually constitutes currency. It's actual value, literal, tangible value. And then with that, you can then say, once that gets to critical mass of these documents. Once documents come to critical mass, you can then go right. Okay, we've got all these signed documents from states who view with favor the establishment of a black autonomous entity. Now, once you hit critical mass, you know what's going to happen? Then the states will start inviting you to say, well, we can offer you, maybe, I don't know, you tell me what you think. They'll say, well, okay, we would like to contribute to this movement. We've contributed by signing the documents, but we'd like to contribute to this movement by giving you this piece of land. It might even be a building. It even might be an embassy. It might be a very small plot of land somewhere. Do you understand? But what it is, they can see the documents, the signed documents from all these different states, and then they may wish to not only sign the document of view with favor, but also contribute a building, or contribute an embassy, or contribute a plot of land. So I said all of that, Carla Genesis, to try and bring you onto my side. They're saying, listen, let's focus on getting these signed documents, and then worry about the land later. That way, nobody feels threatened.
Yeah, like I said, I have no problem with that. If somebody wants to work on that and basically get it back to me, I got no problem with that. You know, somebody wants to work on that. That's what I'm saying. The bottom line is we have to have, you ain't going to have no wealth. You're not going to get no reparations. You're not going to get no recognition until you have some sort of autonomous
entity. Okay.
World,
so
you know?
give me your email, and I'm going to undo the first draft of the document.
Inbox me on the Ning site.
On which one?
The Ning site, the website, social network, the Ning site. The Ning site.
Give me the link. Just put the link in. Give me the email or the link, whatever, and I'm gonna draft up a document and I'm gonna send it to you, and then you criticize it, you know, and then from there I'm gonna expand.
Anybody that's doing work, I'm supporting. You know.
All right. Okay. So
if you're singing my tune and whatnot, I'll support you.
so the email address will be BAIO Afghanistan 5.
Well, that's a website, you know, but you can get me on there.
No, let me do it by the email.
I said my email in the back chat.
Oh, right. Okay, I'm going to do the first draft, and then we can work on the draft, and anybody else, and then we can whoever wants to come in, they can be included in the email list, and this list is specifically to do with the drafting of the first document for a declaration of a state to sign. So this document's going to look good because it's going to convince. So basically, we'll have representatives.
Zionist movement started, right? They had the declaration document, and then people just later generations took it and ran with it.
Exactly. Yeah. So let me. Yes, I'm going to do the draft. So it's obviously going to be rough at first, but then you also decide.
Progress, that's how I am. I get enough people inboxing me with a bunch of. I mean, I'm not I know people not at my level, but like people inbox me with a bunch of goofy stuff online every day and everything. They're not.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but this is a specific plan. It's very clear.
Mm-hmm.
The construction of a document for states to view with favor the establishment of.
Hey, this is Bomani. Who am I speaking to?
Hey, Bomani, you're on the air.
You're on the air.
I'm basically a Jew. I'm a white Jew.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand.
All right. Okay, hold on for a second. Can you? Okay, for a second. I'm just trying to get your name because I'm on a live show. Yeah, I got someone calling in, but you guys can continue. I was just I thought it was someone because somebody just made a comment.
Hey, you guys,
but I continue.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm just typing.
Yeah, you guys. Hey. How about you guys? I'm gonna play something.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Hey, Steve, go ahead.
Listen, hi, General Butt Naked. So I wanted to ask you, what is the purpose of Pan-Africanism when there has been a demonstrable fact that sub-Saharan Africans cannot build a successful civilization?
Oh, I heard this before.
With the exception of Rwanda, because of a lot of. I mean, actually, Rwanda isn't even that successful. There's just so many issues with sub-Saharan Africans in terms of how they organize, and I mean, look at Haiti and look at most of just most of their countries. Like, why are they so inept? Why is African culture in America so inept? Why are they failures in their neighborhoods? Why do they?
Let me stop you right there.
Yeah, Carla, hold on. Carla, hold on. Let me finish. Hey, Steve, go ahead. I'm just with my two good brothers. We're on our live show, and you called in, so we're just listening to your comment. And Steve also introduced himself as a white Jew. So whenever anyone that's outside of what we're doing speak, I try to listen to what they're saying because we always want to hear other people. So here's us asking questions about Pan-Africanism being a failure and trying to understand certain things about Pan-African. But regardless if it's a failure to how some people look at it, we as a people have to build what we have to build. You say you're a white Jew, right? European Jew?
Correct.
All right.
Correct. But listen,
So before you continue, so last time we played a video of the state of Israel, and it showed the struggle of the white European Jews and how they build something for themselves. So just like how they've built something for themselves, we're looking to build something for ourselves from nothing, no matter how poor Haiti, Rwanda is and everything. That's what we're here to do. And we're just figuring out our own situations and problems. And I'm not sure if you've seen our show, but let me share you our topic. Our topic was about racism and white supremacy. Is it a factor or not? Things like that. So if you have any solution.
It's mainly the result of sub-Saharan African ineptitudes that may probably go back to tribal times, times of tribes fighting one another. I can take the Tutsi versus the Hutu in Rwanda. I always take that as a major example of genocides happening between.
Well, that was also 20
all
years
that
ago.
aside, apart from all that, you know, there's just like, listen, if you killed all the whites in the world and blacks still, sub-Saharan Africans, if they still found tremendous difficulty in establishing successful societies in the world, they would still manage to blame whites for their issues.
Okay, perfect. So now we have heard you. Now we have heard you speak. So we appreciate you what you have shared. And let me add on to that. Now, it may be in your mindset to want to see us not have anything, and that is your mindset.
I don't have that
So,
in my mindset.
You're basically. Hold on for a second. Mister, hold on for a second. If you're gonna talk to me, you're gonna have to learn to listen also. It can't be a one-side thing. That's why we respectfully. We don't even allow these phone calls really, but I'm based on the subject, we're open to it. But people may want to see us fail and everything, because if you have some solutions, you can share the solutions, because that's what we're about. Like example, like if you as a person that was feeling some of the things that we're doing in Africa and you wanted to invest, we have investment options. Those are things that our people have in Africa. This is what we do as an international business. So if you're trying to come and holler at us about some solutions about certain things, we're open to that, but we're not open to someone keep on telling us about how struggling and how we're not going to make it and how we're going to go back to primitive times and things like that. You know, just like, would you like for us to say that? Well,
That's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. And also, you mentioned something about white people. Who cares about whether all white people live or die or whatever? We're not here to preach hatred on nobody. What we're here to talk about, because realistically, no matter what other race or nations of people disappear or whatever, it does not fix our problems. Our problems is fixed where we have to do what we have to do, just like every other race of people. That's why we love Marcus Garvey, and that's why we're doing what we're doing. And that's why. But
what about Calogenesis and IC3 Black? I want to know what they have to say.
Okay, perfect. Also, I'm trying to see if you're in the comment also. If you can even make one comment so we can see. Are you AI generated call?
More or less, yes.
Okay, perfect. So I figured that was you calling in. Okay, gotcha. You know what you can do? I'll shoot you the link, and then you can actually join the call.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
okay. Yeah, that would be much better.
No, I mean, I'm dead serious. I'm not. I can't speak for everyone else. I'm all about dialogue. Whether you agree or disagree with me, we live in a world where we're not gonna all agree on the same things. But as long as we can have a conversation, a dialogue, I'm cool with it. You don't have to turn on your camera if you don't want to. But you can. I'll post the link, and you can just join that way. This is not an awkward way of this having a dialogue. And my two good brothers are ready for you. You ready? So do you see the link?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, Steve. Yep. All right, good talking with you. I'll see you on the show.
Sure, no problem.
All right, you guys go ahead. Once he comes in, I'll link him in, and that's why I wanted to make sure that you hear what he's saying. That way, you can properly have a dialogue and
I hope a lot like people like Afrodamus, Jude, and all these people listen to this. Right? They have no idea. They have this idea that somehow white people think they're so good because they came over as immigrants. They may have a little bit of money. Right? White people fundamentally think that black people cannot run countries and they're inferior. Sub-Saharan Africans contribute nothing to the world. They have nothing, everything like this. This is what they believe.
That's right. That's right.
When this guy calls in, a lot of our African brothers and sisters are going to get their wake-up call.
That's right.
You know?
That's right. If this don't wake them up, man, you can't get much louder than this.
I hope this guy calls in because we try to tell them whatnot like this. They don't care how many degrees you got and everything. They look at the state of the continent, right?
That's right.
Development, right?
Historically,
whatnot. You know, they're like, how these other people pull themselves out of this, and you're still going through this right here. What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I hope the Africans understand that by always fighting against us in the diaspora. This is what they think. You know, you're not winning. You know, they're like this. Why do people got so many refugees? Why are people so dependent on every other race of people? You know,
and what's funny, Bomani, do you often get calls coming in like this, telephone calls on the show? Bomani.
Yes, brothers, go ahead.
Yo,
Yeah,
he's
do you
asking
often
this.
I can't hear you good. You have to repeat yourself.
do you often get calls coming in like the call that you just had?
No,
Does that-
I think honestly, this is the mindset of people out there. Like me and Carla, what you and I talk about every day, bettering ourselves, us motivating ourselves, us working together, us talking about our struggles, but we're gonna work this out and we're gonna go through it. So this one person called and I'm telling him, hey, you know, I don't know what offended you, but I don't think me and you say offensive stuff about folks. But nevertheless, if someone, like I tell people, if you're a man, we can dialogue as a man. And things like that.
All right.
We have a guest in AI generated. Welcome to the call, and we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Greetings.
Welcome.
Welcome.
For any of our panel.
Hi, how are you guys?
In good spirits. And yourself?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Just sitting here, you know, just being myself. I have black people that live in my neighborhood. They're very nice.
Mm-hmm.
We smoke, we chill.
Okay.
You know, I call them nigga casually. They call me nigga. It's like this very informal word that we use. I've never gotten beat up for it.
Yeah.
Now,
okay.
You know.
So
well, one thing that we don't accept is those terminology.
I was just about to say, not be saying the N word.
Let's focus.
AI generated. You can continue. That's the only thing I would say. If you're going to continue to talk, just understand that you're talking to men here. Be respectful to us. We're here to have an open dialogue. But we're not. I understand that we're not going to agree on everything. We can always agree to disagree, but that's what this was about. And then Tyrell, give me a minute, and I'll let you in, brother.
Okay. All right. I mean, sure. We can have a proper discussion here. Tyrell, do you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on?
Tyrell, please don't interrupt me. Okay. He's my neighbor. He's one of my neighbors, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Are you serious? Yeah. For real?
I'm serious. I'm serious. He's one of my neighbors, and I told him to join in.
Okay.
And
is he a white person like yourself?
Not white. He's not white. He's black.
What is he?
He's black.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And Tyrell, I mean, he's just I mean, he hates me.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, but let's stick to the subject. Yeah, okay.
Just to be clear, he hates me.
Yeah. All right.
Not because I'm white or anything, but one sec. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just getting this phone call on my phone here.
No, please continue, because we want to hear what you have to say. And family, let him talk so we can hear him loud and clearly and things like that.
Sure. So basically, my contention is that Pan-Africanism has had countless opportunities to work, and all it has done as a movement internationally is inspire. I mean, listen, it inspired a lot of hatred from other races, because part of Pan-Africanism, at least initially, was attributing a lot of inventions in the world and a lot of historical events to, sub-Saharan Africans, when legitimately, with all due respect, I mean, if we just go across academia and we analyze history for what it is, a lot of the claims that Pan-Africanists make are false, but that's besides the point. Whether or not they're false doesn't really matter. Okay. What really matters, let's just neglect the historical arguments altogether. Let's look at the attitudes of Pan-Africanists as it stands today. You guys want to be separate, completely. You guys want to unite sub-Saharan Africans, as a single people, and for you to work with one another as a community, but it hasn't been working. And the question and your argument is that it's the result of whites. It's the effect of whites on black community that has fragmented any potential for unification, right?
Actually, no. We said the opposite of that. We were taking responsibility for our struggle. So that's why someone just called me with a hate comment and started calling me all kind of nasty names. And what I was trying to get the person to say before I started reacting to them is the fact that you're misreading what we're saying. Let me actually put the topic up. The topic is Black people are maintaining their own oppression. Is racism and white supremacy really the problem? The Afrikstan analysis with me and Khaled, where we go deep into geopolitics and things like that.
So you guys, do you agree with that?
Well,
assertion?
Let me break it down because you didn't watch the beginning of the show. You coming
to
the show. Let me break it down to it. What we're saying is this, though. Racism, white supremacy is there, right? But we have not, as a race, done what it takes, right, to free ourselves from that. Racism, white supremacy is there, but Asia rose out of it. Venezuela, right, got into the gas industry. They fought back. They had they were basically shipping gas and built gas stations in South America. They got into the gas business, right?
Well, I mean, the conquistadors were Spanish conquistadors, and they brought civilization to Latin America.
Hold on, let me say this, right? Hugo Chavez was a dark-skinned Latino man in Venezuela for the most part. The people
he was Irish.
Hold on. Hugo Chavez was a friggin' native, indigenous.
He was half Irish.
But when you look at him, right, if he was walking down the street, right, would you say, something, hey, man, let's have a beer? Or it would say, hey, man, let's go get some tacos. If you saw him.
I would tell him, please get away from me. You're disgusting Hispanic.
No. If you saw him, you didn't know who he was, you would consider him somebody from Central America, South America, right? You know that, right? So let's be out of that, right? But what I'm saying, my point is this, though. When you look at Venezuela, right, they got into the oil business, right? They freed themselves because they believed in themselves, right? I'm saying that the black race and black race in general, right? We did not believe in ourselves enough, right? We believed in you. We believed in that, like the video we played earlier. They said the Declaration of Independence, all men are creators of life. Those are words written by the white man, right? I'm saying that when we talk about Liberia, a country that was actually successful until 1980, real successful, highest growth rate in the world, one of the highest standards of living in the world, when that was built, all black republic, never colonized and everything like that, right? The Constitution was written for me. It was saying the people that were suffering slavery and degradation in America now have a land of their own to like this. Why is it that black people buy into the white man's Constitution, the white man's Declaration of Independence?
Because they're great legal documents.
Okay, let's say they're great legal documents, right? But how great are the legal documents, right? Are you saying?
I mean, Liberia was founded on the American Constitution for one.
It was quasi, but it was founded for black people. It specifically said this is for black people, right? America was founded by white people, but they didn't put that in the Constitution because they didn't have to. Okay, now I'm saying like this. Now, you say the Constitution is great documents and everything like that. Stood the test of time, right? But what about the fact that America, right, doesn't even obey its own Constitution? How many wars have we gone to that were undeclared?
Well, the Constitution is only the rights, and all the amendments put in forth by the Constitution is only applied to citizens. It has nothing to do with other nations.
Hold on. The Constitution says Congress shall have the right to declare war, right? But ever since World War II, how many declarations, more people died since World War II, right? Then just as many people died in the World War II, World War I, due to Gulf War, Vietnam, Korea, and everything like that. Every time America's involvement, right? But there has been no war declared, right? So why is it that the Constitution is circumvented when it's to your convenience, right? But yet we people talk about, the Constitution is a great. Could it be that the Constitution is a suggestion, and then people want to abide by certain things? Now I'm saying like this: if people want to believe that and everything like that, the Constitution, that's fine. If some black people in America say, something, America is the greatest country in the world. I have no problem with America. I have no problem with that. Mine, I always tell you that. There's a lot of opportunity in America and everything. What we're saying that is, as black men, right, we cannot leave the next generation of black people, right, in the hands of white people. Like, for example, we don't like the way this country's going right now. We don't like the fact that America is telling me that I got to accept two men marrying each other. You know, I'm sorry, but according to you, I'm an American. I got to abide by that, and I don't agree with that. Goes against
There's
my
a
morals.
lot of black gays, though.
Yeah, can we focus? Can we focus on the solution? Yeah, I don't. Let's not talk about America. Let's talk about this global situation.
Let me get to the roots. Let me get to the roots. Right.
Get to the root.
The bottom line is this. Right. Bottom line is this. We black people, right, have a right to have our own beliefs, values, morals, all stuff like that. And if we don't agree with something like that, some black people, yeah, gays will not. But the bottom line is this: America has made a thing where they're saying that we're going to alter the definition of what a male and a female is.
Oh, come on, man. Let's not, Color Jones, please don't go down that. You're being led off the key. You're being led off the subject.
Hey, I see too. You still got to let him finish, though.
You guys are already having a civil war. There's already a civil war between black people.
You see this? You see this?
There's already a civil war.
Yeah, but that's only because the white man just started it. You see?
No,
let me tell you something real quick. The solution. I'm gonna tell you the solution to all this real quick. Is that we as black people, we got to take over the medical industry. We got to find a way to interbreed black people with white people because
what?
Because let me tell you, black people carry a more sensitive trait.
You know, I like my black identity. You know, I'm proud of who I am. I don't want to.
Tyrell, you're not really black, right? You're not really black. You just pretending so you could come on here and make a mockery of it.
Nah, I'm really black. I'm really black.
Well,
show us your face. Show us your hand.
We don't believe you need more proof.
I ain't got a camera.
It's not like a black hick.
Well, he's not an educated guy.
They're making fun.
No. This guy, he's not educated. He's not educated. He lives.
Show us your hand. Show us the hand. Let's stop the talking.
I just told you. Listen, I
don't want to hear. Show us the picture of your hand. Let's see your hand.
Is your camera working, Tyrell?
Yeah.
I'm on my computer.
He's like a light-skinned.
Please,
he's a light-skinned guy.
Please, let Tyrell talk. You mute.
I'm on my laptop right now, and I don't got a computer. I don't got a camera. But even if I showed you my hand, right? Like some niggas in the hood, like they be real hood niggas, but they've been whitified, right? They ain't really black. And so what I'm telling you is that no matter how black some people might be, you know what I'm saying? They might not be about that real nigga shit. And you know what I'm talking about.
What is real nigga shit? What are you talking about?
Real nigga shit means real nigga represent 20, know what I'm saying, on the block. Every day is a new day.
Hey, we don't use those language on this platform.
So yeah, that language you can't.
And let me tell you, I got a little side hustle that, like, if any white motherfucker said the N-word, they gotta cash at me $5, and I do it upon interest as well. So over time that they say that shit.
Banami.
Santa Claus. I don't know if you went to acting schools, but
Banami
is not very good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Point of order. Banami.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I suspect that these are two white people.
No, you don't suspect. We know. But go ahead.
Point of order. And whether that is true or not, I'd like to still continue with the topic, not to be derailed. So the question.
But wait a minute, real quick, because I don't know if you guys are gonna be kicking out AI generated. Listen, you think you could cash at me $5 real quick?
Right. So back to the topic.
I thought you was gonna bring a stronger game than that. But go ahead, IC3 Black.
Yes.
I mean, listen, every day is a struggle.
AI said that he was Jewish. AI said that he was Jewish.
Yeah. Why don't you be real about who you are, Tyrell? You little.
I tell you who I am.
Can I talk?
Santa Claus. Hey, is this you calling me here? Here's another hate call coming in.
Oh, it's kicking off today, isn't it?
Hey,
oh my God.
Yeah, so this is what AI generated was. See?
Yeah. All right.
So this is, you know me, I'm not gonna get into an argument with people and things like that. But so this
that's disgusting. Whoever called.
What I want to say is AI generated. I don't know what.
Send me that number. I don't know who just called, but send me that number, and I'm gonna find out where he live, and I'm gonna kill that motherfucker.
this is a public show.
Oh God,
and,
I'm gonna kill that
we have our
motherfucker.
business number on the line and things like that. But I don't
That
know where
guy
you
was
guys
gross.
came from. But if you want to watch the show and listen to us, that's fine. But I don't know. Like this person keep on calling, so I don't know if that's one of your friends, AI generated, or Tyrell.
No.
But
Okay.
it is.
I don't talk to white motherfuckers, so I don't know who that is.
My point is, what have we said on here to really get someone that angry to where 2:30 in the morning they're calling my phone?
Right.
And
Exactly.
they're calling me instead of having a dialogue. They're saying all kind of nasty things.
Right.
And people like myself, if you watch my shows, we don't go around and just be calling out people name and talking nasty. to people.
Exactly.
Our show is about us and upbuilding. That's it. I'm not here to talk about the races of people.
Tyrell, listen,
things like that.
dude.
So
Hey,
AI
Tyrell.
generated. Tell your buddies.
No,
to not call their
Tyrell.
because
Talk me on the
good.
street, fucker. You understand me? I invited you on this fucking show. These are kind black people. You're a fucking.
You guys are
I don't give a
Have
fuck,
a
my
shit,
nigga.
bro.
You a pussy ass, bitch ass, white crack ass.
Fuck
motherfucker,
you,
man.
black.
And I'm a catch. I know where you live. I know
You're
where
the
you stay
dumbest
at.
black guy I know. I treat you with respect. I bring you on this fucking internet show. Go
I don't
fuck
give a fuck,
yourself.
nigga.
You guys
pussy ass nigga.
about Bill Wagner, the Wagner crew.
All right, so what I got is I got these guys in the background. So these are like these are some neutrals. I got a few of them calling, and it is literally very sad because you would think it's very sad because it's like
Bomani,
wow, you know.
Bomani, may I
As a
say
matter of
this?
fact, let the professional IC3 come in and go up. Go ahead, IC3.
Yeah. This actually is.
We're gonna leave them backstage for a minute. Then we might
Okay. So let me. You said it's very sad, but I'd like to say that no, this is wonderful. This is a blessing. You see, what happens is whenever black people, whenever black people are making real progress and about to do something real, that's when the white supremacists will arrive. So their arrival is almost like a blessing, like to say, yeah, okay, you're doing something for real now. Now we have to get involved. As long as you're talking nonsense and fighting against yourselves and talking all kinds of rubbish, they're far away. But soon as you get real, talking about color genesis, autonomous entity for black betterment. Now we're talking real stuff. Then the white supremacists arrive on cue and on time.
Yep.
So yes, it's a happy. What? This is good news.
Yeah, it's like I did Blog Talk Radio, bro. They used to be in this thing, N-word, you know.
We want to do these fools.
We had enough. We heard.
I want to let you. I couldn't really take too much off it,
but I thought I was gonna have a serious discussion and everything. They're just talking. They know each other. They're basically playing, of course, each other back and forth. I did trolling, you know.
Yeah,
so
of course.
If you're even, let me tell you something, folks. If you're a white supremacist, white nationalist, I'll welcome you on the show if you want to have a real debate and everything like that. You're gonna basically come here and joke and like that. I'm not with all that, you know. I don't want to hear what you have to say. If you're serious, you don't agree with what we got to say, you really believe black people are inferior, we can't do it. We can have that debate, you know. But if you're not asking me those questions, you're going off about, we call each other nigga and all this kind of stuff like this, you know.
Yeah, typical white devil stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're dealing with.
So this situation,
right,
is wonderfully serious. So whenever the black people are really serious, then the white supremacists will be comical and humor. Yeah, that's how it goes. It's like it's black and white. It's black and white. there's no two seriousness together.
Some people basically, I won't make names. Will on YouTube will entertain them and chuck it up and laugh. I
got no time to waste.
I love Kazorian's show, right? But Kazorian will basically, he hasn't been on a week. Is he suspended or something? I haven't seen him.
No, he's changed. He's got another channel, and we've been talking on another channel where he's trying to move up to more serious. Yeah,
he'll
more
have
serious.
people like that come on and and I can't. You know what I'm saying? They'll be laughing and joking and like that. This is a serious show. Now, if you look, I'm like this. We never really had white people on the show. But if you really come here and you want to bring the smoke, whatever like that, hey, I'm all for it. But bring your A game on this level, like you trying to talk about something like that.
I literally thought AI was gonna bring some, some A game.
Yeah, because he said he's white and Jewish. That would have been a wonderful conversation.
Like, okay.
Yeah, because he's Jewish and he's white. I want to talk about Zionism.
White devils.
Check this out. Where are the white real men at right now? Do you see the world is falling apart, and you got nothing to do but get online at night, 2 o'clock in the morning, and freaking laugh and joke and stuff like this?
Yeah, there you go. Hey, I keep walking. What you got to say to these guys? You gonna tell them keep walking?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Bro, the first when you get that call, I knew these were the Broad Boys, man. This is all they do.
That's all they
Terrell
do.
is not African American. They're all white.
There's
also 7 of them.
I ain't white, nigga. You don't know who I is,
They're all
nigga. And let me tell you something.
Come on, man. I mean, come on. You know you have no chance against the black man. So I mean, this is all you got.
Black?
This is all you got,
man.
You say wait. You're a dumbass.
You don't even know what an 808 is, nigga. What is an 808?
Tyrell, your language. We don't use those language on the platform.
Yeah, Tyrell, like I said, guys, like he's the worst neighbor ever. Always asks me for cigarettes, always asks me for like loose change. Like his wife and him are always arguing in their house. Like it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Can I speak to you, AI? Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead. IC3, go ahead. I have to mute them because they're using these languages and we don't use these languages.
Okay. So this is a question for AI because he said that he's white and Jewish. So I'd like him to tell me what he feels. Does he agree with what I said about the establishment, the Zionist movement, and the method they use to establish Israel? Does he agree with what I said, or would he like to expand on how the Zionist movement successfully established a state? That's the subject. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, they did it with finance, a lot of funding, and coercion. That's it.
And what was the coercion, would you say?
Well, I mean, I guess they fought a bunch of Arabs, the 7-Day War. It was difficult. And I think maybe if sub-Saharan Africans did the same, you guys could create a macro nation, possibly. You just have to...
a macro nation. Expound on that. What do you mean by, or what is a macro nation? What's your vision of a black macro nation? What does that look like? And
well, there has to be unified language. Tribes must suspend their ethnic allegiance. Right?
Okay.
And the Igbo and the Yoruba have to eliminate distinction between each other, which I don't know whether that will be possible, but there has to be a bunch of distinctions that have to disappear between different African peoples and tribes.
Okay.
For one.
Okay. For the macro nation. I like that term, macro nation. And this macro nation, to use Carla Genesis' term, would be an autonomous entity, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Hopefully,
so we're getting somewhere.
Hopefully.
Okay.
I mean, listen. I mean, Africa. They need arable land, manufacturing power.
Right.
I mean, I'm treating it as a nation. There needs to be a lot of underpinnings.
Excellent. So let me ask you a question. In this construction of this macro nation, this autonomous black betterment entity, which would come first? Do you think securing some land first, or creating an offline or an online entity, as it were, or without land?
What would the purpose of an online entity without land be?
because the Zionist movement, they never had land. There was no country. There was no state. There was no macronation. There was no autonomous entity. They were just a movement. Yeah. So they had no land, correct?
Words, right? Pan-Africanism as it exists now, in other words?
Well, let's look at the Zionist model, because that worked, didn't it? It was a movement without land, correct?
It was a concept initially, much like Pan-Africanism. Yes. And there was sufficient conviction amongst the subscribers of that, conviction to initiate an actual, movement.
Right, that's what I said. Yeah, movement
to go about securing land, and there needed to be a great deal of capital involved.
Right.
Tyrell's texting me right now. He's asking me for money.
Yeah, I'm not interested in Tyrell. I'm not interested in Tyrell.
Stop with the foolishness for a second. Let me just make sure we left Blackout Andy. I don't know if you're with Tyrell or AI generated, but welcome to the call. Introduce yourself, and I'll put up the topic, and let us know what's on your mind.
Hey, I just want to say you stupid ass little nigga.
Wow. Very
okay. Don't worry about that. Focus. Let's stay focused. Right.
Listen here. You can't use that language if you're going to talk to us. Be respectful, because we're not going to call you names. All right.
No. I just want to say one thing.
No. You listen. If you're going to call me and call and talk about something, speak your mind. But you can't.
This guy AI generated. He's super disrespectful and condescending towards black people. I'll appreciate that. I'll appreciate that shit. All right.
Wow. What a poor impression. Horrible.
I'll appreciate that.
I've never seen white on white. I've never seen that.
You white devils are coming on here with some very bad acting skills. Yeah. Come on, you got to step your game up.
I'd like to talk to AI more, because I think the conversation is constructive. So, based on what you've said, AI, it seems that the steps are there's a movement, and you use the word conviction, a group of people with a conviction, a movement. Then step two, that movement started to generate. You said capital. I think you said capital. What they're generating the finance now. So the movement, step one, a group of people with conviction. Step two, that group of people then starts to attract finance. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So no land yet. No land. Step two, they're increasing their finance, and then step three. What would you say? Would that group of people then send representatives of that group to speak to states or governments?
Absolutely.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Well, so we've gone to step three now. Still no land. No land yet.
But the land has to be secured.
Exactly, but the land, but there's no land yet. There's no land yet.
Or you could skip all the diplomacy, form a militia, and reinvade parts of Liberia. You could do that, and just secure land coercively, without any treaties, without any mandates, without
that's
any.
That's a possibility. Yeah, that's a possibility. But I think even they say in the art of war, but the highest form is to be able to win without any bloodshed. It's possible. Yeah,
it's possible.
It's possible, yes, but it's extremely. You have to be your social engineering has to be supreme.
It has to
be able to achieve what you want to achieve without bloodshed. Pardon?
Effective social engineering has to benefit all parties involved.
Exactly. Good. So it's possible. So you can achieve land without needing to shed blood, just by a successful process. Step one, form a group of people with conviction. Step two, gather resources and money for the movement.
Right.
Step
Aside
three,
from capital, you require expertise, which, like if Jay-Z and Kanye West gathered all their billions of dollars and
Kanye West is an incredible artist, man. Kanye West, he incredible, and him, I believe deep in my heart that him and Kyrie Irving, they will come together.
Down, please.
Wait, hold on, but wait a minute. Now listen up. Him and Kyrie Irving will combine their sperm into an artificial womb facility in the upcoming 10 to 15 years. And out of that will come out baby Black Jesus Messiah, which
the Black Messiah.
Get him off.
Tyrell, you're in the backstage. You got to behave yourself. Continue, guys.
But many a serious word is going to inject.
Bomani, they all trolling, brother. Just kick them off. Kick them. There's
no.
Who are you?
We're having fun with them. We're having fun with them.
Who are you? Are you even black? Like, seriously, I know Tyrell is an idiot, but like, who are you? Keep walking. With all due respect.
Motherfucker, I came from the black continent. Do you
what
think
black
English?
Continent? Well, okay,
it's
well,
that's Africa.
Arab. Okay, I understand. Are you North African? Are you Moroccan? Because Moroccans aren't black.
Do you understand what language I'm speaking? No, you don't.
You seem like a broken Arab. You know,
he's from Egypt. He's from Egypt. That's why.
Yeah, well, Egyptian.
I mean, like, listen, it's getting fucked in the ass.
You're not black. Keep walking.
He's a camel jockey.
Celebration.
With all due shut up, Blackout Andy. With all due respect, keep walking. Keep walking. You know, keep walking.
You're trolling. You're trolling. This is your cousins. And
okay, don't worry. Let's stick to the topic. The topic, the subject itself is productive.
IC3 is teaching. So all the trolls, you may learn something. You guys just listen now. Let him do his presentation. Then you can respond.
IC3. Let's continue our conversation here.
Yes. Okay. So we agree then. Step 3, representatives of this movement that has accrued some capital enough to send representatives to various embassies, whatever, to persuade those embassies or representatives of those embassies to sign a document, just like the Balfour Declaration, to get those states to view with favor the establishment of the Jewish homeland, and in this case, the macronation, that is a black autonomous entity for black betterment. So that's step 4 of now, what would you suggest was the pitch that the Zionists made to the British government? How did they? I mean, it's a genius move, very, very clever. How do you get a state to sign a document that they probably constructed themselves?
Well, there were many Zionists in the parliament as it was. There were many British Zionists already in the British government.
Ah, right. Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so they internally were able to convince the government to sign a document. So therefore, it should work for black betterment, because there are a lot of black people within government, aren't they?
Sure.
Yeah. So it should work.
Yeah.
Even though black people might not be in leadership, but those black people that are within the American government, within the British government, and in many other governments.
Well, I mean, but the problem is that, black people, I guess, lack collective vision. There's a lot of discrepancy between groups in this country. Individualism is something that's very much a value in America, and it's difficult for people of any racial background nowadays to be united in America, given its emphasis on individual freedom.
Right. So to get unity, there has to be the idea that unifies. So the correct idea produces the result. So if the idea is flawed, it cannot bring about unity. But a good idea will bring about unity. So somebody came up with the idea, some Jewish person came up with the idea that, hey, we need a homeland for the Jews. And he spoke to one or two other Jews.
Religion. That's another point to make, is that Pan-Africanism is not a religion. There's no deeply held superstitious beliefs about the nature of reality within Pan-Africanism.
Hey, wait, hold on,
real quick. Tyrell, what do you have to say, Tyrell?
Black, I got a question for you, because to be honest with you, you don't sound black to me. So like, I'm just wondering where.
Yo, is this guy gonna keep interrupting?
I'm just talking.
Unlike yourself, he's showing his video, and just like I'm about.
Why
to show
y'all
the
being
video.
racist? Why y'all being racist? And this
So,
is what I'm talking about. This is the black on black that I'm talking about. Right here.
Because what makes us racist? That we're having a dialogue about.
No, it's because you cannot let another brother talk. They
Okay,
always try to
you're not a
put down
brother,
a
but
black
let you
man.
talk, though. Go ahead, talk.
What I'm just asking where you
keep
from.
the
'Cause
language
he
down,
don't sound
please.
black to me. He don't sound black. To what I'm trying to tell you. So I'm just wondering where you from, like where you at, where you be at.
He's a black Brit. He's black British, and you don't sound black. You sound like a white. You sound like a black hick. If you're black, you're black.
I'm more melanated than
But you're
all of
different.
y'all, which
But
is
you're
why
definitely a
y'all are
hick.
so upset with
You're
me.
definitely a
All right,
redneck.
let's cut this short. Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm classified as
tripping.
black, IC3 black. I was born here in England, and my parents from Jamaica. So that's enough of me in the ID. Back to the subject. Yes. So what was you saying? AI generated. Oh yeah, religion. Very good. Very good topic, actually. Very good. Religion was an aspect that allowed for the construction of the successful establishment of Israel.
Correct.
Is that the point you're making there?
I'm suggesting that Pan-Africanists have to incorporate mythology into their movement in order, or at least some science.
Right. Very good.
Some outstanding belief systems that will propel Black Americans to basically be indoctrinated by Pan-Africanism.
Very good point, AI. Very good. I mean, this is he's number one. I've heard this for years. Actually, this is the first time in my life. Actually, I've heard a white person speaking on this level. Very interesting. So watch this. What do you think of this? I agree with you. To get that level of power, it's going to have to be moving to the religious realm. Okay.
But it has to be couched in reality. It can't be too outlandish.
Yes, 100%, 100%. So, I would say, tell me what you think of this. The success of the Zionist movement was and is whiteness and Judaism. It's a combination of whiteness, the belief in whiteness, and Judaism. And that the belief, the religion is Judaism, so that's a religious aspect, but the secular aspect that merged with the religious aspect was the belief in whiteness as part of the state, and that combination. So I said I'm saying that yes, you're correct. It's a merger of religion.
What is whiteness? With all due respect, IC3. What is whiteness? Just white
right.
People?
Good. Okay.
Whiteness is his Michael Jackson glove.
Well, let's explore it. Wonderful. This is a high level conversation. What exactly is whiteness? Okay.
Well, Michael Jackson wasn't white,
Yeah. Okay.
Oh no,
Right.
he was really white. He was really white.
So watch this. The concept of white people, yes. So I found that. So this is the British system that the police use, but it's also international. Yeah, through Interpol, Europol, and so on. and I'll just tell you the stuff, and then So this system, which is international, is actually based off the scripture. The original model, there was only black people, white people, and other. There was only 3, but this is the updated, more sophisticated version. And this was established based on the belief.
This is a Jewish artist. On your hat. It's on your hat.
Yeah. A Jewish artist painted this, and these are Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Yeah. So the entire system of racism, white supremacy, is based on the idea that Ham, the son of Noah, was cursed and his skin turned black. So the whole world that we understand, that we see, the construct, not the planet, the construct of the world that we're in, is built on that idea. I'm not arguing saying it's true or it's false. I'm saying that is the construct. Yes. So the whole concept of white people, black people, is based on the idea that Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And Ham was cursed because he saw his father's nakedness, and his skin turned black. So therefore, all black people forever will remain cursed and must be the servants of Shem and Japheth forever. So therefore, going back to the brilliant point that you made, AI, is that, yes, you are correct. It's only a religion. You need the power of religion to really drive the establishment of an autonomous entity, a macro nation. And I'm saying that this new religion is based on the reversal of the curse of Ham. If you can build a world,
but why not base it on science and observable facts?
Because white supremacy is not based on science. See, because there's nobody is actually white. Nobody is actually the same color as this piece of paper. So whiteness is not based on science. Nobody's actually white, but whiteness because the government, the state of America.
So let's take white and replace it with the word olive or beige. Beigeness.
Well, yeah, but the government, the United States and the United Kingdom do not use beige. They use white. The state recognizes, the American state, the American state recognizes white people, the existence of white people.
Right. Well, I understand IC3. You're arguing semantics, but I understand your point.
Yeah, it's state. Yeah, it's not personal opinion. It's the
wait a
state.
minute, hold on. Hey, Black, listen, I'm trying to figure out, is you a black man who wishes he was Jewish? Because I'm really I'm just not understanding what you're trying to get at here. I mean, we do know
Beautiful
the black
question.
are the real
Beautiful
Jews.
question.
We know the blacks
Is it a
are the
statement
real
or a
Jews.
question? Am I a black man who wishes he was Jewish? Or am I the real Jew?
Well, Jesus was a black man and Jesus was a Jew. So it could be that, blacks are the real Jews. But at the same time, I don't see you going to synagogue. I don't see you saying Shabbat Shalom, right? You
Okay.
ain't doing all that shit.
Yeah, but if AI and yourself saying that Jesus was black, if Jesus was really black, then that means Jesus was cursed under the curse of Ham. Yeah. So
Right.
the whole idea of the curse of Ham means that Ham, the son of Noah, was cursed in that his skin turned black. So you're saying then that Jesus, having black skin, was the cursed descendant of Noah. You see,
Who this
so
white
you can see.
motherfucker right here? Who this white
Yeah.
dude?
All right. IC3, ease up for a second. OG Jeezer, welcome to the call. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Introduce yourself and let me share the topic, and let us know what you want to talk about and what you want to share.
I'm just like sitting in. Can I just be like an observer? Because I'm not gonna fucking comment on something I don't know nothing about.
Well, you tune into the call, so just share what's on your mind. We just try to be respectful, give everybody a chance to share their thoughts, and only thing we ask people to do is keep the language down and let's be respectful.
I have no thoughts. I mean, I just think that you guys you got to raise each other up. You know what I mean? And then don't think that everybody's racist against you. I believe there's only one race. It's the human race. Don't think
that's bullshit. That's bullshit, OG.
AI generated. Let him finish talking.
Black people.
That is bullshit, though.
Whites want
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you agree or
just the
disagree with
content
it.
of the character. Is the Democrats who don't do that. It's the
I'm saying he's lying. He's lying. He tells me other things.
I ain't lying. Shit.
So what I'm gonna do is AI generated you in backstage. OG Jeezer, on here.
I think the people are just trying to pit the race war because they want to divide us so they can conquer us and control us. And that's why they want this division, because they want the power. And as long as they have this division, because I don't judge anyone by the content, only by the content of their character, not by the color of the skin or where they're from.
All right, OG, let me tell you something real quick. OG.
You know,
all right, Kala Genesis back, family. He's hosting the show with me, so please let Kala respond. Everybody else have a chance to talk.
My whole thing is that was nice. If I would have heard that 100 years ago, I would say, something you're right. But whether there's going to be a race war or not, that we don't know. But we are saying that it's obvious that the majority of white people don't care about this experiment called America anymore. Right, so why should we? We're saying that we're moving towards Pan-Africanism, nation building, and stuff like that, right? And the bottom line,
where are you going to do that? Here?
No, we're trying to build. We're trying to build the African continent, right? We're trying to build a global pipeline between Black institutions in America, right, with African countries and everything to develop Africa and develop ourselves right now, because we tried it the American way, and what happened? America shipped jobs overseas.
I feel the same way. I don't trust this stupid fucking government. I'm doing my own thing. Like, you want to have your own nation? I want to have my own nation too. We agree on that, right? Yeah.
That's
what we're doing.
You ain't
black. You ain't never gonna be black, and you ain't never gonna know what it means to be black. Right? So you cannot be told
of America and everything like that. You have that right here. We're second, third class citizens. That's fine, and we've done well in America.
We all like the same. That's why we like. All right, I'm gonna be an ally.
So how are you a second?
I have my nation, OG Militia, and I'll be an ally to your nation. And we should conquer the United States and take over the land.
I won't say that on the air, bro. I'm not trying to.
Yeah,
if you want to resettle in Africa, good luck. There's nothing in there. They don't have any crops. It's like fucking dry fucking desert. They can't grow food in Africa. It's mostly desert.
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? We got
mostly desert, I guess. I don't know. Tell me.
Africa got the Sahara and the Kalahari. The rest is tropical, savanna, Mediterranean, all different types of temperate climates. 12 million square miles. It's not all desert, So basically, what we're saying is we're trying to invest and build Africa, right, for the future. Like I said, there's a whole saying, right? A man who plants a tree knowing that he's not going to benefit from its shade is the first step to enlightenment, So we're saying we're laying the foundation for future generations, like the Zionists did. Theodore Herzl didn't see the Zionist movement take away, but he started it,
Caligenesis.
So the bottom line is what we're trying to do is saying the next 100 years, right, is going to be black people building on our ancestral homeland and building the black community and in a Pan-African world. That's what
so I'm not the same melanin as you are. You're not the same melanin as me. But do you agree with me? There's only one race, and that's the human race.
Well, I look.
It depends on how you put it.
We got to stop fucking going against each other.
Well, we
have to
understand race.
unite. We have to unite.
Who uses race to benefit themselves?
The white people. The Chinese. How come no one ever goes to the Chinese and say, so we're all one race? They're
try to let to the Chinese.
Chinese people, man, are so cheap. I would never again walk into a Chinese restaurant if I knew how to make my own beef and broccoli.
To the conversation.
Chinese people are cheap.
So Calogenesis, I wanted to ask you.
Nickel and dime you, yeah.
You ever see an episode of Fresh Prince where the clown was just
I dropped Tyrell down. Tyrell is just too off the chain now. Is that the biggest black person that ever been black?
You're not funny. I can see if he was funny. He's not funny. You're not funny at all.
I ain't trying to be funny. I'm just telling you how it is.
Making an ass out of yourself.
Calogenesis.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. The other day, some white motherfucker came up to me and asked me for direction for the subway. And you know what I did? You know what I did to him? I knocked his bitch ass out.
That's it. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. Tyrell, you can't behave yourself, man. We're adults here. We're not children.
Like, we have to expose them and then, like...
I bet you think channel what 10
I can dialogue with OG Geezer and AI.
And it makes you look better,
But
you
anyway,
you just fillet them like a fish. Like, it's good. Don't you like? I like exercising a filleting of fish. You just fillet them like
Calogenesis. Calogenesis. Do you think that blacks are entitled in the United States? Do you think that blacks have an attitude problem on average in the United States? Do you observe that blacks have difficulty behaving themselves in most public situations?
Look, good example, right? Let me say this, right? Black people display their entitlement and their ignorance outwardly, right? White people have a reserve, right? They have an expectation for their time. In other words, when their entitlement don't go wrong, when that they let you know, whatever like that. Black people walk around because we know nobody gives a fuck about what we say. So we gotta walk around. I'm entitled. We know we're not entitled to shit. We know we're not gonna get shit, right? White people have expectations, right?
How do you know that whether you're going to get shit or not? Maybe they have the tried as a collective to behave themselves.
Let me say this. I'm glad you asked that question, right? Black people, when they ask General Sherman, right? During the Civil War, right? Hey, keep me when you ask General Sherman during the Civil War and said, "What do you people want?" And that was the only time in our history where he asked actual black people, what do you want, right? You know what they said? They said, look, we want a separate territory that we could develop some 40 acres and a mule. He said, if the war's over and we're delivered back into the hands of these former Confederates and everything, the prejudice that's built into these people, we're going to perish. So he said, look, part of the thing at the end of the Civil War was we were going to give land allotments from white farmers, white plantations over, and give it to blacks and everything.
And education too. Don't forget about education.
All that's like pull themselves up.
Schooling and education. Learn to read and write and do math.
Fascinated.
Didn't they promise that too?
Oh yeah, all that, but it all went away because
not only 40 acres and a mule, but did they deliver on the education?
They delivered on nothing. You know why? Because Lincoln was assassinated, right? And all the Republicans and everybody was driven out of the South, and then we had the end of Reconstruction.
Who was the next president? Was it Andrew Johnson?
It was Andrew Johnson, and then years later, it was the Hayes-Tillman compromise that ended Reconstruction.
So right? It was a Southerner who fucking, and a Republican probably, or maybe a Democrat, that destroyed the fucking South. It was the Democrats that destroyed the South.
Let me say this, bro. The Republicans Party came down, right, with the grandiose idea that they were going to remake the South and all stuff like this. They're going to give black equality and everything. And they didn't bother asking black people, right? What they wanted to do was they knew the black people labor, like Nathan Beck reported, head of the founder of the Ku Klux Klan, right? Went to the Klan and said, look, we have to stop violence and everything from black people. We got to stop terrorizing. Why? Because if the black people are driven out of Tennessee, we're never going to develop. So the Klan took preemptive to stop the night riding and stuff like that because they needed the black labor. It said we need these people to do the hard labor still in America. That was the plan that we wanted. So in other words, we're going to be the permanent bottom class. We had sharecropping. We had all stuff like that. We got everything.
You know why? Because they first had the fucking Irish to do that, but they didn't. They were not built like blacks, and they were lazy. And then the blacks.
Well, the Irish.
I'm going to tell you the truth. The first slaves were like the Irish in the Americas. But everybody was a slave. Everybody was a slave throughout fucking history. Everybody was a slave. It was not. You call me the black people are the last slaves, by the way, in modern history.
Hold on, let Carla Genesis explain this because you're making a lot of assumptions about slavery. I know people always talk about. Go ahead, Carla.
Not only that, there were a lot of Irish people who basically were planters and owned slaves once they became assimilated. You know, so when people say Irish were slaves, they were indentured. They had a period certain of their servitude. You know. Once that servitude was up, they were just an ordinary white person, you know, and a lot of them basically, you know.
But what are we talking about? Are we arguing or debating about something here? Because I'm just having a conversation. Are we just having a conversation?
So, can I say something about Bebe Rodriguez? Bebe Rodriguez is the offspring of natives and conquistadors. Latin America would be a giant jungle dump without the arrival of European settlers, and most of Africa would remain underdeveloped without the arrival of Arab and European settlers as well.
You even know about history where there was another fucking humanoid race here before this
OG,
Earth
you gotta
is
keep the
a
language
lot
down.
older than you think, buddy. All right, because there's other fucking human specimens.
I know there's
and
Incans
species that
and the
lived
Mayans.
Yes, we had more modern technology than we had now, like a billion years ago. And now we're gonna go there again, right?
That's a bit hyperbolic, geezer. But let me ask you something. So the Aztecs
I
very
want to
civilized.
communicate with Asian aliens.
They cut out hearts. They ate intestines. You know.
And it was romantic. It was the arts.
And also the Spanish.
Did they add garlic and ginger to it? Like, what was it? It was just cannibalism raw.
Capiche? You're a freak. Capiche? You understand me, motherfucker?
All right, so let me just meet OG. Go ahead, Carla Genesis.
Okay, the conquistadors brought in horses. That's what tested the battle for them and how they won. And also, when you look at the Central South America, most of the people are mixed of Spanish and Indian ancestry, you know, in Central South America. And then people always say, well, they wouldn't have nothing. Then why is it that if the status of the country is so great, is why is places like Peru and places like that so poor, you know? Why is Mexico so backwards? You know, why is people?
Well, Mexico's pretty developed, actually.
If they're so developed, then why the hell are the millions of them here then? That don't make any logical sense. You guys want to
because it's a wealthier country and there's handouts to be given out here.
Huh?
It's a wealthier country and we have handouts to give out.
Well, no.
Mexico is a quasi-good, like almost good fucking republic and government, but it's quasi fucked up. You know.
Let me answer, right? Mexico has two big long coastlines, right? Rich fishing grounds, has nickel, silver, oil, everything like this, right? But yet Mexico chooses to export its power. It has never been able to manifest its wealth and everything for the masses of people. It chooses to export its power
Rodriguez
to America.
Right, but okay, so Native Americans own sub-Saharan Africans.
What?
Native Americans owned sub-Saharan African slaves.
Yeah, I know that. There's no doubt in my mind. Yeah, Native Americans basically in the east coast of America and whatnot bought and sold slaves, and just like white people did. You know,
the first slaver was a black man in America.
No, that's a lie. I read that history and whatnot. It was a lie.
Actually, no, it's probably a lie. It was probably a white guy.
Yeah. Where do you get this documentation from? Explain further so we're clear about the first.
Not that it matters.
Black people. No, I mean, go ahead. I mean,
careful. You got a bunch of Illuminati fucking Jews up in here.
OG, what's up with you, man, with these language, brother?
Call is a fucking Jew and the other motherfuckers are Illuminati.
Yeah, he's
they work for the Rothschilds. They're contracted. They're slaves of the Rothschilds. That's why Carl does not make money. That's why he only earns like fucking $800,000 a year, because he's not a millionaire yet. You should be a millionaire, huh? Because you're fucking DNA.
All right, so OG, your language is not acceptable.
Please,
go ahead. And go ahead,
Thank you. Yes, Native Americans owned slaves. The African basically was targeted and singled out for a permanent racial thing. That didn't happen initially, right? Because the first black people were brought here to America, come to America, came with the Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, and they were called Creoles because they spoke the European language, but yet they were black African descent. They were indentured servants, prisoners, general workers, and everything like that, lived in places like Long Island, Staten Island, Nantucket, in Massachusetts. Some of it. These were called what they call Atlantic Creoles, and these were the first black people in North America, right? Slavery and race didn't happen until large number after 1619, when large numbers of Africans were brought here from the continent as chattel slavery, right? Before that, race and slavery wasn't synonymous. After that, right, and then it took another 50 years before racism in the Bacon Rebellion in 1617. They said, you know something? We got whites and blacks marrying to each other, Indians, whites, blacks marrying each other. So we have to create a system where we enfranchise white people, right? Give them a little bit of privilege and power, and we basically make black people a permanent race slave. Now, initially, people say, how are you going to make a people slavery just because of their color? But after a while, through minstrel shows, through popular culture, and also the erasure of African history, right? It became settled that black people were an inferior race of people. At first, they didn't believe that. Black people, when you look at it, the Africans that were brought here were too far from the white immigrants. They dress the same, ate the same, everything like that. Over time, as America developed and everything like that, they pushed black people into the mud of human civilization with no education, no cultivation, no anything. And they said this is their way of doing it. They carried their perception, the degradation of black people in the West, as their perception of Africa. They didn't realize they erased the fact that you had great kingdoms like Benin. Benin was a big city, bigger than Amsterdam. People don't know that. I guess AI don't know that, right?
Well, let me ask you something, Caligenesis. So how do you feel about Africans enslaving other Africans before the arrival of whites and Jews to the continent?
Okay, well, I'm glad you asked it. Because I've been expecting these questions for years. I'm always prepared for this, right? There's a whole thing, right? White people always say, you know something? Africans enslaved other Africans. Yes, Europeans enslaved other Europeans. People enslave each other all over the world, right? Here's the difference, though, right? At the time when the Europeans, at the height of the slave trade, right?
The problem is that whites did a lot with their slaves, and they generated more wealth with their slaves, whereas the Africans didn't.
Let me clear your point, right? Lisbon, Amsterdam, London, Liverpool, all these places were diseased, backwater cities where people were crapping in the streets, everything like that, with cholera and everything, right? It was in a matter of 100 years, the wealth of the slavery built all these cities into empires, empires. Africa, on the other hand, suffered. Cities like Benin City, Oyo, Ife, all these other kingdoms declined as a result of the slave trade. And also, Europeans said that they were the enlightened civilization. If you're an enlightened person, if you say, my name is AI, right? I'm an enlightened person and everything like that. Would you be around your block, right? Soliciting teenage girls to try to do OnlyFans, or would you be in somebody's trying to rob somebody's house and everything? If you call yourself, no, you wouldn't be nowhere near that. So why would the Europeans, right, that call themselves enlightened Christians, everything, be even anywhere near a transatlantic slave trade? That's a question that needs to be asked.
Well, I mean, they saw sub-Saharan Africans as an inferior race of people. And I mean, first off, the idea that they were stolen off the land, okay, is, I think, a bunch of malarkey. I think that they were sold. I have very strong convictions that dictate that Africans were sold from.
Okay, what I'm saying is though, why? Hold on. If somebody, if you said that my father was a cocaine dealer, right?
Also, okay, I will also say, you know,
y'all both have to finish your points before y'all keep cutting each other off. So just try to finish one point. So Kali, you want to go, or AI, you want to go, because y'all are changing points.
Say before you finish, if that's the point I'm trying to make, is this: when people say people did the same thing. See, you understand the American mentality, how sick the American mind is, right? Same thing with the Black American mind is, because, like I said at the top of the show, you looked at, we're nothing but Black Anglo-Saxons. We think just like the Anglo-Saxon, right? We got every excuse and everything. You say, well, there's drugs in the community and everything like that. But we didn't bring the drugs here. But yet I know, and everybody knows, there are people out there on the corners waiting for the re-up man to come in and get that crack and get their stuff like that to sell to people and put people on dope and everything like that, right? But when they say, oh, we don't bring the drugs in and whatnot, the same mentality we learned from the white man, right? It wasn't our fault because y'all sold slaves to each other. You see how Black people are nothing but Black Anglo-Saxons and everything, and we keep this stuff going on and everything because we're with the white man in America and he's turned us just like them. We act just like them. So we ask ourselves, do we have entitlement?
You guys don't act like Anglo-Saxons. That's the problem. That's the problem. Most Blacks don't act like Anglo-Saxons. That's the issue.
A white person is a white person. When you come in America and you speak English and you live and born here, you are nothing but a Jewish white Anglo-Saxon.
I am okay. First off, the transatlantic slave trade was predominantly owned by Jews. I will concede to that as a Jewish person. Do I feel guilty for that? No, I don't, because I didn't know those Jews. Do I feel guilt about anything that happened to any race of people as a result of the actions of people that may or may not have been related to me at some point genetically? I don't feel any responsibility over any of that. Neither should you feel. You shouldn't feel accountable for all of the shortcomings of your people.
Let me ask you a question. That's a good question. I'm glad you asked that, right? What about the Germans, right, who had to pay all that money from, I believe, right, and don't flag me, right, that I studied in college, right, that a Holocaust, I believe that was exaggerated.
Okay, fine, cool.
Yeah, so do you believe the Germans and everybody should be?
I think it was exaggerated, and I think it's just a game of sympathy, and it's disgusting. I feel all genocides. I feel all genocides should be forgiven.
Schindler's List, all this stuff like this.
Who cares? Listen, at the end of the day, we all should forgive each other, draw a blank slate to where we are, and reinvent ourselves.
We get our own nation, right?
Yes, absolutely, because you guys can't live in peace with other races.
No, it's not about that. It's just we want to live in a nation because we believe that we have every right to have a government also. But I look up and
you want to preserve your race. You want to preserve your phenotype.
National anthem. I want to see us. I want to see the textbooks and everything like that. You know, who is this clown thing? You know, who are these guys? 2:30 in the morning, and two guys, a black man and a white man wrestling on the floor. Man, come on.
That's OG Geezer. That's OG
yeah.
Geezer.
How about this? What we're gonna do? We're gonna Charles Bennett. We're gonna let you talk. Welcome to the call. Do you have something on your mind? You just came on here to troll.
Yes. Do you see this person getting choked out?
Yes.
What's your thoughts on that?
First of all, introduce yourself to the call, and
that's horrible.
No, I just want to know like what your thoughts on that is.
No, I mean more than he just came.
That guy that was just on the panel.
I have no idea.
OG Geezer.
And maybe
he got choked out by the black guy.
I mean,
what are your thoughts on that?
By people all the time. What is your point?
He's a white supremacist.
Okay, so what am
so
I?
You allow white supremacists on your panel, or?
Oh, I got your point. Okay, appreciate it. I got your point. What I'm doing is we're having a subject, and this is one of the few subjects I've had anyone.
Yeah, they allow white supremacists on their fucking panel.
I mean, well,
they're open-minded.
Please, you can address them in a little bit. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. All right. So what we're talking about is black people are maintaining their own oppression. Is racism or white supremacy really the problem? Now, I'm not saying it is, or I'm not saying it's not. What we're doing is having a dialogue, and just so happened a group of white devils decided to come on here, and right now one of my brothers on the phone because they keep calling here making nasty comments. So I had a few of them that was brave enough to come on and talk, and I was like, I appreciate that. Come on and talk, have a dialogue, and share what's on your mind. I don't have to agree with I don't have to agree with everything everyone's saying, but I believe you speak your mind. So this is a perfect show for anyone else to come on. But our brother, continue sharing what you're saying now, Charles.
No, go on. I don't want to.
No, you're saying about the white supremacists getting choked out. So add on to what you mean by him getting choked out, and what was the situation?
Well, he was talking disrespectful towards the black race. So this MMA fighter choked him out and made him say that he loves niggers.
I mean, listen, you got to kick out Charles Bennett. That could take down your live stream. You have to do that. Bomani, what's your name, sir?
Bomani.
Bomani, listen, you got to kick Charles Bennett out right now. This guy's a walking time bomb. He's a nuclear hazard. He's about to blow up the joint. Get this man out of here immediately. I repeat, get him out of here. This is critical. This is critical over here. Look at.
I have something I'd like to ask the white people on the panel.
Charles, I mean, you can ask me, but don't ask Charles Bennett. He's a horrible, horrible scumbag.
Yeah. So this is a suggestion I'm having discussions with, and like sometimes the state offers rewards for evidence that leads to the successful conviction of criminals. Yeah, I think here they call it Crime Stoppers. You can call in if you have some evidence that leads to the conviction of somebody. They can get you get rewarded by the state. So this new macro nation, this autonomous entity for black betterment, I suggest that this entity should reward white people who provide evidence that leads to successful reparation claims. So reparations, we see, should be done on a claim by claim basis. No big fat check. No. Claim by claim basis. So particular issues to do with particular people or groups of people and so on. So number one, reparations on a claim by claim basis. Number two, anybody.
So not all white people owe you something, correct? IC3 Black, it's just the family that owned your family from a long time ago?
Well, you see, well, when you say all white people, well, remember we talked about whiteness, yes? So if you identify as a white person,
well, I look white. I don't identify as a white person, but people will look on the street. You'll look at me and say, like, I don't care what you identify as. You're white.
Exactly. And why people talk like that is because that's state level. Yeah. When a state says you're white, you're white. Yeah. I can feel white. I can feel black. People can have their own identities that they feel. But when a state talks, when a state says you are black, it doesn't really matter what you think. That's the state, what the state thinks. So
can you
if
guys,
you identify,
I see 3 Black, with all due respect, sorry for interrupting everybody, guys. You guys can get OG Geezer back on here and Tyrell, or is that impossible?
Right here.
All right, go ahead. The thing of it is, I'm gonna be real. I'm trying to get feedback from everyone about the subject about racism and white supremacy, and only thing I'm asking people to do is keep the language down. You don't keep the language down. That's it. Keep the language down, and just be respectful as far as no N words and things like that, because because that's what I'm saying. So.
Tyrell is in the chat. He's texting me.
Tyrell is not black. Tyrell is black. He's a black redneck, which is for me is no different from a redneck itself. He just got an extra tan. You know what I mean? That's it. But he's the same person. But I got another person in here. Gary Espresso. Greetings, Gary. Welcome to the call. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. I want to find out, Gary, is this really your picture? Is this really you? Because we're showing ourselves. Let me actually show my video. There we go.
No, I'm sorry. That's first of all, shalom, brothers. This is my Jewish father. He's actually a lawyer.
Hey, cool. Hope he's a good lawyer. I may need some.
So you guys have two Jews now. I don't know Gary Espresso.
Oh, great, fantastic! And it's great. We're honored. We're honored.
Yeah, you brought your whole crew here.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
go on. Sorry. Go on.
I was basically listening to what's it called? Kala says that he's a Jew, and I was just wanting to know more about that because I mean, no offense, I mean, but as a Jew, you don't look Jewish to me.
I never said I was a Jew. I said IG was a white Jew, a white American Anglo-Saxon Jew. I'm not a Jew. No, don't ever say that, bro. Glad I could clarify that, man. No.
So because I heard somebody saying that white Jews aren't the real Jews, and I guess that I'm assuming black people.
Hold on.
Hey, listen here, Gary. We've been respectful to all race of people who play a bunch of videos. Now, if we said something, I'm gonna be the first one to say yes, I said it, and be real about it. But stop making up stuff and saying that we said these things. You have the wrong show. You have the wrong show. If you want to have a real dialogue, this show is all about real dialogue.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir, but what
guys, speak your mind beyond these things. But you're making accusations that don't make sense.
Right. But I'm just saying that I did hear. I believe it was Ice Black actually that he said that the blacks are the real Jews, and I guess the white ones are.
Oh, let me correct. No, let me clarify. Let me clarify. So the context is that this world, the construct of this world, not the planet, but the construct of the world, that's the financial, political, cultural, economic ecosystem, was built on the idea of the curse of Ham. And we got into that because AI was talking about religion and how religion, the Jewish religion, was an aspect that enabled the Zionists to get Israel. So any plan for a new nation, spiritual or religion, has to play a part. So I was saying, yes, I agree with that. And I understand the importance of that. And I am saying that the current system is a combination of Judaism and white supremacy. So the current power is a combination of Judaism with the religion, and the secular aspect is the idea of white supremacy.
Right, but what about the fact that the Prime Minister of Great Britain is Indian?
Okay, so that's right. So he's IC4 Indian. White supremacy.
Okay.
Yeah,
can
white
supremacy. Can I tell you, wait, can I see that chart again?
Oh yeah. These are international codes as used by Interpol.
Have you heard of IP2?
IP2? IP? No.
IP2. That's the level of whiteness, I guess you could say, that I'm on.
IP.
IP2.
What code is that? What system, coding system is that?
Please illustrate, please.
Yeah, give us the link to
Or
where we can find the coding
elaborate.
system. Yeah, elaborate.
So basically, we fall under the category of G7, where it's an elite class, I guess you could say. Where we basically.
Yeah, what's the name of the system? I heard what you're saying, but what is the name of the system? I want. If you mention a code, there must be other codes. So there's a code set. See, this set is 1 to 7. Well, actually, it's 1 to 9 because 7 to 9 is 1. But it's a code of 9 codes, and IC3 is just 1. So how many codes in the code set that you're talking about of IP2? What did it go to IP10 or IP20? What is it?
Well, it also
give
goes.
us a link. Give us a link.
Right.
Give us a link so I can study it.
All right, let me get that for you really quick. I'm not familiar if their new link is up, but I remember their the last one I remember. You could look up IP2.network.
Yeah, just type it in so I can look it up.
All right.
Yeah, type it in the chat and I'll post it.
Yeah, I mean they're really they're documenters, like they're journalists that well, I mean you'll see it's mostly journalists and they post and talk about this stuff. They're very philosophical.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, so yes. So to answer your question about the Black Jew, white Jew. So if it is that the current world is built on the combination of Judaism and whiteness, right? Then the counter to that world construct of white supremacy would be Judaism and blackness. Yeah, that's if it is true that white supremacy is a combination of whiteness and Jewishness, then the counter to that system of white supremacy would be maybe Judaism and blackness, something like that. So that's why I mentioned it.
Yeah, but can I
in
be
that
honest with
context?
you? I think you're just seeing it in like you're seeing it kind of like politics with like Republicans and Democrats, you know. There's more than just white and black people. There's Jews of all sorts. We have Ethiopian Jews. I don't know if you're an Ethiopian Jew or any of your ancestors are, but
yeah, but I heard that the Jewish they were poisoning the Felicia Jews, the black Jews, so that they couldn't have babies or something like that. So I heard that there's been abuse of the so-called black Jews. So therefore, that convinces me that it's not Judaism pure. It's Judaism mixed with the concept of white supremacy. So the power of the Jews in this, the so-called Jews in this modern world, is a combination of Judaism and whiteness. So race plays a factor.
I want to listen.
Power.
I see three black. Listen, I wanted to ask you: are you jealous of white people?
Jealous of white people? I suppose, I don't know if jealousy would be the right word. Just as much as anybody, if you're working in a company and you're earning a certain salary, are you jealous of the directors who are earning more money than you? Same question. And also a person who is a member of a state, yes, and you're a member of a kingdom, right? Are you jealous of the king? Yeah, if you're happy and it's a happy king, are you jealous of the king whilst living in his kingdom or her kingdom and being part of the people? So jealous, I don't know how that word, yeah, I don't know how to answer that. And then also, if you're in a prison, if you're a prisoner and you're in a cell, are you jealous of the prison management? See, jealous, I don't know what word it fits, But you could say, well, I'm jealous because I wish I was free.
Do you think that any disparity?
I'm in the prison cell.
Do you think that any disparity in reputation or compensation that exists between blacks and whites is strictly because of racial prejudice, not because of any other factors?
Say that again.
Any disparity that exists between blacks and whites in terms of compensation or reputation is strictly attributable to racism and no other factors.
Yes, because I believe that how I understand the system of white supremacy, it's a construct, just like a prison construct, and
so there's no way a black employee can get fired because he's a bad employee. It's because he's black only.
No. You see, you're seeing, you're looking at the world system construct as a business, and somebody getting hired and fired. How I see it is that the whole ecosystem is a prison from a perspective. So obviously, in any society, if you have prisons, right, the society sees the prison as a functional aspect of the society. You need to have prisons,
right? But listen, IC3 black. Listen, my uncle is IC2. I'm IC1. My uncle has more money than me. He's brown. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what the fuck?
Okay, so we go into that, right? So within the system of white supremacy, they allow that so if you see it as a prison system, you can appoint people, prisoners, jobs and responsibilities. So you can say, oh, okay, we're going to have a sports team. You can select a prisoner and say, okay, you come out of your prison cell, and I want you to manage those other prisoners because we're going to have a football match in the prison yard. So you are the referee.
IC3, he's a business owner. He owns his own hospital.
Yes, but hospitals are still subject to the state. The state has to grant a hospital the rights or license to exist.
The license, the person that granted him the license for the hospital was a Mexican.
Okay, so what state is it in?
California.
What country is that hospital in?
And was he a white Mexican?
There you go. Yeah. What country was that hospital?
He was really brown. He looked like a Native American, actually. So he's very, very Mexican.
Yeah. So what? So what's the point you're making by that?
Well, I'm IC1. I'm struggling. I'm a caveman, Neanderthal, male monkey, struggling to survive here in the Big Apple.
All right. I'll clarify the answer for you. Here you go. White supremacy operates in a three-tier system. So what you have: white supremacists, white people, and non-white people. Yes, white supremacists. Below the white supremacists,
a black person can be a white supremacist. A black person.
No. White supremacists are all white,
but brown
not
people
all
can be
white. Listen. Not all white people are white supremacists. Some white people are selected for white sacrifice in order for the greater good, to maintain power over the non-white people, over the black people.
Am I being sacrificed?
No, first of all, did that answer your first question? Then we can go on to the next question. Did that clarify the situation about you being IC1 and being poor, and an IC2 being wealthier than you? Did that answer that question?
IC2 sucked more white cock than IC1.
Right. So did I address that question with that model?
I haven't sucked any.
You got to keep the language. You got to keep the language down. I mean, this is this. I mean, are we in high school here? Come on.
Right. Yeah. So if you understand, so if you understand what I just said, that model, all white supremacists are white people. Below the white supremacists are people classified as white, who may be sacrificed from time to time for the greater good of white supremacy in order to maintain the system. So and then below white people are non-white people, and black people are part of the non-white people. So once you understand that structure, then that will answer all those questions.
Should they teach this in schools, you think? IC3?
Definitely. 100%. They should be teaching this in school, definitely. But you see,
will IC1 be killed off? Will IC1s just be put in a corner and just stabbed to death by all the IC3 and IC2 students?
Well, don't forget, the white supremacists built the prison system. So it's an economic prison system. So they are responsible for everything that takes place within the prison. So if two prisoners stab each other or fight within any violence within the prison, it will always be the buck stops at the prison management, because they say, well, it's
well, suppose you're the prison management.
Yeah,
it's your fault that IC2 and IC3 ganged up on IC1, stabbed him to death because he's a pale male monkey.
Yeah.
Disgusting blue eyes and disgusting blonde hair.
Yeah.
It looks unnatural. So they gang up on him and kill him.
Yeah.
So all IC1s don't exist. Everyone's just brown and black eyed, and everyone has
that wouldn't happen. No, that doesn't make sense. What would happen? You may have an incident within the prison where an IC1.
But what if the IC2s are smarter than the IC3s for whatever reason? They outperform them. Do the IC2s and IC3s start fighting each other because one of them does everything better and they're smarter for whatever reason? What does your prison management do then? Is it's racism, right? There needs to be a new theory to explain that. It can't be simply that IC2 is just
IC2 are classified as white, so they'll be the first.
Other way. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. You see, the British system is tight. Look. This is how tight the system is. Look how tight it is. So when the state talks about white people, it's the state talking, and the state does not mince its words. It's very precise. So when the state talks about white people, the state can't afford to have any confusion about the language that the state is using. People can, but the state can't. Government has to be clear, because don't forget, codes are used for the census. When the government does a census. So government can't afford to have confusion when it's using language. They define the language. So when the state is talking about black people, it's codified. See?
IC3. Yep.
That's right. There's no confusion. It's policing. You can't have confusion with
differences
policing.
in performance between all of these ICs that exist have to be the result of racism and racism alone. Correct? It can't be.
Yes, because all of the codes are necessary to hold together a system. Just like you have, if you go to a shop or you go to a hospital, things are codified. If you use the wrong code, then you end up taking the wrong medicine.
Do you think that IC3 would be the new standard of intelligence in the world without IC1 and IC2 being in the mix?
So you're saying if IC1 and IC2 didn't exist, IC3 would be
pretty much the cream of the crop, right?
Tell me what you think of this. I think the foundation of all of this coding system is that so-called black people, they can produce albino, right? So I think also all so-called white people are the descendants or products of albinism. Is that the right word?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So I wanted to say Bomani Technology is probably some of the best IT consultations out in the London
Okay.
area. If he's in London, wherever you are, Bomani, listen, we need you at Microsoft. We need you at Google. We need you supporting the white man's infrastructure, IC1, IC2 infrastructure. IC3 intelligence is needed for networking, for security, for topology, network topology. Are you there, Bomani?
He's giving you a plug for money. Advertising your products.
Anyway, I mean, I think that I don't know if you guys want to kill all whites.
But did it answer all your questions? All the questions that you've answered, does it make sense now that what I've presented?
I feel like you are undoubtedly a black segregationist and black nationalist, which is fair.
Yes, I'm a black nationalist. Yeah, of course, that's what we were discussing before you arrived. Remember, we were talking about the macro nation. Yeah,
I don't have a
autonomous
problem with that.
entity.
By the way, I have no issue with that.
Right. So yeah.
you give me coffee beans, I'll give you sugar. I won't have sex with your women. You won't have sex with my women. Even if your woman looks at me with salacious eyes, and maybe if one of my 800 women that I'll have in my harem will look at you salaciously, we will take them and we will cut their heads off, right? Because that's how we're going to run our societies. And that will that's basically how our societies will run. Your what's the name of your country going to be?
A Black Nation, IC3 Black Nation for now.
That's
the working title. That's the working title. But you see, this is violent.
Well, you answered it, IC3. Let's hear from Kala. AI was asking about the name of the country.
Oh yeah. Go on.
Yeah. So Gary, do you have anything to say?
What do you think about the Freemasons and the Jesuits?
Well, there's Freemasons and then there's Scottish Freemasons. They were racist. You know, black people have their own Masonic orders and stuff like that. So basically, Prince Hall was a Mason, right? And basically, the Masons are responsible throughout civilization of building things. They're travelers. They build things and everything. They construct churches, orphanages, and they do all these things and whatnot. There's a lot of secrecy by people who are ignorant about what the Masons are and stuff like that. Basically, is when you look at any society, there's always these secret societies of builders and skilled workers and skilled craftsmen and everything that form their own bonds and everything and lend their services to the state, the republic, the king, or to an estate and everything. The Masons are no different, you know. When you look at this situation in America, right, most of the buildings you see and that built the cities in early America from Boston to Philadelphia were constructed by Masons. And out of everything comes politics. Just like when you look at the trade unions, right? People think trade unions are a bad name, but when people have skills and they organize around a certain skill or task, they unionize, and that becomes their complete identity. You know, so I don't think any Masons are any different than a trade unionist or anybody like that. When people say colleagues sound like leaders, no, I'm not. I'm saying that if the truth of the trade unionists could shut down labor or identify his whole politics by his trade and with other trade unionists and everything, and that's his political, social, and economic identity and everything like that. Same thing you have with the Masons, Freemasons, or whatever, or whatever. That's just my opinion.
I wanted to ask you, Calogenesis, why does Sub-Saharan Africa have the highest rape rates in the world?
I don't think that's true. That's I was in Africa before, right? Yeah. Have you ever been in Africa before?
Yes, I was in Uganda, and I was in what was that other country? Sierra Leone.
Okay, now when you say highest rape rates in the world, right? You know, I don't know if that's the highest rape rate because in a lot of those countries, right?
I mean, Venezuela and Mexico have some of the highest homicide rates in the world, alongside Brazil, which is despicable. But their rape rates are not nearly as high as in sub-Saharan Africa.
Well, like I said, that's debatable because what is human trafficking? What is like countries like Cambodia?
Good point, brother. Human trafficking, which is very popular across Europe.
Europe, that's rape. You know, sexual coercion, that's rape. You know, now do women raped in Africa a lot? Yes, but the thing is though, now things are changing, right? Because more and more women are being empowered as prosecutors, advocates, and stuff like that. You know, this wasn't unheard of. Now people basically know that you could speak out against your teacher, you could speak out against the policeman, and so there's a growing accountability because of social media. You know, I seen on thing this girl posted this thing, this man raped me, whatnot, and his media splashing all over social media. So that's cutting down on a lot of it. Before there was no accountability. You understand?
Right.
Now,
so it's improving.
Yes. That's what everything is improving. And all it takes is making people aware. Now, I would basically think that the West, instead of pushing the gay marriage, would worry about an issue like that. You know, that's something that we could solve by basically empowering advocacy. There's so many in every African country. Trust me, there are people, women's groups and other groups that are looking out for the children and stuff like that. It's all over Africa. I've seen it with my own eyes. You know, now when somebody does get raped or something like that, you know, it's usually a position, somebody with a position of power. You know.
How do we help Africa? Can we help Africa by literally taking all the sub-Saharan Africans in all of North America and all of Europe and possibly in other parts of the world and simply transporting them to Africa with their knowledge, with their resources as it is, as it stands, getting everybody in the same boat? If we were to transport all of them to Africa, would they start building a better society?
Say about that, right? Is first of all, as long as Europe needs Africa, for example, right now Europe has a problem of a population decline, right? Nigeria doesn't have any doctors itself, right? Where does all Nigerian doctors go to earn more, like IC3 said earlier, you know, to earn money in Europe, you know? There's an incentive to go to Europe because countries like Germany and places like that invites people in. There's no development. Europe has never invested in Africa as far as like.
If they would stop letting them in, would Africans be angry about that?
Well, my whole thing is this though. You know, most Africans would rather stay on the continent, but you have
the right opportunities.
People have no choice and they have to go where they can earn a living. So that's what you have right now. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you agree that the governments of Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali is kicking the French and the Europeans out and everything? Yeah. Right now, I just saw a video where the French are bulldozing all its government vehicles, right, in Burkina Faso, so to speak, just like they did when they left Guinea, like when their independence, they poured cement in the sewer lines to stop them up. Same to the Portuguese, when they pulled out of Angola, they blew up bridges, they blew up roads, they blew up everything on their way out.
Yeah.
So therefore, they're gonna be like, okay, Burkina Faso is gonna be crippled because they said, look, we're willing to do this. So Europe needs Africa more than Africa needs Europe. But the way the world sees it, you would think that it was the other way around. You know, other way around. I tell Africans, the problem is that when you have Africans who spend like 30 years in Europe, right, and they want to marry a white person and they want to be completely Europeanized and stuff like that, you know, and that gives the impression that Black people want to run to Europe and everything. That's not the case.
That's not what's happening. No. I mean, what's happening is that, you know, when you mix a sub-Saharan African with a white person, the end result is a Black person. You know, calogenesis. How much white blood do you have actually? How much European blood do you have?
Too much. But let me put it
like
like
60%.
No.
50?
No.
40? 30?
No.
30? 20?
No, not even by 15%.
Wow.
But the bottom line is this. Bottom line is this. You're Africans, right? If you basically put Africans and Europeans together, right? And the way the power structure is, right? What I'm seeing now is I seen one basketball player, right? He was a mixed race guy. He had a white wife, right? His children look completely white. And the bottom line is, and because white people are the aesthetics and the power structure, right? That person is going to walk around more white. It's not like that. Back in the days, mixed race people, when they mixed, they went into the black community, married black. Now it's not the case. If you have a mixed race kid in Europe, look at Michelle, the Barack Obama's daughter, Michelle, Malia, excuse me. She's with a white boy, And so I'm saying to myself,
I don't like that. You don't like that either.
You don't like it. You think, imagine what we feel, but we're fearing that beautiful black girl, whatnot, is freaking.
She get melanated. She should get blacked.
But the bottom line is this: the world basically accepts that, right? They don't accept black men with white women, but black women, when they're good looking, they're on the menu. I moved down to the South, right? I grew up in New York, right? Black people, white people, we didn't mix together at all. We didn't date. My white friends, you don't date my sister. I don't date yours. We're cool. That's the way it was. My father, uncles, no. Color, race, and everything. The only thing.
What about Lance Bushard? Do you guys?
Yeah, I'm gonna let him in. I'm just waiting for Carla to finish his point. Greetings, Lance. Welcome to the call. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. And just want to find out if you're clear about our topic, and just want to find out what's on your mind.
Okay, let me finish my point. My point I'm trying to make is this, right? When I moved down to the South, right? And I saw, right, I always thought the white man in the South was about his women and black people. I came down here and I'm seeing white guys in redneck pickup truck with rebel flags hugged up with a black woman and shit like that, I can't even get a date and whatnot, And I'm seeing these white boys with these cute ass black girls. And when I said, what the fuck is going on,
Language.
I was like, what the hell's going on? So what I'm saying is this, though. It's all a power dynamic. I had a friend of mine, his brother was killed with dating a white girl when I was growing up. His murder is still unsolved. Sean Edwards, look him up. 1986. Sean Edwards.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well, I didn't know him. I knew his brother. I went to school. Me and his brother were the same age, but he was a couple of years younger. And it was like my senior year, and he was like a freshman, and he met some girl out at the movie theaters right next to the high school. And they found him with like 30 stab wounds in him.
Damn, that's crazy. Well, listen. At the end of the day, Calogenesis. Listen.
I kind of need to finish so we can let when we have guests on.
I just want to say something very quickly, and then you can continue, Calogenesis. At the end of the day, I'm just going to go to Israel, and the world will explode. I'll be safe, and the Mashiach will come.
Well,
there's no guarantee of your safety. You're around hostile territory consistently. Eventually, some of those countries will break through and take over. It could possibly happen. I doubt it'll happen, but it could happen. So you're never really safe there in Israel, where it's just one Jewish nation against a whole bunch of Arabs.
I have a massive bunker there.
Yeah, they just killed 2 Jewish guys right there. Wasn't even in the West Bank the other day, right? The guy was stopped and got some gas, and 2 Palestinians just came out and just shot him for no real reason. The guy was just there.
Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out.
I'm sure you will. But the bottom line is, at least you got something to like. I would say like this. This is what I'm saying to the Jews, right? You got Israel. You got some of the West Bank. Stay out of the freaking Golan Heights. Stay out of the Gaza. You guys, you got to stay. Stay in Tel Aviv. Stay in Jerusalem. Whatnot. You guys want to keep pushing it.
I mean, it's not going to be enough. You look at the world of conquest. You're gonna always want more and more land. It's not more.
And that's where they put themselves in danger.
So the issue is,
listen, I'm sorry.
Give me reparations. And I'm a California citizen. And the laws of fairness and all that other shit that you motherfuckers did. You crippled our community. And you already know it's been economic.
Lance, we don't do introductions like that. You don't come on and start this babbling. I'm trying to let you in.
And you just want to laugh at mental health.
Lance, can you hear me?
The black lady that's on.
Lance, you have to
look
stop.
at her like she doesn't have a right to.
All right, this is what we're not going to tolerate. So Lance, if you can't just start talking and babbling off. I'm not here up late at night having a conversation and doing a show just to waste my time and hear people run their mouth and babble. So that's why it's only a few people here on the call. So I'm gonna let you in, and you need to introduce yourself, and then you have to address the topic of the subject. Greetings, Lance. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. Let me pop up our topic. Just want you to introduce yourself, and then let us know what's on your mind.
Fuckers did. You crippled our community, and you already know it's been economical.
Yes. Okay, so there you go. All right, fellas, I'll continue. It's another troll.
They're in tonight, like I said. Now, I'm not trying to sound like I'm a racist like that, but politically, when you date outside your race, that's a political statement. Like I got a niece that's married to a white guy, a white boy one night, he's cool and everything, but she's mixed race herself. She's half Filipino, but yeah, it is what it is. You win some, you lose. So I'm not going to lose my niece over that. But for the most part, she knows how me, my brother, we feel about white boys. But she knows. But hey, look, we learned to live with.
Can I ask you what does it matter to you when the end result is still going to be brown?
Black? Bro, let me tell you
look
something.
Like you. It's going to look like the Filipino black anyway. It's not going to look like the white guy.
The bottom line is that and I know in America, right? America has this thing, right? If you're mixed race or you're light skinned, whatever like that, there's privilege and there's everything, I don't buy that POC, people of color crap, There's people that got that mixed race ancestry, right? When they hear the N-word, they're not offended, They're not going to most likely be feel the same way as a pure black person and everything. So yes, there's people out there that are mixed race and everything like that, but for the most part, it is the same thing. I used to believe in that POC, people of color stuff. They're all brown. I don't believe that no more. I believe that everybody, this is how it is for white supremacy. Everybody's jockeying for position, right? Everybody's going to the white supremacy altar, right? If a black person's light skinned, he's trying to use that to his best advantage. If
what's that guy that took a knee at the game?
If a black woman is pretty and she got long hair, she's gonna use that to I see it all the time, right? If a black person is like articulate, like Obama, you think Obama could have got elected if he looked like his brother George Obama? No,
because he was less handsome.
What?
Because he was less handsome.
How was he less handsome? He was full-blooded African. His brother's good looking. Well, George Obama.
He's got big cheeks though. He has bigger cheeks.
Oh no! Obama got these big ears, look like a goofball and whatnot.
No, but he has a skinny, bony face, and it brings out.
So what? So what was so special about Obama? Only
he
thing
had a bigger smile. He didn't.
He knew that. No, he knew that white people. He was relatable to white people because when he was running for the first time, right? They kept talking about his Midwestern roots. He was only in Chicago.
Obama was also gay. He's also homosexual.
Oh, whatever. Yeah, probably that too. But when he ran, he said marriage between a man and a woman. He didn't run as a gay and everything like that. He talked about that. He was this cool guy, right? That was biracial. He could relate to the blacks, right? And he was okay and non-threatening to the whites. So this idea that
notice how you didn't say he could relate to the whites. Notice how you said you didn't say that he could relate to the whites because he couldn't. Even though he was 50% white.
No,
but
what
the point I'm
saying,
making here. That's the point I'm making here. That any mixed race couple that produces, any kind of black, white mixed race couple that produces offspring, the offspring will not relate to the white side. Maybe culturally it will.
Let's debate that. Let's have a debate. Now Obama, right?
Well, you could claim you're 15%.
Hold up. Obama basically came out and basically said, I'm not going to do nothing specifically with black, right? But he basically was all into, for the DACA people, the Mexicans and everything like that. He didn't have no problem with them. He kept telling black people, y'all need to just shut up, And basically, when he was in office, basically, You know, his first term in office, man, this guy was moving like a steamroller. Fixed the oil spill in the Gulf. Friggin' gave us the stimulus, get all stuff like this and everything, and all these shovel-ready projects, everything where white people benefited from. White people benefited from everything. The cash for clunkers. There was a Congressman, Riddell, right, that ran for Congress, right, against Obama's agenda, right. He owned RK Chevrolet, the largest Chevy dealership in the area, right. He made $5 million profit off the cash for clunkers. Remember that, right? Ran against Obama, the stimulus, and won.
Yeah.
You know? And Obama basically was like, I'm just doing this for all of America.
If you had sex with any white woman, Calogenesis, if you had sex with any white woman.
Why are you changing the subject? Kala was right on something.
No.
I'm just saying the baby's going to be black. That's all I'm saying.
Bottom line, I'm married to a black woman, so I don't really worry about that. I'm past the age of worried about who I'm going to have sex with and stuff like that. So I'm having a serious conversation here. The bottom line is this.
Let's hear what fake Tyrell has to say. Tyrell, I'm sure you have something to say because you keep on trying to come back on a call. What do you have to say about that, Tyrell? You're on.
Well, I feel like that's the only way really to, get rid and decrease the white population is if we interbreed with whiteness, because, what would you rather have, a light skin or a white? Like, with all
I think
honesty.
Calogenesis wants a light skin. He doesn't want any pasty white right next to him. He's going to fuck that white pussy and make sure what comes out is a black baby.
Right. And, we really, as a people, as a nation, we got to do something with all these damn white people that, quite frankly, some people might got a problem with it, but a real nigga don't got a problem with it because he know he roll with it, right? Because he know that if he
That's
don't
why I hate you,
roll with
Tyrell.
it.
That's why I hate you, because you always try to fuck my sister. You always try to come around my goddamn block. Dude, when you get off the fucking...
I love that no bunny pussy, man. You a bitch.
Language. You guys act like the children, like you got to put in timeout.
AI generated was doing good. He must be a robot. Then he starts acting like a jerk again,
Yeah, I mean the typical white devils. They always show themselves.
Yeah, they try to have a intelligent conversation with him one night. We'll say, hey, look, I think this is a real intelligent conversation. Unfortunately, these guys aren't up on this. That's why I say, how the hell do these people ever rule over us? I don't get it. I don't fucking get it.
I'm going to be going now, but this has been a really wonderful meeting.
I want to hang out.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
With IC3 Black. I want to come to London and hang out with IC3 Black in his hood, and we can go get crumpets and
I mean, what you mean? What you mean hood? You think there's all black people living like
we all
hoods?
Well, his
AI generated. Yeah, AI generated. We can work together. You help in the construction.
You can only
in the construction of the macro nation. And you help to expose and deliver successful reparation claims, and you can be rewarded. This is business. It's business.
I'll find
AI is really a Jew, or you're just basically trolling. You're really.
I'm really a Jew.
Yeah,
of course.
Because a lot of Anglo-Saxons get up here. And they make
I know. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, turn the camera on so we can see your face, so we can really tell.
We see your nose.
Is that really?
I basically look like Tony Soprano. I mean,
is that really a picture?
That's Tony Soprano.
I kind of look like him.
Well, we have our video. We have our video on, and you can't even show us your picture.
Jews look like Jews.
Guys, I'm in a wheelchair. I look funny.
I could tell a Jew.
I mean, if you look funny, then turn on your camera. I mean, what do you have
I got blonde hair. I got blue eyes.
Well, show us a picture.
You're not Jewish. Come on.
No, I'm like a Viking.
Yeah, you're not. That's why I say he's trolling us.
No. I am Jewish. I'm one of those cave monkeys that converted.
$5 Jew.
I'm a $5. I'm a dollar store Jew with like blonde.
Yeah, see, I tell you, man, you were playing with us all night. You ain't no Jew. You think you can fool the college Genesis, man? Come on.
Yeah, none of us. The thing of it is, none of us know any broke Jews.
That's right.
I only have $500,000 in the bank. That's it.
I'm broke. Okay, well then send us $1,000.
Real funny. How about some super? How about some super chats?
I'm kidding, guys. I only got 10 grand. I only have 10 grand.
Hey, send some super chats. How about some super chats? You're taking up enough of our time.
Yeah, we gave you a time.
Show some love.
I'll say you're going to use this show and tell all your friends how you came on this Pan-African show. You lost.
Yeah.
I lost. Dude, I took the L. I'll admit, you guys are like LeBron James, and I'm just like Kobe Bryant. I just died in a helicopter crash, and you guys just like.
No, this is you're dealing with. This is the dream team.
We're the best, man. We're the best.
You guys are the smartest black men I've ever met in my life.
And we answered all your questions.
I know that. I know that's a fact. I know it's a fact because there's a lot of foolish clowns out there.
You going
that they don't represent our movement.
They be sitting there, this show, bro. You got the A team here.
I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding about that last thing I said.
Yeah, but I mean, where's the super chat? I mean, none of you and your friends in the super chat. You guys supposed to be rich.
Tyrell, can you throw
Tyrell? I had to remove Tyrell. Tyrell is a degenerate.
Please, because I need to buy bagels tomorrow for my mom.
Yeah, I mean, take out one of those.
Okay, good night, all. See you again soon. And Color Genesis, Bomani, I'll send you the document.
Energy, my brother. That's it, my nigga. Yo. I love it.
Yeah, other guy in the background. I know you guys are all in one place. You guys are all in a hotel room or something? You guys on vacation? Where you guys down in Florida?
I'll tell you right now. Okay, so we're like burning crosses outside, and we're in Alabama.
I thought you were a Jew.
I'm kidding. I'm not burning any crosses.
The bottom line is like, yo, dude, those days are over, man. I don't care if a person.
We're still waiting for the super chat.
Okay, listen. I'm actually half black, bro. I am half black. Okay, I came on here because I like Tony Soprano. I think he's kind of black, kind of sometimes. I like Italian shit, but I'm half black. I know I sound white. Who the fuck is this?
Oh,
all right. Well, I appreciate you.
I get off the air. So we got 5 hours. We got 4 minutes to 5 hour mark, and that's my mark, bro. So you guys make some closing remarks and whatnot. I think we basically had an excellent show tonight. I wish you guys would have came with the more fire.
Now, I wish that came and dropped some super chats, but it's all good though. Let me let George in real quick. George, welcome to the call. Let me know what you have to share or say to AI generated.
Hey, yo, man, listen, real quick. Like, I just want to tell y'all. nigga.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. All right, George, wherever you are, we can't hear you. So
that's another back on. That's what happens when you haven't had pussy since pussy had you. This guy will never get laid. He will never have pussy.
George, first of all, George, is this really your picture?
No, that's not his picture. He's some white guy.
I mean, I know
ass white boy.
Bro, no. Listen, that's
take away from his OnlyFans.
Let's see what he has to say.
I'm telling you, man. Listen, that's really me, man. And I'm trying to be a SoundCloud rapper, man. I do a lot of drugs, man. I'm all fucked up, man.
You're what we call deadly clowns. We have deadly clowns. Is America only turning into clowns? What did I call myself, Bomani? The ringmaster? And the circus of deadly clowns and whatnot, I'm going to get everything. I'm going to join the circus. I'm going to bring all these guys in and whatnot and say, hey, come, step right up. See the deadly clowns and whatnot, They got nothing to say. They're not funny. They're the deadly clowns.
Yeah. Hey, but listen, man.
Hey, George, I want to know, why does a white devil like yourself choose to use a black photo and then try to act like a fake, like you're trying to talk black?
I'm not faking it. I'm being real. I tell you where I'm at, man.
Me and Color Genesis been black all of our life. We can tell when black people are not black people. We're not stupid. So why don't you be a real person like AI generated?
You don't know about me.
Be like AI generated and show and
that ain't
true.
George.
I watch Naruto.
3 black people
I grew up watching Naruto. You understand me? So like I'm trying to make it out the hood. I'm trying to keep my head up and shit. But
that's why we know that you're white
right now, though. I'm all fucked up.
George, we're 3 black guys here, bro.
Not live in the hood. A lot of black people do not live in the hood. That's what
I don't live in the hood. I live in a mansion.
When you're fake,
I grew up in the hood.
Color Genesis don't live in the hood. So it's one of those things when we talk to people and they start talking about hood, it was like, okay, you're not a real black person.
You ain't really black.
I mean, if you grew up if that's the life you grew up
Man,
at,
you tripping, cuz, man. You fucked me up, man. This shit making me
you
fucked
gotta
up,
try a
man.
little better.
You got $5. I'm telling you, man.
Go watch more rap videos.
I'm
Go watch more
telling
rap
you,
videos.
cuz. Hey, yo, fuck, nigga, yo. I'm
Yo, who
telling
talks
you.
like that? Yo, but Monty, who talks like that?
It's
Yo,
fake Negroes. It's just
Man,
like,
y'all niggas got me.
But you know I'm
tripping,
black, right?
cuz.
I'm black.
I was some original,
I'm
like I'm
fucking black.
chilling. You know,
I'm black. I'm 50% black. I'm 50% black.
You're a white guy. You know what I'm saying? You're
I
white.
sound white. I inherited the white voice, but you
Nah,
have to.
you're white. You're white.
Look at this
I
picture.
looked at your bitch
AI
ass,
generated
McCuna McKinday looking ass.
Yeah, fuck you.
AI generated is if you look at his shade, he's about a little shade lighter than you.
Yo, check us out. That's freaking.
and that's really his picture.
Can I tell you, okay, my hair, I have nappy hair.
James Gandolfini.
I have nappy hair. I have
that's James Gandolfini's picture. You know, Tony Soprano.
What? I can't like James Gandolfini because I'm black.
You were Jewish earlier. Now you're black. Well, now you know
blacks are the real Jews. Blacks are the real Jews.
No, blacks aren't real Jews. Black people are black people, and some people convert to Judaism religion. Some people convert to Christianity. But we're
IC3 black. He can educate you, Calogenesis. IC3 black.
We're first and foremost black Africans. That's my religion. That's who I am.
Well, I'm black.
Yeah, I don't know what that means or whatnot. You know.
I think he said at first he was like 50% black, so he's trying to go by the one drop rule.
No, I'm IC3.
You're black. Your great grandmother was born by a black man, so that makes you black or not. You know, she crept with a black man, so that makes you black, right?
Hey, yo, cuz, I mean, if you really think about it, bro, like we all really black, like everybody black, and you really just gotta see it like through the lens. Well, basically, I mean, do you agree that we all came from Africa?
No, we didn't all come.
I don't agree with that.
We didn't come from Africa.
Don't agree with that.
White people came from the Caucasus Mountain in Europe. White people came from the hells of the white people are they come from the hells of
Europe.
Of Europe, the hells of Europe. There you go. Or the pits of hell.
But now doesn't that contradict your belief and everything you've been saying?
That's what make most of you devils barbaric. It's in your nature. So we're trying to civilize you people. That's what Africa has been trying to do. But instead of you being civilized, you want to take everything over and suck. And you know what I'm saying? So that's the issue that we have in society.
We don't do that. That's not hood shit. We don't do that.
When you're on a panel like this, our goal is to educate you. You uncivilized savages like you, George, and you AI generated, and everybody else that's been on here. That's been because you guys got to understand. You're trying to just
listen, brother.
You're trying to group all black people into one bowl. You can actually see this panel is a serious business. We're talking about something different from you may just be trolling on other people's channel, but you ran into a place where we're about our business. We're not here to this.
I understand that, and I respect that, my brother. I really do.
I'm not your brother because I don't know who you are.
Well, we're both black, right? We're not at the end of the day.
Listen here. It doesn't matter if me and you are black or we look almost the same. It doesn't mean make me your brother. Make me being somebody's brother is someone that's working towards helping each other and things like that. People like yourself who start talking about hood and all.
I agree with that. I agree. Listen, it's about supporting, the community. It's about giving back to the community, right? It's about buying your mama house, your baby mama house, your grandma house.
Yo, these guys, I thought these guys were done with Skype assholes. I used to battle them back in the days.
No, I thought they was gonna bring something stronger, bro. I thought it was gonna bring the heat, man.
Guys,
I don't open up dialogue, but
no IQ. If you guys want to be racist, you guys come with your A game. I can deal with racism.
How can I be racist when I'm half black? How can I be racist when I'm half black?
Troll, and you're not good at it. You guys are amateurs.
I'm not trolling. I'm half black.
You guys are amateurs, man. I'm
this guy. George is the troll.
George is the troll.
I'm not trolling, man. You can hear me. I'm serious, cuz.
You said the
serious.
You said the people and all stuff like that. You're trying to troll. You know,
Well,
you're trying
Genesis,
to
are you playing with the fly swatter? What were you waving around? What were you waving around?
So, like I said, we got our stuff together and we made our point. We put this out here and we came up with cool like that. We need a nation state of our own. It's more and more evident and whatnot, and nobody can refute that. We thought you people come on here.
Okay, man, let me tell you. So, okay, now I'm gonna talk like a black man. Okay, you want me to talk like a black man? Now I'm talking like a motherfucking black man.
Hell, you guys gotta take that L, bro.
I ain't gonna take shit. I ain't gonna take shit. Why the fuck do I gotta take an L when
you gotta take an L because you didn't bring it? I mean, you guys, we smoked you guys.
Wait, hold on. Let him talk his shit. Let him talk his shit.
Let me talk about shit.
All you guys know each other. You guys go around different panels trolling.
I want to hear what a white boy gotta say.
I gotta. This motherfucker an imposter, man. Fuck this motherfucker, George, bitch ass motherfucker.
All right, there you go, man. So I'm telling you about the language. The language is unnecessary. That's why I know that you guys are white devils, man. I don't devils talk this way. Real black people or real people don't have these conversations and talk like this.
I don't condone that. I do not. People at home, Tyrell, and everybody.
Oh, Tyrell. So these are all your friends. Y'all all go around and
no. But I'm just saying he another fellow brother. Him and Lance Bouchard, they are all brothers. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But like
half of you guys portray to be black, and the other half portray to be white, and then they have these little dialogue and play black and white. Is that what you guys do? You guys got a social group where you play black and white. Y'all go around with each other, and you be the black person today. You be the white person, and y'all talk this stuff. That is very sad. I mean,
yeah, they pay me, man. They pay me to do this shit.
You guys don't have girlfriends. You guys don't.
Yeah, generated. I mean, you guys have nothing to do. Like, I got somebody that's in a private call.
Girlfriend, man.
This private call right here. I'm gonna let y'all listen to this private call. They've been calling me all night. Greetings. This is Bomani. Who we speaking with tonight?
Yes, this is Starbucks Nazi. Am I on stream?
No, you're not on stream. You got to come into the chat and click on the link.
No, come on. You're about to end. Just let me talk for 2 minutes. Come on.
Why can't you just call in on a show like AI generated George? I mean, all you guys work together, but go ahead. Right now, you're on the mic now.
Next time I will.
Okay, we hear you.
No, go ahead. We can hear you right now on the mic.
Okay, Starbucks Nazi, nigger, white power, fuck you, nigger, George Floyd, nigger, fuck you.
Oh, wow.
I do not condone that shit. I do not.
Is that all he can say? Wow.
That's
it. Let me that nigga number real quick.
No. These are the calls. Brother, I've gotten about 30 of these calls, and one of my associates is here working with me, and he's been answering some of the calls and things like that. And here they're calling back again. It's been unbelievable. I've never had so many people trolling me. Greetings, this is Bomani. Who am I speaking to?
Good evening. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Is this another troll? Because I've had nothing but hate calls all night.
I know, and I think that's disgusting.
We got white devils calling us, whatnot. Go ahead and say nigger. Oh, what? Gee, I'm gonna lose sleep over what white devils.
Let it out, brother. Let it all out.
Kala, can you hear him? Oh yeah, can you hear? He's talking. Then let's start talk. Because I'm trying to get them. Anyone who have anything to say, just to come on the chat. But go ahead and we can hear you on the mic.
Sure, thank you. Yes, sir. So I would just like to make it a little lighthearted. Things get a little intense. I have a joke. Is your refrigerator running? Because nigger.
That's bitch ass motherfucker.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Bitch ass motherfucker.
I don't appreciate that shit, man.
Weird white guys. And when look, your calling us nigger don't affect us anymore.
Yo.
You guys don't affect. You have no power. You guys are lost.
I mean, brother, Kala, I'm gonna pop up the name of the show because we actually just put this show up literally like 2 hours before because we was doing another show to get Liberia journey going, and literally, and I was like, yo, Kala, this topic that I was working on, what you think of this topic? And I didn't think that any white person would be offended by this topic because it was never to talk anything about any white person. What it was to try to get me and my own brothers and sisters. So you know what? The system is jacked up. Let's try to work some intervention and work some way around it and figure something out for ourselves. That's it. And then all these white folks get on here in their feelings.
That's right.
Based on what we're talking. And what I'm talking about is black people maintaining their own oppression. And our own oppression is maintained from a wicked system that white devils put in place and basically try to divide black people against each other. So now you see me and my brother Kala Genesis and a few of us were working together. So what y'all gonna say about that? That tactic is not working with everyone. So now y'all have trolls. Y'all have trolls online that's coming on here. A troll full of white devils and half play the black devil and the other half play the white devil. And then like right now, both of you guys are the perfect example of playing one part black and one part white, and then playing these little games.
What do you honestly think I am? You don't believe me when I tell you I'm 50% black? You don't believe me?
That's fine. We got another troll here.
We don't care.
So
expired farm equipment. You are a worthless, dirty piece of shit nigger. And if I had it my way, all you niggers wouldn't even be a thing. Nigger would just be a word like any other word. You dirty.
Oh wow.
And is that the best you can do? Is that? I mean, so you can see that this is my phone, and these are calls coming. These calls have been coming in all night long.
I'm not responsible for that,
brother Kala. You know the business we do. You know what I'm saying? I don't go around. I don't travel to
I'm not
white
responsible for that.
I'm
no one here.
Now listen.
Yes.
No individual white person responsible for that. It's a system full of wicked. So that's part of the
so there's a system full of wicked black people then.
Is racism and white supremacy really the problem?
There's a system full.
In some case, racism and white supremacy is the problem because what it does is empowers wicked white devils.
Why can't you concede?
Well, you gotta.
There's wicked black people.
I'm gonna mute both of you guys so I can talk because when we're talking, you need to listen. That way, you can learn something. We have a wicked system that have put this thing in place to make even filthy white trash people like yourself will call and feel like you're empowered and feel like you have some level of power or authority over black people to where you can come on our streams and be disrespectful. When we're not making videos being disrespectful to white people, I'm not making videos being disrespectful to anybody. Only people that I have to check and question beyond just the system itself that create this wickedness is my own brothers and sisters to uplift them and say, you know what, we know what we're against. We know what, we know what a nation, we know that we have the most popular prize, our labor and our natural resources. And that's what white people love to exploit. But we know what we're going to do is we're going to uplift ourselves and build what we need to build. We're not going to sit around here and blame a bunch of things, which is a legitimate blame. When black people talk about slavery, talk about racism, white supremacy, they have a legitimate argument. But what we're doing on this panel is we're going above the legitimate argument and saying, you know what? We're going to take it up another notch and we're going to build something. So since we started having this dialogue, I have no idea what triggered all these white devils to come on here and be disrespectful.
I'm not white.
Is that how you really feel, though?
White devils are trolls. Oh, what we have.
There's wicked people of all races.
Look at this. This is 4:31 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the East Coast.
There are wicked people of all races. Why can't you see? Why can't you admit that? Why do you have to say white people this or black people that?
Who am I speaking to? Hey, JR. So we got JR on the line. JR, tell me all the nasty things you want to say about me and the rest of
What you got to say, Double?
Do you have anything original to say, JR?
Anything to say, JR? You gonna say something? You gonna say nigga, nigga, nigga? Come on,
okay,
JR.
Let's hear what he has to say. Let's see if he has anything original.
I am not the white devil. I'm with you. We need unity. It's bigger than black and white. It's not a black or white thing.
Bullshit.
Team up against the powers to be.
Whatever.
Man, get this motherfucker off the call, man. This nigga confused, man.
These white devils, we need to take black and make it a black planet. If we kill off all the white devils,
Hold on for a second. Well, none of us have ever had those conversations. That's not where we're about. So, that's what we are. Everybody, please. What we're doing here is we're not children. We're adults with children, and we're trying to build a life for ourselves. And us going around.
I really love the show.
But all white people disappearing tomorrow is not going to solve our problem. So that's not something that we
need to start working together, my brother.
And this is another fake ass black person here, Darnell.
No, I'm a real motherfucker. I'm a real motherfucker.
Yeah, I said
no.
Click
on the link.
Hey, remind me to end the show, man, because I'm tired of devils.
Yeah, let me mute everyone and family. Anyone who has to leave. Let me hear what they have to. Go ahead and say what you have to say real quick. Before we,
I love this motherfucking show.
Last week when we had our meeting, we talked about that. We thought being optimal meant the whole white race. We had to poison the water. We have to wipe them out. There is no other way at this point. The right way.
well, the best thing I would recommend is for you to start wiping yourself out. That will solve the problem, to get rid of people like yourself. Because what you're trying to do, you're trying to preach a bunch of things that we're not about and trying to get me flagged and things like that. So that's what these big problems are. This one called on spam. Darnell, I mean, where do you clowns come from?
My brother.
Darnell, first of all, I'm not your brothers. I don't even know who you are. So don't
I appreciate everything you've been saying tonight. I love your show. I just want to say that.
Is that really what you want to say? Because you're saying something else awkward earlier. Now, Darnell, where are you from and who you are and who are you?
My brother,
and
you
keep
know
the
where I'm
language down,
from.
please.
Yeah.
Where you from?
Mother.
The fuck?
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I'm in California. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you from California? Oh, you
Yeah,
sound
I
like
just wanted to call in.
you sound like a redneck from somewhere in somewhere down there in Louisiana.
I'm melanated. I'm
melanated.
40% melanated.
So you're fake black redneck.
No, I took my DNA test 50%.
You 50, so you're an AI generated. You're all in the same club.
No. This motherfucker lying. This motherfucker lying. Look how we talk, man. Look how we talk.
I think I believe him, man.
I don't believe him.
Yeah.
You believe him? You a dumbass nigga, man.
I mean, he sound light skinned. He sound light skinned.
So this is why I can tell all of you are white devils.
Something wrong with
the first thing white devils do is they use a lot of N words. You know what I'm saying? That's the when you listen to all the other black people on here, you almost
hold on. Just because
hear those
you
things.
don't talk like
that's
your
why we
people
know you
that
guys
way.
are perpetrators.
One at a time now. One at a time, y'all. Let's take turns.
On the block. We got Richie.
We got
All
Richie.
I'm saying, man, Wakanda forever, cuz.
The fuck, George? What the hell is that shit, man?
Yeah, hello.
Richie, this is Bomani. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards
Lahi.
Nice to meet you. How you doing?
All right. You guys, some of you guys, you keep up your foolishness. I'll put you in backstage, and then once you get it together, I'll bring you back on. And if you don't, then I'll kick you off the panel. Go ahead, Richie.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. Doing well. Welcome to the call. Let us know what's on your mind.
Yeah, you know, I was listening on the YouTube stream. I think we got all this bullshit going on. We got this AI generated food. George, who's looking like George Floyd, that motherfucking ass. And I like this show.
Richie, I don't. It's like every other guest other than
you don't gotta insult me like that, brother.
Yo, Richie. Hold on.
Listen here. The only thing I'm asking you, I mean, we don't have to agree. The only thing I'm asking you is to keep the language down. I mean, the language is just outrageous. Everybody uses the N word and then the MF word and things. And these are things that we almost never use. So that's why we notice everyone on here that's coming on are white devil trolls. But go ahead.
Yeah, I hear that. No, I'm new to the show. I just found you on my YouTube suggested, and I saw you had a StreamYard link in your chat. So I decided to call up. And I believe, you know, I like the conversation, what you guys were talking about. I went back in the VOD, and I think that, you know, I don't think that, I know I'm trying to find your question that you got here. Is racism and white supremacy really the problem? I mean, I think there are a lot of white devil trolls, guys that call up, that I just figured out. But I don't know if it truly is. Like, racism and white supremacy, like there are a lot of white supremacist people on the internet. You know what I mean? Like they're all over. They're listening right now. They're in the chat. So what can we do to stop them? Like, how can you focus on the real root of the problem, which I believe they are.
But my nigga, you know what to do. Don't tell me you don't know what to do, man.
I know what to do about you, but about you.
About me, because I like Tony Soprano.
Stop using the N word and stop being disrespectful. Don't let me start calling you all kind of nasty ass name. Go ahead, Richie.
All right. Yeah, well, like, You know, I think all together, you know, we got this problem with all these like people believing, you know, it's Jews versus black people. I think, you know, the biggest way that we can get over the Jews is we gotta like build technology. You know, we get all these people online talking about, you know, Jew this, Jew that, they the problem, you know, like acting like victims and shit. Man, you on the internet. You got people and friends, you got chat, you got this guy AI generated. You can use tools and technologies to fight these motherfuckers. Sorry swearing, you know. You can use your power and you can use your brain.
What I do to you? Why do you hate me, man?
No, I heard Caligenesis say that you were Jew.
Okay, yeah, I'm 50% Jew and 50% black.
All right, so you know.
Okay, it's my mother is black and my dad's Jewish. You got a problem with that?
No, I don't have a problem with that. But
did you guys rehearse the script or something? It sounds so theater.
No. I'm not
theatrical,
doing.
my brother.
No, it's not. I'm speaking from the heart. You know.
Me too.
I believe.
Richard, I don't really think you
because I think
black, man.
No, what I'm trying to correlate is we got things like white supremacy.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is I don't really think you is black at all.
All right, believe whatever the hell you want to believe.
You might as well just be
I'm not gonna put on my
video. How about all of y'all turn your cameras on like we have done earlier? How about y'all all turn your cameras on? Because y'all can't turn it on because all of y'all approach. I mean, we've been around black people all of our life.
I would go Marty, but I'm naked. Go Marty, I would, but I'm naked right now. I'm sorry, I'm naked.
Yo, this motherfucker, man. Yo, he naked. Is you serious, my brother?
I'm naked.
AI generated. Let's be honest. Do you know all of these people? Do you guys go around? Do you go around and show people like?
I don't know, Richie.
What you ran into? You ran into a brick wall. You know what I'm saying? You ran into the wrong people. So Richie, I'll continue.
You motherfucker naked, man.
No, I said I would go on video, but I'm not dressed occasionally right now.
I do understand that it's like 4:40 in the morning Eastern time. Where are you located at? What city? What state? What country?
I'm actually I'm in the South. I'm in Mississippi right now.
Mississippi. All right, cool.
Yeah.
What I always want to ask people from Mississippi, and I always tell them don't take it personal. I just hear a lot about Mississippi. I never went to Mississippi. The closest I've ever been to that area is Louisiana. But I hear that Mississippi has a lot of the old colonial ways as far as some parts of Mississippi, especially outside of Jackson. Is that true?
Yeah, a lot of racists, a lot of you know, but they are closet homosexuals too. You know, that's the real thing. Like, you know, you go to them areas and them white racist folks, they're always like toe tapping and stuff. You know, you go to like rest areas when you're traveling, they always trying to get down with your stuff, and I'm like, hell no.
Yo, Mississippi is a motherfucking shithole, man.
I mean, where do you live at?
Where do I live?
I mean, if Mississippi is a shithole, I mean, do you live in a better place? I mean, probably most states are probably better than Mississippi, but I mean, where you at?
Atlanta.
You in Georgia? Are you really in Georgia?
Are you in Atlanta too?
No, I'm not. I don't live in Atlanta. I live in an undisclosed location. I'm actually in West Africa, and I'm portraying like I'm in Georgia.
I'm in Michigan, Kurt.
Atlanta in the motherfucking is there. Atlanta in the motherfucking. Atlanta in the motherfucking is there.
AI generated. You sound like a computer generated person. You are hilarious. You know that? Why did you? What did I do to you to where you sent all your trolls at me? Because you have people calling me and popping up in the show. I can tell that you're the leader. The reason I can tell that you're a leader because a leader recognizes a leader, and you know. And so
I recognize Richie. Hey, yo, Richie.
You recognize
hey,
who?
What's good? I don't know you.
He naked right now.
I take the call out. You know, I like your shenanigans, fool. You know, but I mean, what can you do?
Hey, yo, Canada Genesis, you want to get naked too, my brother?
Yo, what kind of crazy question is that?
Yo, I had enough of this, man.
Yeah, color, go ahead, man. I'm gonna get rid of them little by little.
Hey, yo, stay black. Stay black.
You know
we all gonna be black. We ain't got a choice, but mother.
You guys are a bunch of weirdos and whatnot. I'm sorry, I have better things to do on us.
Hey, yo, check this out. I got a new one. I got Jay Quisha. Greetings, Jay Quisha. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. What's on your mind?
Hey, can you hear me?
No, we can't see you. Your name's spelled Jaquisha, so I expect you to be a female.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself and what's on your mind.
One second.
She sound like
I'm trying to fix my phone. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second, please.
Okay, no problem, Jaquisha.
By the way, you
Give me a
cannot be
moment. I'll be
assuming her
right back.
language like that, bro.
Let me meet you and just come on back when you're ready. Go ahead.
Bomani, you cannot be assuming her language like that. That's really offensive to some people. Just know that.
Oh, I just say Jaquisha. What else I say to her?
I know, but you assumed that she was a woman. That's pretty offensive to some communities and some of your
That's
viewers.
true,
I
man. Joy's speaking some facts right now, man.
I
You don't
suggest
know
you
that as a grown
apologize
boy.
right
Yeah.
now.
Well, I'm not gonna apologize. Well,
Cakes
I'm
on
not gonna
here.
apologize because I ask people to introduce themselves, so I don't know who people are. And when you speak and you sound like a female, I'm gonna address you as a female.
Well, listen, Black Lives Matter and Black Trans Lives Matter, because if it ain't black, I don't want it.
Man, if we were in like acting school, I would give all of y'all an F. I mean, I'm honestly, I would think.
Can you hear me? Why you being like that?
Green,
Why y'all being like that?
Green Jaquisha, welcome to the call. Are you an old white
Why
lady or
you
you a
being
black
me
woman?
like that?
Are you an
I'm
old
a
white
woman.
woman?
You can't treat a woman like that. Let me tell you something. You can't talk to a woman like that.
Are you a black woman or a white
Treating
woman?
a woman like that.
You sound like a confused.
Okay, you go. I'm sorry. Okay, you go.
Go ahead and introduce yourself so we can talk.
Okay. I'm Jaquisha. I'm an Instagram model, okay, an influencer. That's what I do.
Well, turn on your camera so we can see you, Miss
Keep
Instagram.
it 100, honey. Okay, well, Holly. Well, hi. G7. I keep it real, boo. Keep it real. Well, Holly.
You keep it real. Keep it real. Turn on your camera.
Wallahi. G7, baby. I'll talk to you later. Thank you, baby.
And send your link so we can see your Instagram post. Hey, Kala, what did we do to deserve all these trolls tonight?
Yeah, it's been interesting. You know, it just says, man, you know, these guys have nothing. It shows you what we're talking about, right?
Hey,
You know,
listen,
5 a.m., man.
we just gotta figure out, a way to grow wealth in the black community.
You guys,
And-
obviously, guys.
No, but listen, I'm talking facts right now. I'm
Hold
talking
up.
facts.
What you should be doing when I was your age in my 20s and 30s, I was someplace in between some thighs getting laid at this time of the night, you know?
But they was fat and they had AIDS.
No. I had fine women. So you guys don't realize that you live in a generation where you're never gonna see pussy. You know, that's why you're on this. Right? If you guys would fix your stuff up, get your education, get some swag and whatnot, get some gear and everything like that, and get out there and compete and whatnot, the women are not gonna change. You know, you can't.
Let me tell you that last week I went
cannot tell
on a date, man. I went on a date.
You cannot tell me. I know when I'm talking to somebody who can't get fucking women. They act just like that.
Well, here's the problem, right? Because
I
never been with a black girl before. I never been with a black woman before.
I don't care if you go out there and get a Chinese girl. Get something. Damn,
what I'm telling you, you're not even listening, cuz.
4:00 in the morning on a freaking live chat and whatnot, you should be someplace. I would be ashamed,
Kyla, we know that
I couldn't get no action back in the days. I wouldn't let nobody know it. I wouldn't be on the line talking about, just that, like, damn, man, everybody else at the club, everybody else at a party, they're
everyone else wearing cock rings right now, man.
And where you at? You online freaking cutting up, acting like a fool.
I mean, shit, you want to go to a motherfucking party?
Huh?
You want to go to a motherfucking party?
I don't party no more. I'm done with it. I'm talking about when I was your age.
What the fuck is the point of a party when I can just get pussy?
No, you were
on my phone,
you can't get no freaking women.
I can get a bitch to come over right now and suck my dick, but that's not the point. This conversation.
You talk to
Hey, I want to know what's up with this language, the B's and the N's and the MF and what the hell?
I don't condone that shit. I do not condone that shit.
I mean, we don't have to agree. Just talk civilized, please.
These guys have no life, It can't
yeah,
get.
but it's not, you know. But the thing is, Cali, it's not all about partying. You know, you could be studying, you can be programming, you can be building, and that's the thing I'm preaching to everybody. You can build whatever the hell you want. If you a white person, you know, you a black person, it don't matter. You on the internet right now. You can build whatever the hell you want.
Get your get out looking ass.
You know, and I do want to tell you, Bomani, like I do, you know, that graphic. You gotta work on Bomani. You gotta work on that graphic, man. It's not looking good.
You and Uncle Tom coon ass house ass nigga motherfucker.
Hey, hold on for a second. Let me hear what it's saying. Hey, what you can do? You can email me a better graphics, and that will help. You know what I mean?
Okay, I will. Is your email in the YouTube?
Email is right there on that screen that you see right there, and it's scrolling down right there. That's why I've been getting all these troll phone numbers. They call them to Africa tourism number, and then being disrespectful and say nasty comments. Like, who wants somebody to call their business and be disrespectful and things? This is crazy. Like, you know. So, but that's the number right there. If you call about serious business, anybody else we just usually block.
Okay, will do. Yeah, no, I do. I know graphic design. I use you know, AI stuff too, so I can make it look real good.
Yeah, absolutely. With this fly right here, any help would be great help. Just trying to push the energy of Liberia, and
email you too, okay?
AI generated and George Richie. You guys, there's a link right there for super chats. You guys haven't. Once we have members on the panel, we usually ask members to do super chats. You guys can't come on here. Use up the
throw
panel.
my brother 100.
Chat.
Throw my brother 100, maybe 200 too.
Yeah,
I have a question.
Especially you AI generated. I expect you to be a rich man. So throw some super chats.
Because of my mother, right? Or because of my father, right? What if I told you
you sound like a hard-working American man. That's why.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure you guys have jobs and you just off this weekend.
Word up.
Hey, yo, AI, what time it is?
So you guys gonna go out and shoot and do like paintball tomorrow all together, all 20 of you?
We don't do paintball, man. We just smoking shit, man.
Smoke up, roll up,
paintball, and then invite everybody but the black people.
No, we don't do that shit.
I've been there. I used to work with a group.
I'm in a wheelchair, motherfucker.
They'll do paintball, and they would never invite the black people. But we never wanted to go because we didn't want to get kidnapped and tortured.
I mean, hey, I'm afraid of that happening to me
Whatever,
too.
Nigga,
crazy
y'all
ass,
pussy ass, bitch ass niggas at the end of the day. Now I'm just leave it at that.
What's up with the language? Is that how you talk to your mother? Do you kiss your mother with that same dirty mouth?
That's how I talk to a motherfucker who wearing blue shoes up in my motherfucking hood, man. And I see you, and I be seeing you. You understand what I'm telling you?
What hood is
Like,
that?
where
What hood
you at
do you
then?
live in?
Pull up
What hood do you
then.
live in? You live in what city you live in?
Man, it's Crip 55 up in here.
What city? Crips are everywhere. I got Crips in my backyard.
It's folk name.
Yeah, I got Crips working at Taco Bell on the corner.
You know what I'm saying?
On Fulton Street.
Fulton Street, New York, or Fulton Street, Georgia,
Fulton.
or Fulton Street somewhere else.
It's at Fulton.
So this I know you're fake as hell, man. Come on with the foolishness.
Whatever,
Carlos,
man. Believe what you
man.
want. And I never been with a black woman before. I only fuck with white bitches. But like, I recently was on a date with a black woman, and I ain't even gonna lie to you. I like it when a black queen could get aggressive, right? And so what happened was on a date, man, I was just tripping out, man. I was like freaking out that she would rob me or pull a gun on me or some shit. Cause we in the hood, man. We out here in Memphis. We don't fuck around, man.
You're a confused white devil troll who don't know what you want to be and everything, and you are failing an acting class. I give you an F, and I'm gonna reject you from the panel. Goodbye, George. Good night, and have a great night.
Yeah, he sounded like a 4chan user too.
AI generated.
That's where all. I'm
gonna pray for you. You need mental and psychological help.
What the fuck do I need?
Well, because you've been on the panel talking all this stuff, and you haven't made a super chat yet. Take out the card and make a super chat and show some love for taking our time and send all your trolls this way.
I did not send you shit, man. I sent you my love, my glory, and my respect. For all the black
damn love, man. Pull out the damn money, motherfucker.
Hey, Richie, throw these niggas some money, man. You think I got the money, man?
There you go. Why do y'all feel like it's just so comfortable to just call people all these names?
Hey, Richie,
it's unbelievable.
Richie, you're looking at me like I got all the money, man. Why are they asking me for money, man? Why can't they ask you? Richie,
I do. I will donate. I will.
Throw money, man.
So you guys are a bunch of broke ass fake college students in your
You
basement.
don't come empty-handed. You got to pay for the pleasure of our company. You know.
Why the fuck do I gotta pay you? You my bitch or something, man?
Yeah, you got to pay.
Bomani,
Fuck you. Why do I gotta pay you
way
shit?
to me to send a donation?
You're a white devil. You know, we don't let white
White
devil.
devil. Oh, because I'm brown.
Not Cash App.
I'm IC2.
You can
I'm
click on the
IC2.
link
That's what you
right
got a problem
here.
with me, right? Because I'm IC2
You
or
can click on the
IC3.
link right there on the live video.
I am half IC2 and half IC3. You are full IC3. You got a problem with me, but I'll tell you right now, my nigga, I identify as black, most gonna be black. Till I dare die, man.
First you're a white European Jew, now you want to be black. You're confused.
You on, man. Yo, I'm tired of
That's
this
not the
shit,
same.
man.
Hey,
Give me a blunt.
we got a new person on here. Dino, welcome to the call. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nation. How you feeling?
Hello.
Hello, greetings.
Kick. I know
How
that.
are
That's a
you?
brony.
Regardless, family, just let everybody
Sorry?
speak. And greetings, Dino. Introduce yourself and welcome to the call.
Hi, my name is Dino. Big fan of your show. I've been watching you for quite some time now. I'm sorry.
Are you a trans?
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm talking. Bomani, get him off. Get him off.
Kala, I just need to hear what people have to say. I mean, I didn't even get a chance to hear what this person has to say.
Listen, I might be
try to speak
trans.
your mind, please.
Listen, I might be trans, but at the same time, you're a fucking nigger. Okay, so I would just shut the fuck up. Okay.
Ooh, my feelings are hurt.
I mean, is that all you came on here to say? I mean, honestly, you're for real?
No,
serious?
I came here actually. I was a big fan, and now I'm very disappointed with how you're treating me as your fan.
I'm not treating it. The Kala, let the person talk. First of all, I don't know your situation. All I'm doing is hosting a show, and I'm trying to get people to give us feedback on the topic. So go ahead and speak. You have time, and we're all listening.
Right, but you're letting all of these, racist crackers that are just being so offensive, and I'm just over here, and I'm like still wondering why you're letting them on.
Well,
and you have a problem with me?
No, I don't have a problem. The thing of it is, this is probably the only time that we have a chance to talk to other people. So the people are triggered by the topic, which they shouldn't be. So I'm just telling anyone who want to come on here, speak your mind, share what you have to share on your heart, and we can have a dialogue.
Well, how do you feel about gay blacks? Because I mean, I personally, there's nothing funnier than a gay black man.
You want me to answer that?
I can answer it real quick. Nothing, because I only associate with people who want to build a future and have children and build a nation. That's it. And anyone else, they can do what they want to do. We live in a free world. We're all here in America where anything goes. And I only associate with people based on my values. So if that don't associate with my values, I don't pay it no mind. I'm not here to be against any other race or any other type of people. I have my own problems to worry about and my own family to take care of, and a whole lot of responsibility as a business director and entrepreneur.
Well, in my opinion, I think your biggest enemy is not the white man. It's actually the gay homosexual Moroccan, because in no time, the entire planet will just be full of gay Moroccans and Somalians. And I mean, that's just how I see it.
What?
Okay, so prove your point on how you see it and how that will work. Gay Moroccans. Are you from Morocco or something?
No, I'm from the United States.
So you went to Morocco and they banned you, or they did something to you where you just have a hatred towards Moroccans? I mean, just share with us. We're having an open dialogue.
No, it's just, my opinion, it's just what I think.
Kala, you have anything to add to that? Because I didn't get all of this. You know Dino? Who knows Dino on this panel? Hey, you know Dino? You know everybody.
No. Let me tell you something.
I mean, Calla.
Yeah. Calla, where you at? Calla. Hey, yo, Calla gonna come over, man.
So Dino, I'm trying to get to see where your point is going to, and Richie or AI, you can also respond.
Okay, I'm trying to get high and get my dick sucked, and I think that Catagenesis knows a hoe.
Wow. You still don't respect the language. I'm not saying I have to just ban you. I mean, you're just
Hold on. Don't do that now,
rogue.
man.
We don't need to hear about what you're doing or whatever you're doing and trying to talk cool to make it seem like you're black and everything. Now, I do understand people who think that they've been around a whole bunch of degenerate black people that think that black people like that, but you're not dealing with degenerate black people. I mean, I have nothing to say about degenerate black people or degenerate white people or degenerate anybody. I'm trying to uplift myself, and I don't associate with stupidity and foolishness. So the way y'all talking, it doesn't interest or appeal us because that's not the type of crowd we hang out with. We hang out with sophisticated business black people who want to do certain things. So if you want to categorize us all in the same category and think, you came to the wrong show. You came to a show about two people who are hosting a show that are progressive entrepreneurs and also doing great things in Africa and helping people.
Likewise. What's your favorite pony?
Dino, continue. I'm trying to see your angle where you came on here.
I'm asking you what's your favorite pony?
My favorite pony? I don't like ponies.
Oh my god!
I like lions. I like lions that rip your head off.
You're an angry little black man.
I'm an angry little black man. I'm a warrior. I'm not a weak, soft punk.
Are you a top
G?
Black man? Are you a top G?
I'm a top G. I'm a business leader.
You're an entrepreneur?
Yes, I'm a business leader. I'm responsible for a lot of people and a lot of people getting paid and a lot of business going down.
All right, how much are you talking?
So life is serious to me, and every day I gotta handle business. So I don't have time to play games with trolls or foolish people. So if someone want to come on here and have a dialogue and they're intelligent and they're articulate, then we can have a dialogue. But if they're gonna be a village idiot, a white devil, a savage, or ignorant fool like yourself, then there's no need for us to dialogue. Because what you asking me about a pony?
Of the book of Black Talmudic Magic?
What I got to do with anything?
I'm just wondering, like, what's your opinions on the Black Talmudic Magic? Because you wanted to have an intellectual
I have
conversation.
no knowledge, don't care, I have no interest. It's not something that is in my mind. Let me know your opinion, Collagensis, if you know what this person's talking about.
Yo, I can give you my opinion, man. I think that this Dino freak gotta go. And let me tell you something right now. I don't want to have sex with no pony. I don't want to have sex with no dog. I don't want to have sex with no motherfucking cat. I gotta have sex with that motherfucking pussy. Now, man, that's how bro.
Yeah, I think you really know all of these people, and I think I don't know, you've probably been watching what we were doing and everything, but you're wasting your time because after today, everyone else that comes on, we will literally be blocking them. But today is your field day to say the foolishness that you want to say. So,
first off, man,
what I'm doing
ain't gonna block a brother. You ain't gonna block me.
What you gotta understand is this call is being recorded, and so I'm letting y'all say a bunch of stupid stuff because y'all don't understand. This is being recorded, and then once I have this recording, that's all I need.
To do what?
To to justify blocking y'all and justify that
blocking me,
blocking you because you're a waste of talking to.
Okay, first off, we're talking about the progression. We're talking about the structure. We're talking about the elevation of the black spirit. And here you are calling another brother a motherfucking saboteur, man. You got a problem with me, cut? You got a problem?
Yeah, I got a problem with you. You, Dina, how about you hit that super chat? You AI generated and Richie. Other than that, y'all wasting my time.
Yeah, because you want money, right? But you don't want to work for it.
Well, y'all wasting y'all holding up my time.
I'm an entrepreneur.
He's just another brother begging for $1.
I'm not begging for nothing. You're wasting you're taking up my time.
Hey,
I want to find out where all y'all people come from because maybe it's something in the search engine or the algorithm that's generated y'all towards me. Because usually we never have any white devil trolls, but tonight we have had about 10 of them.
The
and about
only
30
white
different
devil troll is this motherfucker Dino in the motherfucking corner, man. I can't stand a tranny motherfucker like that. Fuck you on, man.
All right, AI generated. You have a great night. You have more than exceeded your nasty comments and your filthy language. Good night.
I just want to say that it's been a pleasure talking to you guys. You guys are the kindest black men I've ever spoken to. And, I would just really like if you could jump me.
Yeah, like I said, it's been cringe. I know we did. You guys, I realize the racists, the trans, you weirdos, and you scumbags are all in the same thing. You guys all get off on it. That's why I don't believe in no alliances with other races, because you guys are all a bunch of lowlifes. You know, you're sexually confused, you're racially confused, you're all stuff like that. Like I said, didn't this show prove everything I've been talking about, Bomani? You know, all these white
brother, 1,000,000%. We have all of them talking all this stuff for the last 5 hours, for the last 3 hours.
Trans person in. They're all in it together. All the white devils and whatnot, and they're niggas, they're coons, and they're I don't think they're like I think a lot of these people are mixed race confused. You gotta know, let me tell you something what's going on right now. You got a lot of mixed race people in the suburbs, right? Who are growing up hating their black self and they get off like that guy Myra on Fresh and Fit, when they get off on racial jokes and also like that. But you guys are gonna die a miserable death because you're never gonna defeat us. You know, the only thing you guys have is you think that black people care about unifying. That's what I'm saying. If we all just come together, no, we're not gonna come together. We're gonna purify our race. You know, we're gonna get black people pure and everything. We don't want you friggin' filthy scum anymore around us. We're not. You know, this is about black African power, black purity, black African family, straight black pride, nation building, everything like that. If you don't fit that mode, you don't belong with us.
Yeah, you know, no bed wenches too.
I'm glad these guys called in because they just exposed everything we're talking about.
Absolutely, we all 100%.
The trans and all these other people, they all in this stuff together. There's a bunch of degenerates and whatnot that hate the fact that we're basically building and we're coming, black people are coming together finally and everything, and we don't need them. We don't go on their shows, whatnot. They got to come to us. You know,
always.
You know, they got to come to us. We don't go out there. People like, oh, nigger. Like some guy sitting in the friggin' trailer park, living in filth and whatnot, calling to my nigger. What do you got? You ain't got 2 dimes to rub together. You better worry about your daughter getting hooked on fentanyl or meth and whatnot. Then calling our show talking about nigger and whatnot. You know, you guys all what we're talking about. We don't want anything to do with you people anymore. You know, you just made our case. I hope everybody realizes when they watch this stuff that's what you. I hope Afrikstan saw this tonight. That's what you're dealing with. Just white trash. So sub-Saharan Africans are inferior. They can't like that. They're talking about you fools, you black immigrants and everything. That's the thinking of the majority of white people out there. That's what when you're like I said, I'm glad they called in because it just exposed what we're talking about. You can't even give them a chance to have a decent conversation, and they can't help themselves.
Absolutely, brother. We proved that tonight, literally. So people like, why you got all these white people on so they can prove to you who they are.
Somebody's Dirk McGirt said, give a white man a pile of bricks and you leave your city. Give a black man so like that. Yeah, okay. Then why is it that white, let me answer that question right there. Actually, to tell you the truth, right? Black cities and towns survived more often than white cities and towns. You know how many white cities and towns throughout America who are abandoned and freaking failed cities? What about all the white cities that failed?
Yeah, like Detroit.
And stuff like that. They had to go to Chicago and Detroit to compete with black people. What about that? They have this image of themselves that they're so successful and everything like that. They fail all the time, but history covers their shit up. And they always highlight our failures. And we're going to talk about that next show, white failure in America. That's the next topic of the show. So you guys want to come here and deal with
excellent.
You want to deal with Rumble with the College Genesis? Bring it. Yo, you want to do well? We're trying to build Africa. You know, we're trying to get the hell out of here. You know, Africa's a shithole. That's why I say the Afrikstan is so important, right? Because it's the answer to the riddle. What do you do about racism? You tell the white man, we don't need you. We can build our own nation, and we're going to give you an example how we always were pretty much independent in America, had our own townships and everything like that, and we built our own state in Liberia. You know, we don't need white America. You know, we had to
the only thing we need white people for in Liberia is to solve Ebola.
We did not need the major leagues. We had the Negro leagues. They wanted us because they wanted our talent and everything like that. You know, everything they get, they come because they wanted our music. We're not Motown. Everything that they do to make themselves money, they got to come to us. Their music, rock and roll. We created Elvis Presley. We gave you everything. They can't keep us out of their mouth.
Yeah, I mean, they did do some really neat stuff too, though. You know.
So what?
I said they did some valuable stuff too.
Oh, they did valuable stuff. I'm not going to doubt that.
For real?
But the bottom line, the overall thing of white people, like white people are just perfect, right? They did no wrong. Everything, let's balance it out. But they never tell you about the black inventions, the black success in America, the black success in the world. They make it seem like, and also we had a lot to do with their success in America. Because show me anywhere where white people live, like 90% white population, there's poverty. There's drugs and everything like that. But when white people live in proximity to black people, white people have a lot of wealth. Why is that? Anywhere where there's all white people and not just poverty. You can't show me any place in America where white people basically don't have a large Mexican or non-white population. That's what basically keeps the imbalance of wealth in their hands. When it's all white people, like what happened in Pittsburgh and whatnot, the poor white people rise up and burn the steel mills down. White people don't know how to oppress their own people. They make sure they get black people to oppress, and they give white people some extra benefits. That's the truth. They need us. We don't need them. They need us. Because as soon as white people realize that they're on the bottom and they're getting oppressed and everything like that, they'll burn this country down. As more of us realizing that and stuff like that, and white people are like, damn, man, I ain't got shit. But they want to basically make it seem like that we just basically, oh yeah, the black people. The white people better start saving their damn self. You better start saving your goddamn self. We'll be all right. Black America, black people will be all right. You got a country of people in power don't give a shit about y'all. They're the globalists taking jobs overseas and everything like that. They don't care about your future. They're letting fentanyl and all these drugs pour into this country when just wiping out generations of you guys. They're the ones basically taking your boys and putting skirts on them and shit like that and making them into little girls and shit like that. White America is a fucking mess. Always saying it's time for us to part ways. Yeah, so with that, Bomani, I think I'm gonna go. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I think I gotta get up in the morning. I cut my grass tomorrow. So
yeah, it was cool talking, Kala.
Yes, brother. Appreciate it, Kala. Appreciate you with the endurance and the energy to deal with the most awkward live chat that we have ever done and things like that. I don't know how most people would have reacted with just like a whole bunch of trolls calling and it's getting on your chat.
You'll get lost. Yeah, check this out. You see the comments in the chat? They're angry. They know they got that.
I mean, but the thing of it is angry for what? You and I do like some of the best analysis as far as just when we talk about the world itself and people. But they're triggered by nothing because we didn't say nothing. Especially you and I was talking for about a good 2 hours, and I don't know what was so offensive about our conversation.
Well, when I used to do Blog Talk Radio, I used to have people. I'm just sitting there having a normal conversation. When not, they'll say such you're on the line. Shut up, nigger. I'm like, what am I saying? I wasn't saying nothing. Just shut up, nigger. Just shut up. You stupid nigger. Just shut up. You know. I'm like, yo, you didn't have to call into my show, and tell me to shut up, nigger,
Well, how about you be an adult and have a dialogue? I mean, first of all, what are you so angry about? Are you just some poor white trash who just feel like a failure because the whole world was given to you, and then you have black people that's progressing beyond you? I mean, what is really the problem? The world is given to you.
The bottom line, you better worry about little Timmy, like you said, little Timmy and little Johnny putting on a skirt and whatnot, and going to that's what you need to worry about. Y'all community's all jacked the fuck up. Y'all worried about us. Y'all some serious trouble. You got a guy, what's it, Leah, whatever his name is, showing his dick, excuse my language, right? And the women's swim team and whatnot. Just said we have a grown-ass man and the women's swim team winning all kinds of championship and whatnot, That's your civilization. That's how far y'all gone. And y'all want to drag us in there with y'all. No, we're trying to cut ties with you people.
Yeah, and I think to your point, like removing that victimhood is another thing too. Just removing them completely. We don't have to think about this shit no more. It's old.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why what me and my brother talking about is us progressing. I would never deny all the struggles and things that we go through because it's what it is. It's kind of like those who build a system define all the rules and all the things. So the other people are usually, it's usually a rig for the other people. So, but we as a people are strong and we're fighters. The people who should be worried is these white devils who are calling in and things like that. Maybe they feel like they're losing the grip of American society, but it's like the world is given to you. Your people conquer the world, and you have had everything. And one of the things I'm looking at is like, okay, France, you have raped a whole world of black countries. Why in the world of 2023 you're still in a situation where if certain countries kick you out their country, you're gonna fall and fail because your whole civilizations is built on raping and using black people. That's the mindset of the typical white devil and the typical white devil country and white devil set of people. It's to take. When you're questioning about these things, then people get upset, they get frustrated, and they come at you. We're only talking about what's real. We're only talking about situations that we have experienced and situations that we're analyzing. So for those who don't get it, those who are not feeling it, there's nothing I can do. I don't control any of these things. One thing me and my crew and me and our network is doing is working towards betterment, and that's it. So for those who want to hate and want to just wish us the worst, you can keep on doing what you're doing. We're going to keep on being strong and we're going to progress. It's just like people never thought that, we'll be a people that have survived all the things that we've been through. So definitely, so family, appreciate everybody sticking around, joining us, and all the trolls and the white devils that's listening. Try to do something positive with your life and, make some contributions to civilization. And that's the best thing I can say. Beyond that, the people who came on here today, they didn't. I don't feel like they represent white folks. Period. I think these people represent white trash and white garbage.
Trash. We'll give.
Because I think a professional white person would have, like you go meet your white lawyer or whatever. You see the level of professionalism and things like that. I don't see these people as people who come as a level of professionalism, knowing that. It's like one thing I understand is like, okay, you're a white professional, you may hate black people, but at the same time too, your situation, you have to be respectful and get that money and things. And other than that, if you want to be disrespectful and things like that, shame on you. And beyond that, I would tell people just don't support those people's business and find other black people that you can do business with. And that's why we talk about building this global black business pipeline, because we also, we deal with a lot of racist, sick people who literally the only thing they care about is taking our money. And then at the same time too, where's the love, where's the respect? So what we have to do is as a people family is we have to do for ourselves, and that means us doing for ourselves, which is nothing against any nation and race of people. So only thing I could say is that if anybody have an issue with that, you have an issue with people doing for themselves, that means you only want us to be your slaves and be and feel like you're consistently above us. But some of these people are feeling the blow of civilization because some of them are they're so sad. They look at people like you and I as successful black people, and they want to know what happened to them. They're wondering why they're such a white failure when the system was rigged. It's kind of like it's kind of like you playing a championship game and everything is rigged in your way to win every time, and then you consistently don't win, you fail. And that's what these people are. They're the failures of white society. So they feel like the best thing to do is come and talk about, say a bunch of, like, all I heard throughout the whole last few hours was N-words, MF, and all kind of stuff. And then things like that. It shows you the level of hatred, and it shows you the level of how the typical white devil portray black people. Stereotypes. Most of the black people I know are very intelligent, very successful, doing well for themselves, and things like that. I'm sorry. I left hood areas maybe about almost 27, 30 years ago. And that's not my life, you know. I don't go and live in and hang out with nobody hood. You know, I'm a business person, and my brother is a business person. So it's like, I don't know if they may have thought we're some other set of people. Maybe they were confused and thought we were somebody else. So that's why I appreciate IC3 coming in. And you know, once IC3 is on, he's taking you to school. You know, so some of them, you notice some of them couldn't take it to where they literally dropped off.
Yeah.
Because you and IC3 was dropping so much knowledge that they couldn't handle it, brother. So they dropped off. And that's what, you know, so they realized that, well, you know, maybe not all of them are like this. I was like, yeah, you damn right. Because we know we're exceptional. We're exceptional brothers and sisters and believe in leadership and organizing. And we don't believe in being below any white person or being belittled. We believe in being our best. And that's why we're doing what we need to do. And we're not here to affect nobody's system. Y'all can do what y'all need to do with your system. We're going to build our own system in our own land. And it's that simple.
Wait, but Bomani, well, it's been great. The other guy on the
Yes, my brother. And Richie, you take care. Any final words, Richie, before we close? And then we're going to close out with some beautiful music from Melanie Ganji. And it is The Sons of Africa.
No,
Richie, you have any last words?
Yeah, I just love everything you said. And be entrepreneurial. Be a business owner. It's the easiest way to freedom. Use new technology. Invest in yourself, and you'll be better and be better for the world. That's it.
All right, brother. Appreciate you. So, our family, we're going to be closing out. So, thanks for joining us. And look forward to you joining us on another future journey. This is our website, africafortheafricans.org. And we're going to close out with some beautiful music, Sons of Africa.
Ethiopia. It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey!
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. Black and pink grass. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, go forward. A message and a lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. Ahoya, ahoy. Ahoya, ahoya, ahoy. It was a sun, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Oh, ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Stand, go forward. A message and a lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Stand, go forward.